Good morning and welcome to the first annual Lowcountry Resiliency Conference. This conference was pulled together by APWA, the Beaufort CE Club, and Sentinel Landscape. And of course, we could not do this without our sponsors. At the corporate level, at the platinum level, we have HDR and Weston and Sampson. At the gold level, Davis and Floyd and Infrastructure Consulting and Engineering. And at the silver level, we have KCI, SDR, and Seaman Whiteside. If we could give them a big round of applause. All right. At this point, it's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker this morning. Dr. Thomas Mulliken currently serves as the Director of the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources, where he functions as Chief Administrator responsible for the management and supervision of the agency's 5 divisions. A distinguished environmental attorney, author, professor, and award-winning documentarian, Dr. Mulliken's environmental and energy law practice has taken him to every continent on the earth, representing numerous multinational corporate clients and the United Nations. Dr. Mulliken has had a distinguished military career and has served in 2018, retired as a Major General Commander of the SC State Guard. He's had professor tenures at Coastal Carolina University School of Coastal Environment, USC School of Law, and he's been the director of the Mulliken Institute for Environmental Law and Policy. On the environmental front, he's been the founding chair of the South Carolina Floodwater Commission, a member of the SC Energy Advisory Council, co-chairman of the International Law Committee of the American Bar Association, chairman of Global Eco Adventures, and he studied environmental issues worldwide and is a fellow of the Explorers Club as well as the Royal Geographic Society. In addition to his numerous awards and military decorations, Dr. Mulliken has received the Order of the Palmetto, which is the South Carolina's highest award presented by the state's governor. Together with his wife, Virginia Ann, they've received National Civic Leader Parents of the Year honors in 2019, and they reside in Camden with their 4 children, and they also have 5 grandchildren. Please help me welcome Dr. Mulliken. Let's see. Get everything pulled up for you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I won't use that microphone because I don't want to blow you out. I suspect you'll be able to hear me. It's really an honor to be here, and we're blessed by the time that you've given us to come in and listen a little bit. It's been a wonderful month. I came here from Walhalla. I walked down here. 6 years that we have done South Carolina 7, where we started on July 1, and we hiked about 350 miles from just above Walhalla and Salem down the Palmetto Trail, and we finished up here yesterday at the Spanish Moss Trail here in Beaufort, a beautiful trail. So it's great to be here. And I look a little tired, my legs are a little weak. I've been asked if I knew that it was hot in July. I can attest to the first 65 years it's been hot, but no hotter than this year, but it was wonderful. We start every day with a devotion. We hike. We also raft the Chattooga, the first river east of the Mississippi that is wild and scenic. We then climbed Table Rock this year, 97. Good news was I only had 2 people pass out, and we made it to the next day. And then we hike up Sassafras. We make our way down to Columbia and the Congaree, largest bottomland on the East Coast, some say in the country. And we kayak to Edisto, the longest black river in North America, before we come all the way to Beaufort, where we're building an artificial reef, a smart reef. Where is Tracy? Is Tracy here?
She's not here, sir.
She's not here? Tell her I call her out. Marine Corps is here, though. Tell her she's doing a great job. So we're working together on that smart reef. What I thought I'd do, if it's okay, is talk a little bit about climate. This is a subject I've talked about since I had hair a long time ago. In 1980, when we began working with this, I spent 12 years on and off with Senator Fritz Hollins, who authored NOAA, and then a couple of years with Al Gore, began talking about it, and then it's my practice, my law practice, really helping working with engineers around the country doing sustainability studies before they're called, sort of preparing. It's an interesting subject because it often gets confused, and I ask people, are there any elected officials here? Okay, good. We're going to handle that. It's hard to talk about climate or the environmental issues through the lens of a politician without it becoming political. And it's not, and I don't think either side has really assumed too much of the high ground because it has remained a political issue. So on this SC7, the idea, the background was that the governor, we had completed the Floodwater Commission report, and the governor wanted us to sell it. And I don't know how to get beneath a lot of the noise other than get people out of the environment. So we did it. This year we had over 3,500 participants. Last year, because we had embedded broadcast journalism, we hired a market survey firm to find out how many people followed us along the trail. Because I started getting clips from myself personally, from California, Colorado, and New York. Last year we had 17.5 million people follow us. And this year we had over 23 million people follow us. People are looking for good information. And you have to start by saying, whatever your politics are, I love you for it. But you brought me here to talk about the environment, so if it's okay with you, I'm going to talk about the environment. How you put that in the political calculus is fine with me. But you deserve to have good information. And I think as we feed and seed people's minds and conversations with good information, we get better outcomes. Because where the people go, the politicians will lead. And I'm being a little bit facetious about it. We've got to build conviction. If we don't move the people, we won't move the needle. So for those of you from South Carolina who don't have to read in the national news good things, let me tell you what we're doing here in South Carolina. Because I read a lot about the leadership in California. Woo! Get out from California, you just in the back 40. Since 2010, South Carolina has had a reduction in our anthropogenic interference by 19.2%. Now you might think, well, if South Carolina's at 19, California must be at 40. They're at 7. So what we've done here, and that's just with greenhouse gases, and we'll get into this, is we have dispelled this narrative that you have to choose between economic and environmental sustainability. That is not true. And here we have the most robust economy. We're the fastest growing state in the country on a percentage basis. Our economy, we've entered a period of economic renaissance unparalleled in the history of this state and in most states. And at the same time, we've had a dramatic reduction in our greenhouse gases. We'll talk a little bit how we get there. But the conversation becomes confused because it's a bifurcated conversation that often gets mixed up like a big jambalaya. We have a macro-atmospheric issue with micro-manifestations. And the conversation tends to get this all garbled up into one. With the macro-atmospheric, I just told you, we're one of the leaders in the country since 2010. With our anthropogenic, our man-made releases of greenhouse gases. So we have this broader issue, and people would say, and the other thing is here we don't use these words in this order. Like ours was the Floodwater Commission. It wasn't the Climate Change Commission. Because those words in that order become a political conversation. And the only thing I was told when I was asked to create the Floodwater Commission is don't use those words in that order. So I talked about a changing climate. We're going to talk about this conversation. And that was before I came to DNR. You know, at 65 to start a new job, I thought I was going to put me out in the back. And here I am, having to go back to work. But we're talking about this macro-atmospheric issue. Why should we care? We're barely a rounding error on the global emissions. And if we're not talking about global emissions, we're not really moving the needle. And that's also part of the problem. I've spoken about this issue all over the world, and it's difficult because I look around the room, see some people maybe close to my age. We're talking about RICRA, we're talking about solid and hazardous waste right here. We're talking about Clean Air Act, we're talking about emissions right here. We're talking about CERCLA, we're talking about cleanups right here. We're not talking about a global issue like we are with climate. And I've spoken with groups where we talk about reductions in emissions and moving emissions, and I've heard smart people say, well, at least they're going to do it over there. So I said, whoa, we got to set aside a little more time. And so typically about 4 hours into my 45-minute presentation, we get people to understand, like, this is a global issue. The reason why it matters what we're doing here is that we are serving as a model for the world is how you reduce emissions without destroying your economy. And that is what we have tried to do. So when we're talking here, so then what are the micro manifestations? And for years, and believe me, I didn't want to see Helene, but I've been telling people, we're fighting a two-front war. Most people think that we're not talking about storms off the coast. It doesn't matter. Whatever storm comes up through the Gulf impacts us because it typically drops water into North Carolina and we get it from their watersheds into the poorest areas of our state. And I suspect many of you are working on those projects in Marion County with Sellers and other places. It's always interesting when the national news shows up to do a story in South Carolina. They go to that trailer park, they find one of my cousins, the one with no teeth, about 400 pounds, and that's the one they interview. And they do this, this narrative about South Carolina. The problem that we have in South Carolina is we don't tell our own story. I don't know if any of y'all watch History Channel. You thought the Revolutionary War was fought and won in Philadelphia if you did. So let me help fill in some blanks. There were more battles. Where's the Marine? I know he knows this. Where's the captain? Take this back to Paris Island. There were more battles and skirmishes fought in South Carolina than the rest of the country combined. Not more than New Jersey or Pennsylvania. It's not to take anything away from Yorktown and some important battles, but the pinnacle battle of the Revolutionary War was fought in South Carolina on Kings Mountain. And it was after that they basically just packed up one home. We had one little issue up in Yorktown we had to deal with. So we've got tremendous military history. We've got tremendous cultural history here. Few people know, and I know that you talk, I'm going to go back to the environment, but I'm going to put this out because South Carolinians need to understand we've had heroes throughout all the time. The case that would become Brown versus Board, the first case that was filed in South Carolina. The first case that was filed in federal court was South Carolina. The first case appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court. The case that Thurgood Marshall argued was South Carolina, Briggs versus Elliott. We've not told our story. So I'm here to talk a little bit about what our story is today. And they said we're supposed to be done at 1, so I'll be done a little bit early. Are there any other lawyers in the room? Everybody's hiding on that. Okay, we got somebody. We got some lawyers. All right, good. Well, then I hope you'll appreciate my humor after 40 years. So, this is what we'll talk about a little bit. This is a global phenomenon, climate. And I think climate, I looked at your breakout sessions, is really sort of what undergirds a lot of these other issues. Coastal erosion, some of our coastal management issues, but it's way beyond coastal management. We do a lot of cleanups. And when we started doing cleanups, I see SCORE back there, we're going to be working on one in Lynch's River. We don't have branches anymore in our river system. I don't know if there's anybody here doing GIS mapping on where the rivers are. This is not branches, this is trees. We got whole riverines and stuff. And so the issues that we're dealing with here in South Carolina are manifest and difficult, and they're moving beyond what a lot of volunteers can handle. But these are the subjects I'll move through rapidly, I promise. Because we don't have a good understanding of what the foundation of climate, we haven't really legislated a lot of solutions. In South Carolina, our reduction has not come from federal imposition. We can talk about the Impact Clean Air Act, or state, because state has done nothing on this issue. It's been largely because of what we viewed coming out of the Securities and Exchange Commission. You got a few people talking about that, and I'll mention that. So we're going to talk about an issue that involves the confluence of legislative, legal, technical. And I am invited to places. I don't say this to beat my chest, but I'm talking about places that I don't have any idea why. Maybe just to hear me talk with my southern accent. Oxford, Trinity, Edinburgh. Go to places that I tell them, thank you for having me come talk about climate and greenhouse gases. Which one would you like me to talk about? And it's like the preacher asking a question in church. Everybody puts their head down. You cannot have an informed conversation about climate and greenhouse gases unless you know what the gases are. I mean, that's just good old Kershaw County logic. And yet most of the people that are most passionate, you hear people say that we've done a great job activating the environmental community. not such a good job educating the environmental community. So when we start with the greenhouse gases, the roadmap becomes a lot clearer. It's like somebody turns the lights on. Carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, perfluorocarbon, hydrofluorocarbon, sulfur hexafluoride. Now we know what we're starting with. And then where do they come from? Because if we know where they come from, now we can go and begin having an informed conversation. So 6 gases, 6 sources. Energy, industry, transportation, commercial, residential, agricultural. And now we have a conversation that we can begin talking about how to reduce. And that's what we've done in South Carolina. That, if you brought the governor in here, believe it or not, he would tell you, he knows where these things are coming. He also understands that for our manufacturing backbone, the publicly traded companies now are dealing with a set of requirements from the Securities and Exchange Commission. In 2010, regulations were passed that required disclosure of gases and other things. I suspect some of you have brought in on 10K and 10Q. I did a lot of that when I'm a reformed lawyer and now just a bureaucrat. Did some of those reports, and we had to work with companies to disclose it. And then once the disclosures were put out there, you began seeing shareholder suits demanding reductions. And with big companies that failed to reduce, you began to see board members getting tossed. And so now, oh, this is becoming personal. So it's one of the single biggest tools that's been used to encourage reductions has not come through the EPA, it's come through the Securities and Exchange Commission. So I say this to lay it out. We've got a lot of different influences in this subject. Who's the lawyer? Okay, do you mind? I got to get this in. Okay, I'm a bit of a legal nerd. I'm a nerd, period, I guess. But I used to love to read Supreme Court cases. They had brilliant lawyers, like they could get the best of the world. And the pinnacle case in climate change was Massachusetts versus EPA. I won't worry you with a lot of details, other than Justice Stevens wrote this comment right here. It's in the opinion. A reduction in domestic emissions would slow the pace of global emission increases no matter what else happens, what happens elsewhere. False! That's the problem. Because what we see is we're simply moving emissions. And this is where I told you I would talk to a group up in Minnesota. I went up and I didn't realize until I got there, they asked me to come talk about climate change, when really what they wanted me to do was referee a food fight. It was up in northern Minnesota, and they were at Tagonite. They were going to open a new Tagonite mill. And this is how this issue is broken down. I walk in, there's one side of the room, literally, always separate. There's a group of people in tie-dye t-shirts, look like they have a good time, probably would have enjoyed last night with them. And a bunch of guys on the other side that look pretty uptight like me. And I talked to this group about this new mill. And this is, for years, this is how it breaks down. We're going to put $750 million in a new mill here. We're going to create 500 jobs. And then the other side shows up and says, yes, but you're going to have a 5 million metric ton carbon footprint. And this is how it breaks down. So we talk and we talk and we talk. Minnesota, I think most people agree, if you've any work there, other than CEQA, maybe the most aggressive in the world. And after a very long time, I asked my friends on the left, if we don't build this steel mill here in Minnesota, do you think it'll be built? And they said, probably. Somebody's done market survey to see that the steel was required. And I said, well, okay, I agree with that too. Where do you think it's going? And they said, well, you've talked a lot about China, probably China. And then they said, but at least it's over there. Okay, and I'm going to get into numbers in a minute, so I'm just laying the foundation. But that's the problem with this. It's not over there. I'm glad you're seated. Y'all catch yourself. We only have one atmosphere. I know that's a shocker, right? But the problem is, and the reason why global emissions have risen so dramatically, is that we're going to take that 5 million in Minnesota in a regulated environment and send it to China, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, and turn 5 million, depending on what economists you're looking at, into 15 to 25 million. Okay? So now we have increased global greenhouse gas emissions. And what else have we done? We haven't dealt with listed pollutants. So who's the highest emitter of ambient mercury in the United States today? Is it coal here? No, it's China. The highest emitter of ambient mercury in the world is China, here. Particulate matter on the west coast. Sulfates. We have one atmosphere. And so we need people to begin to understand with this issue, this macroatmospheric issue, we only have one atmosphere. And when we begin to process that, we begin to understand we've got to have a global solution. So this was in the Supreme Court opinion. I wish I could have had a chance to. So I know that I'm dealing with a bunch of very smart people, but just for the sake of keeping this slide in, we have the greenhouse effect, which is, I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. We all know what this is. I spoke for a long time. It's virtually all I did with so-called boot camps being brought in. And I would always say it's just a red line issue. It's just a red line issue. That top number, which is 49 billion, and you see where China is here. And I'm not picking on China. We could have used other numbers, but their number is much, much higher. Since Kyoto, 1997, their increase is larger than our gross. Their increase. So we could be at 0, and that red line would still be where it is. And I tell you this, I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I know we need to talk about South Carolina. But the macro issue, we have not done anything. What we did was, we came together in 1992 with the UN, and we created the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. And at that time, we said we're going to bring all the world's countries together like we did with the Montreal Protocol with ozone depleting gases in 1982. Not long after it, they all assembled. Everybody's excited. 1992, going to bring everybody together. And then in 1987, we met in Kyoto, Japan to frame the Kyoto Protocol. And there's where the train came off the track. And I would ask you, if you have any interest in what I'm talking about now in this macro issue, read the Kyoto Protocol and give some thought to how this has been reported for years. It's like 20 pages long. It's a Kyoto Protocol that the UN divided the world up in 2 different groups of countries, developed nations and developing nations. And the list of the countries is right there in the appendix. And with the developing nations, it gave a pass. And you can imagine that, as it was reported, why would we require Micronesia or Namibia to reduce their carbon equivalent emissions when they're starving and they're concerned about just creating living standards? But what they don't mention is in developing countries is China, India, Brazil. At the time it was first framed, 48% of the world's emissions was written out of any reduction. Today it's 52%. That's our global construct. We don't have a global construct. And so, I don't know if y'all are familiar with the movie The Rock with Sean Connery. There's a great scene in there where they're on that streetcar, and the streetcar is going down and comes off the rails, and the conductor goes, "Oh, every man for himself." And that's where we are. Sir Austin Chamberlain said in the 30s, gave a famous speech, that we go from one crisis to another, one disturbance to another. May we live in interesting times, quoting what he thought was a Chinese proverb. That's an omen, not a compliment. We live in interesting times. We do live in interesting times. And the problem we have, and the reason why this conference is so important, is pretty much every man for himself. I mean, we can do things regionally, we can do things as a nation. But until we begin ourselves to deal with the micro manifestations, we're not really helping. So what you're doing here, this is storming the beaches of Normandy in this room. Like, I don't expect anybody here to go to the moon. I hope you won't have to storm the beaches of Normandy. But what we have is a real crisis here. It's the reason why this conversation is so difficult is because it's not static. It's not static. Next year, it won't be this bad. It'll be a little better next year, okay? I'm sure you saw the numbers recently with a study from Texas around to Virginia, and in the last 10 years, we had 6 inches of sea level rise. Is there anybody here from NOAA? They have a wonderful interactive site. I'm sure many of you have seen it. Go look at what 12 inches looks like. Go look at what 12 inches looks like on that map. And then when you look at that, factor in that 24% of South Carolina families get their water off of well water. So now we're beginning to move from ecology to epidemiology. And that conversation hasn't even begun. Because that's like you're talking to groups, and I'm probably pushing a little further today than I would in a public audience. People will turn you off if you make it too bad. They just won't go there. So you have to know, you know, on a continuum, if the public's here and we need them here, this is why South Carolina 7, like we're out, I think I mentioned it, and y'all aren't gonna believe this until you see the numbers, because I didn't. Last year we had embedded journalists with us, broadcast journalism, and it was over. We had a lot of coverage, like I was getting clips. Last year, on that expedition, we had 17.5 million people follow us or covered nationwide. This year we're over 23 million. People are starving for good information. What can they do? And they can do some things. And what they can do is hire y'all to begin with. So let me be your cheerleader. I mean, we need to get smart thinkers, smart planners. We've, I think, done a pretty good job at a state level of assembling resources, but we need more at county and the city level. And we need to combine everything we can with your engineered solutions, with man-made solutions. We purposefully, with the Floodwater Commission, wanted to bring people along. We wanted to do as much as we could man-made without showing up and asking for money. And we did that. You may know that 3 Earth Days ago, when I took the plan to the governor and I asked him what I could do, he said, sell it. The first recommendation was to create SCORE. And he said, okay, we'll do that. He did it. They're doing a great job. The second recommendation was to plant 1 million trees over 10 years. And to that he said, oh no, Tomcat. We need 10 million trees in 1 year. And I thought that was pretty good for him to say, because I didn't see him out with a shovel. So I left. And I said, I don't even know where to go for 10 million trees. And I said, all the way, sir. I wasn't a Marine. I was just a knuckle dragger. I was a Marine. I knew the Marine Corps could have done it better. So I started calling the nursery. Can you give me some trees? Well, why? You know, and I said, I don't care what kind of trees. I need 10 million. I'll take whatever you got. And I got like 2,000 trees, saplings. And then I called Scott Phillips over at Forestry. And I said, man, I don't know where to go with this. Governor wants to plant 10 million trees. And he said, well, let me think about it. He called me back. I said, I can't get you trees, but I can get you seeds. And I think generationally, many of us remember putting the seeds in Pixie Cup, putting them with it. I was like, all right, well, give me what you got. He gave me 3.5 million seeds, drop them off at my law. I said, oh man, I don't got seeds. What am I supposed to do? So I called my buddy over at Corrections and said, y'all still do good time for projects with inmates? And he goes, yeah. I said, why? I said, because I need 300 million trees put in cups. Well, in the tree. 18 months, female inmates across South Carolina put 3.5 million seeds in cups and packets. This is South Carolina. Okay, you don't read about this in the national news. So now the challenge is not left yet, because now I got seeds in packets and cups. And I can't plant that many by myself. So I went to the school districts across the state. 3 Earth Days ago, 127,000 volunteers in South Carolina planted 3.5 million trees in all 46 counties. And we, at that point, hadn't advanced to the maps where we probably should have been planning or would have maximized. I mean, I get what happens when you step out. The optics are when you step out, you become a big target. And I was telling people one day this, and some guy stood up and said, usually stand up and said, that won't work. He said, how many live? And I said, well, how many do you think? He said, I bet you left half of them died. I said, all right, they're putting out for 1.7. I'm okay. People, they're so geared around criticism. We have to enter into a period now with these issues because they're on us of social connection. Of social connection. I know that when I go here, certain demographics get turned off, but we've got to build a keen understanding of what can people do, and then a conviction to do it. And that's what we try to do here in South Carolina. The start of the Civil Rights Movement, Martin Luther King said, this is no time for delay, and I will come back to that. But we have got to begin doing things now. So this is the issue that undergirds the broader issue. I've mentioned to you this statistic. Since Kyoto, what's happened? When we moved manufacturing, millions of manufacturing jobs over a decade from the United States to China, we began to see a dramatic increase in listed pollutants coming across what they call the toxic cloud. This is the hard number. And you might ask, some of these numbers, I get the most current I can. This is Climate Watch. Some of these, you go back to 2021, 2022, and that is because China has an opportunity for reporting, not a mandate. US numbers are current. So now we get into where we are. We now have 4 electric car manufacturers. We are rapidly becoming the emo town of the world here. And transportation is one sector. It's very difficult to deal with it at a broader without a market. We're now dealing with the grid issues that we'll come back to. But this is where our emissions are coming from. Total emissions on a global scale. These are stats that you rarely see coming out of our national meetings, because frankly, we had New York Times with us on the trail for, this is probably a tape, I shouldn't say this, but when I say anthropogenic, she's right about climate. When I talk about reduction in anthropogenic interference, she asked what that was. Okay, let's back this up a little bit. When we talk about this, the last little piece of data that I'll put out, global warming potential, GWP. Carbon is a baseline. And I've got this in there for a reason. Because now we're talking about natural gas as part of our base load, and there's a lot of conversation about that. They stay in the atmosphere at different lengths of time. There's a much more complicated way that I can explain that, but that's the bottom line, is they stay in the atmosphere at different lengths of time. Methane stays 23 times longer as global warming potential. The hydrofluorocarbon, sulfur hexafluoride is like 23,000 times longer. So even though the fluoride gases, the synthetic gases are only 3%, they make a marked difference because they stay in the atmosphere longer. I've said enough about China. Y'all gonna think I'm a hater. So this is where we are, and that's some of the most recent data I could dig up for this. Sources of greenhouse gas emissions. So where do we go with this? International law, I've told you that we really don't, people, immediately it becomes a political conversation. Paris, I was in Copenhagen, and the best we could do there is show up on the last day and commit to the developing nations, some of which I told you, $500 billion. There's a guy much smarter than me at Berkeley who studied a lot of the carbon programs, the carbon development mechanism, which is what was coming out of the UN. They would pay to take sources off of operation. We found out through that study that a lot of these weren't actually in progress. They were just something that were contemplated. You already running me off? Okay. Thank you. It works?
Just make sure it's on.
I thought I'd just gotten the hook.
There you go, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
There you
We walked through 92 was the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, 97 was Kyoto, and we've been through a series of others. We have a lot of conversation about how we've entered international agreements, the whole constitutional issue around that. I think the Senate has a voice in that. We have not entered agreements without Senate confirmation of these agreements. We never officially entered except through a memorandum in Paris. And I begged the administrations since Clinton Gore with Katie McKinney and Carol Brown and others that if we're going to do this, we need an international agreement. And yet we're in, we're out, we're in, we're out. It's not good policy. It doesn't help those who are emitters because they don't know from year to year, from term to term, what's going on. But this is what happened, brought together 172 governments. And there was a lot of enthusiasm about creating a global agreement, much like the Montreal Protocol. And then we went to Kyoto, and this is when things began to break down. And we still, to this date, do not have an agreement on what's happening. The Annex 1 and Annex 2, these states include China, India, Brazil, all top 7 emitters today that have not had any requirements to reduce. At the time, what you're looking at in the red were those countries that were given a pass, exempted at the time of signing. The green were those that were required. And if you take this and overlay it with moving of emissions and jobs, what you'll find is the jobs that were just simply moved from the green to the red because people felt like there was a price of carbon. There were times over the last 20 years where we're talking about a carbon tax. And this was going to be a $1 trillion economy. Some of you may have been involved in that. But a lot of this, it became about economics. It's funny for me because I've kind of sat through a lot of meetings, just a redneck from Kershaw County. I've seen early on where there were suits and tie-dye t-shirts, but in about the year 2000, some blue suits and bow ties started showing up. Well, that was a new group. Well, that was a carpenter. That was a finance guy showing up. And there was going to be a lot of money made off of trading. Cap and trade. That was the issue of the day. Cap and trade. Imagine if Rickwell was dumper trade. Or Clean Air Act was cyber trade. Like, where do we get into trading? It's pollution. Like, if it's pollution, we need to stop it. How about just cap? That's how every other environmental program has worked. Why don't we do that? Because we can do it. But there are people that money, and when we talk about the amount of money at stake with these, it's an enormous amount of money. What is the average emission for a typical electric arc furnace? Steel manufacturer, 5 million metric tons. Has anybody seen what the cost of carbon is? I usually try to check it on the EU London exchanges. It's going to be somewhere around $83 a ton. When we start talking about, there's going to be huge incentives for publicly traded companies to meet standards that are sort of set through social agendas, rather than paying for a carbon tax. Because the numbers, and if we're using London or the EU, those numbers are very instructive. I told you I was there in Copenhagen when we showed up at the end, and I want to get to this quote from Todd Stern. He was climate envoy for Democratic administration cannot build a system premised on the notion that China should be treated the same as Chad when China is now the world's largest emitter. I'm not picking on China, but you will not reduce that red line unless you bring down the largest emitters, and we haven't done that. And we don't have a framework. Paris, it doesn't really matter what an agreement says if we haven't addressed the underlying issue. We can join, we can come out, we can join. If you look, it's not like there's these vicissitudes and these rates, they're going up. Paris did nothing to stop the growth of global emissions. I mean, if you're for it, I think that's great. But we haven't. Like, this is the timeline. We've gone in, we come out, we've gone in, we come out. Literally, that's been the progression. And it's not an international treaty. Hadn't been ratified by the Senate, which is a fairly plain constitutional mandate. Air emissions have no state or national boundaries. Macroatmospheric phenomenon. Here's where we start with the South Carolina Floodwater Commission. We felt like, as I mentioned earlier, we're fighting a two-front war. And we wanted to begin, and we created 10 task forces. And I know here we are in the Lowcountry in some of the most beautiful areas of the world, and we're trying to deal with this ongoing worsening issue at the macro level. Does anybody in here, and if you'd raise your hand so I can come see you and take notes, anticipate the steady march of sea level rise to decline or even hit a plateau? Does anybody have science that would support that? If you don't, then you have to kind of surmise that we need to be leaning forward. We need to be leaning forward. Another 6 inches gets. I wish I'd have put that NOAA slide up here because it's scary what's going on. We have to seek a global solution and act locally. So the Floodwater Commission came up with about 500 pages of recommendations with people much smarter than me. We start with energy. I get a lot of calls, people always upset about energy. And they will say, this is what we need to do for energy. I said, okay, well, what is our grid in South Carolina? Well, I don't know what our grid is. Well, if you don't know what our grid is, how do you know what the solution is? Here's what I tell people, we've done a good job. We benefit from the fact that we are, depending on whose numbers you're looking at, we're third, anywhere from first to third with nuclear per capita in South Carolina. It's carbon neutral, no carbon releases. And it gives us a tremendous advantage. Had we not had the summer 2 in the debacle, we'd have another 2,200 megawatts online. And there's a lot of conversation about that. And now we're looking at small modular reactors. But here, we need to understand, we need to have an informed conversation. What is our grid today? What is our anticipated growth needs? Because in South Carolina, here's my bet. The first blackout or brownout we have, they're going to crank the coal plants back up because the public's not ready for it. The public is somebody who talks to a lot of people. we've got to be very careful about, we want to stretch that rubber band, but we don't want it to break because we have people that are trusting us on reliability. We've dealt with cost issues and some are happy and some aren't. But we have changed our mix in this state without creating just a complete outcry about what we're doing. As you'll see as we move through these, we've taken off a number of coal plants and we'll take off the rest in this state. I'm not picking on coal either, by the way. I'm just saying the greenhouse gas emissions are what they are, and all of them in this state will be off by 2035. And I think natural gas will be a part of the base load, and I hope, I get a lot of comments that because of Summer 2 and 3, and if you're not familiar with that, that was the two AP1000s where the plug was pulled after about $9 billion, Fairfield County, whew, big deal. I still get PTSD. I represented the state in that. It was awful. We're going to have to figure out what are we going to do with our load. Simply put in a plug. Well, what I think, small modular reactors. Imagine us taking a 150 megawatt SMR and putting it in a community that's been largely economically disadvantaged. If you look at statistics about South Carolina, 49th in healthcare, 48th in education. You go to York County, Greenville County, or Spartanburg County, Charleston County, now Beaufort County, places, we're not 49th or 50th. We're not. We know exactly what pulls those numbers out. I can take you there today if you've not been there. Starting up in Marion, Williamsburg, Allendale, Hampton, College, these colleges growing fast. We don't have infrastructure, we don't have jobs, and we don't have education. We need an economy. If we could put an SMR and a clean industry there and create jobs and ability to do stuff, South Carolina would flourish like we've never flourished because now everybody's got an oar in the water. So these issues begin to touch on a lot of different areas. 11th largest reduction of all states. CO2, we retired 3 coal plants and we have 4 that will cease by 2030. I don't think we'll meet 2030, but that's what's on there now. This is the statistic that I told you, and I think it is important because so much of the narrative in this country is you have to choose between economic and environmental sustainability. That is false. That's false. That's politics. It's partisan politics. We can find a way. We know what our grid needs are. On a typical day, we need about 10,500 megawatts to turn the lights off. We have about 15,000 megawatts of capacity. We need a plan today, like we created the Department of Energy to create an energy plan. We still don't have an energy plan because people won't talk about X's and O's. Here in this state, we need to lean forward and determine what do we have to have. We have people now working on Summer 2 and 3. We're looking at different alternatives. And some are good in some people's mind and some are not good. But we need energy. We need energy for everything that we're doing. Healthcare, education, et cetera. And now we're looking at data centers coming in that are big energy users. Some of y'all may be doing energy projects. I don't have the solutions. I've got my own opinions. But it's a conversation that has to be had. This is our grid today. And we benefit on anthropogenic interference because of the nuclear. And the nuclear will grow. I've heard one state leader, when I asked him about SMRs, he said, like Alabama said during integration, Bear Bryant said, I don't want to be first, but I don't want to be third. So hopefully we'll be second rolling that out. And we have NuScale that's over at Oak Ridge now, and companies invested in that. And hopefully we'll find a way to bring the commercial costs down. When we lose those, this is what it looks like. 5485 megawatts. So when I say that we have that much capacity and you see that number, what does that mean? Pulling energy from other states, right? Which is not a great place to be. Integrated resource plan. We had 5,625 of new solar farms, and they're creating their own issues. You know, we hear a lot of people talk about how much land is being lost because of solar farms. I think we start there with dual use. We've done a project, large solar farm down in Louisiana where we're putting crawfish ponds underneath up in New Hampshire with blueberries. There just needs to be smart thinking. A lot of these local officials are dealing with, I hope I'm not stepping on anybody's toes. I'm just a bureaucrat now. I don't represent anybody except y'all. So I'm for whatever we come up with. Methane capture. This methane is an interesting topic because when we talk about methane, we get involved with the environmental community that's opposed to natural gas. And so I put this up here so that we could consider where is methane coming from here. We don't have any natural gas plays. I'm not suggesting I'm for or against it, but if we're going to talk about methane, let's talk about methane. Where is methane coming from? I did a project in 2000, cap and extract, down in Alabama. Some people don't think that's the paragon of progressive thinking. Took it right off a landfill and put it right into because methane here's a real lightning bolt for you, a natural gas. So how do we deal with our natural gas? If we want to deal with natural gas in this state, I would suggest that we might want to look at our landfills and do cap and extract. We can get that number way down with technology that's existed for a very, very long time. This is some of what's going on around the country. South Carolina, 48 landfills in South Carolina. And I know somebody here is doing landfill work, and they're going to stand up and say, or grab me afterwards, oh, some of that's gone. I realize some of it's gone. If the cells have been open a long time, the methane's already gone. But some of them, they have cells that are timely and that we can cap and put directly on the grid. Why are we not doing that? Why are we not capturing that methane? It's like watching money burned into the atmosphere. 1 in 4 homes are powered by natural gas in South Carolina. There it is, 77,000 gross total. So I feel like I'm in the weeds before what y'all had me come here and talk about. My point is on methane, we've got a long conversation. It gets back to what I was saying. If we don't raise the level of conversation in this state, we will not solve these problems. Because some of what you're here doing, I suspect, is not philanthropy. It involves money. So how do we get communities to get excited about it is have them educated on the degree of difficulty. What are we doing here? They are open to be educated. 27 permitted Class 3 landfills, municipal solid waste. We're going to look at nuclear. We're going to expand energy storage capabilities. I don't know if you're familiar. Has anybody here been to Bad Creek? We're going to pump storage. Did you participate with that project?
I can just see it every day when I drive to my house.
Okay. It's an amazing, what are we going to add, at least what's proposed, another 1,200 megawatts of storage capacity by pumping it up, pump storage. It's amazing. And when you look at what's happened, you're from Oconee County?
Pickens County.
Pickens. I mean, what y'all have done up there is amazing. By the way, do you know Ken, the county administrator of the, Ken's a great friend. He and I climbed Table Rock when it was 97. So micro manifestations, sea level rise. This is what we're here. The first 45 minutes doesn't count. 2,800 miles. I would be here. I wish I could stay for your breakout sessions because I want to learn from you what we can do. I want to embed that into our conversations because I believe that we have a lot to do. And I want to take a moment, not just because he's a Marine, but to brag on the Marine Corps. Because when I was first asked to go down there and meet with your team, I wasn't expecting the level of sophistication that I ran into. Not just on what has been done, but what the plans are being done. And it went beyond just coastal, but energy. What are we going to do? And what you have done there is really an example of global excellence and leadership. And that's just somebody who's been to a lot of different places and seen. So I appreciate what y'all are doing. And I would take that and broaden it to much of what has gone on with sustainable energy came out of the Department of Navy when the former governor of Mississippi, Ray Mavis, was our Secretary of Navy. And we began looking at ways so that we could quit having our soldiers killed on these convoys. You know, how can we get energy to our FOBs without being such a target, moving fuel? So it came out of a place of national security, but the leadership with the Department of Navy, the Marine Corps has made its way out into the commercial sector, and they've done tremendous work. In South Carolina, now I know if there's some forestry people here, y'all are going to disagree with this, but we're going to go with what's typically published. South Carolina is the largest economic sector in this state, unless you combine forestry with other agriculture, tourism, $29 billion. So, and most of that, once you get outside of Pickens and Oconee, is right along that coastline. And for years, I've been kind of tossed out there as bait. So I will tell you what I told large developers. You're either going to have a lot of property worth a little, or a little property worth a lot. Now, I'm gonna go home to Camden, it's not gonna be my issue. I got grandkids, I can sit on the back porch. But listen to what I'm telling you, because those are your options. We're either gonna have to get our arms around development and really begin smart development. It is a very, very difficult, political, sensitive conversation, or we're going to have problems. And it's not just problems with losing our cultural resources, which, by the way, we're one of only 6 states in the country and one of the few places on earth that has a constitutional mandate to conserve our resources. You know, all this, I bet you hadn't read that in the New York Times. Like these are issues that go way back for us. It's not just a cultural issue. As sea level rises, like we're Fort Johnson. Many of you, I'm sure, have been to our Fort Johnson. We've got water underneath one of our buildings now. We're moving back. What do we do about that issue? I'd love to see you take a vanguard position on just having the conversation. We just have to begin to have the conversation. Sea Grant's here. Thank you for all that y'all do. This is difficult. I mean, we got a lot of major investments, a major economic stake in this conversation, and people are afraid to talk about it because of the heat that comes with it. So maybe they'll fire me and I'll just be a roving show out there saying, hey, what do we do about it? Because it's a conversation this state has got to have. And the last things that I'll just mention, I think folks here may know that last year we had the first case of malaria in the United States from a mosquito in the United States. And if you haven't hiked beside Pax Landing up in Clarendon in Sumter County, there's a picture of me last year with a white t-shirt on that looks black because of all the mosquitoes and dragonflies that were on me. I'll never do that again. I told the paramedics, take it off, shut it down. But you have a lake and then you have all these holy spots. We've got an issue with water being where water hasn't been before. What are we going to do about that? We've got issues, epidemiology, we've got saltwater intrusion. 24% of the state is drawing their water. When water sources move beyond just the coast and we're into places very poor that are relying on their well water for drinking water, this conversation is going to become a whole lot more heated. I could not have predicted in 1980 when I started with Fritz Hollings where we'd be today, but I will make a prediction in the next 10 years. If we don't deal with saltwater intrusion, deal with some of these issues, we're going to have manifest problems in this state. I really have not had enough sleep to be saying these things and where I sit right now. So if y'all are taping this, just send it with my letter of termination. I'm just telling you, 10 years from now, these issues are going to be difficult, and we've got to have conversations. We've got to begin to open these lines of communication so people understand the air that we're dealing with. And I apologize, it's just another good statistic about Chinese emissions have accounted for up to 24% of sulfates, to 11% of black carbon particulate across the West Coast. So I didn't do much on what y'all did because I know you got breakout sessions, but let me stop and see if there's anybody I've upset enough to ask a question or comment or criticize. Anybody? Okay, I got a whole nother PowerPoint here if nobody asks a question. PowerPoint punishment. All right, next year, SC7 will start again up above Walhalla. We'll be back in Pickens County. Pickens County is one of our sponsors. We'd love to have you come along. We had a couple engineering firms went with us this year. I need your intellectual resource. You know, 3,500 participants when it's 100 degrees. This is people coming. I can't believe it. I honestly cannot believe how many people came out. They want to get good information, and they don't want it filtered through a political lens. So come Wednesday, we'll be doing these forums all year long, but that's the 1 month where we have a concentrated effort to get across the state. If you're from an area where we haven't been yet, the store was out there, burning up. It's pretty warm out there this year, wasn't it? So I invite you all, and I invite you to my office in Columbia. You know, at this point, all I can do is the best I can to try to bring people into the conversation. And we need the expertise of people like each of you in this room. And I want to say to myself, and I know the government is here, who can say to you, thank you for all that you do, for your intellectual expertise, and your planning to protect our beautiful state of South Carolina. Thank you.
On behalf of the organizers, and I think everybody here would like to present you
wow.
with that as a thank you for coming down and talking to us.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Good to see you again. That means being our headquarters, that's right. Y'all be safe. I'm going home and get the air conditioning. And see my wife in a month.
Track A is going to stay in here, I believe. And track B, where is track B meeting? Out to the right. So if you're on track A, you stay here. Track B, you can go across. And you can cross-pollinate during the day, it's all right. About 5 minutes. Stay on. 10 hours, I guess. I'm the secretary for the Regional Civil Engineers Club. And I want to thank y'all very much for coming out and attending to try to improve our resiliency, not only here locally, but as y'all pursue your careers nationally. And again, thank you very much for the sponsors. What I want to do now is turn it over to Christy Sturts with Sturts Public Management Group, and she's going to speak to us about the architecture of community action from insight to impact. Thank you.
So thank you for coming today. Look forward to talking to you about the architecture of community action from insight to impact. As you all know, resilience is a big deal. It's something that's complex, and we often need to collaborate to be able to move the needle and address solutions within our communities. I'd like to start, I guess, with a question, and that is, what if the most enduring structures protecting our coast aren't the seawalls or the reefs or the bridges, but the networks we build, the trust we cultivate, and the action we take together? I'd just like to talk to you a little bit about that today. So first, a little bit about me. I'm the owner of Sturts Public Management Group, resident here of Hardyville, South Carolina. I'm literally about 5 minutes away. So it was an easy commute this morning. My husband and I moved here in 2023. We've been coming down to the Lowcountry for a number of years. Both of our children went to school in South Carolina and are residents of Charleston. I have 30 years of community planning and an expertise in adaptive leadership and strategic investment planning. Raised and managed over $300 million in projects. Have a bachelor's in public and environmental affairs from IU and a master's in global development practice or sustainability from Harvard University. One of the things, before I kind of get into the overview, I do want to point out I'm going to be using a case study throughout this presentation just to kind of give you, something to follow along with. One of the projects I worked on was a $64 million collective action 4-year program where worked with 7 rural communities to build their capacity. They then, put together planning at their own local level as well as a regional level. We received a award through the American Planning Association for that effort. The state of Indiana then came to us and said, we like what you're doing. We want to, incentivize building rural regions. And so they came to the table and we put together this portfolio of federal, state, local, and private investment that we implemented over a 4-year period. It's just to kind of highlight what can be and just plant some seeds as you kind of think through the, moving forward collectively within your communities. So why now? As you know, we heard a great primer at the beginning about the issue of climate change, sea level rise, a lot of things that are at the forefront of the coastal environment here. We also have social and economic, headwinds that we are facing, and then that only, is another reason that we need to be focusing on this. Aging demographics and workforce shortages, inflation and the cost of basic needs, political polarization, retreat from globalization, and that shifting of responsibilities from federal to state and local. AI could be another thing, and there's other things up here I'm sure that you could add on. So complex issues require diverse perspectives, and I like this Indian parable of the elephant and the blind men. And so it talks about how this group of blind men had never experienced an elephant before. And the first man goes up and grabs the tail and says, oh, this is a rope. And the next man goes to the side and says, no, it's a wall. And the third man goes and grabs the tusk and he says, no, it's a spear. And so the point of this is we all bring our own individual perspectives to things. And it doesn't mean that they're wrong, but sometimes when issues are complex, you need to have a variety of perspectives in order to understand the full situation. So collaboration creates stronger communities. You know, one of the biggest things is that it pools resources and capacity. So this New Allen group that I talked about, 7 rural communities, they never could have done everything that we did as an individual community. Another thing that it does is that it attracts investment and external support. So when you're bringing people together, other people want to get on board, and it can be a good way to help align and bring in resources for what you're doing. When you're working in collaboration, you're often in an adaptive situation. And so just want to highlight the differences between hierarchical networks and adaptive networks. Hierarchies are more top-down and rigid. There's decision-making from the top, and the speed of change can be slow, resilience low, but innovation is somewhat limited there. There can be efficiencies and a high level of clarity. But when you're working in an adaptive situation, it can be more decentralized, decision-making can be shared, but the speed of change is faster and resilience is higher, innovation is encouraged, but you can have ambiguity in the roles, and so you need to make sure to define those. When you look at the actors in adaptive network, change agents, and this is kind of a term that you're hearing more and more now, but this is the person that's pulling together everyone. And I like to call them the herder of cats, because when you're dealing with a collaboration, you need to be connecting each other. There's also often a core team, so a small group of individuals that help guide the sense-making, the synthesis of this information, building trust, and then connecting with a larger network. There's stakeholders, so these are individuals or groups that can be affected by what you're doing and impact the success of the network, and then the general public, just why you're doing this initiative. So when you're working on becoming a change agent, this isn't something that we learn in school necessarily. And I like this quote by John Gardner. It's all too often on the long road up, young leaders become servants of what is rather than shapers of what might be. So I encourage you to, do some of your own study in regards to leadership. This is a great book called The Practice of Adaptive Leadership. And it talks about really diagnosing the problem. Oftentimes we go into things thinking, okay, we want to begin with the end in mind, but sometimes we don't really understand the root causes, and we really need to kind of understand the problem before we move forward with that. So build on the past, understanding what is. We're often not starting from the beginning. But it also talks about and distinguishes the difference between authority and leadership. Authority are people that are in positions of power that can make decisions and establish rules. Leadership is with people that can pull people together to reach goals. And so they're not often one and the same. It also talks about the difference between technical problems and adaptive challenges. So technical problems are often when there's known solutions that can be addressed within your existing hierarchical structures. Adaptive challenges often are focused more on priorities, beliefs, values, loyalties. So that's a different skill set to be able to navigate some of those things. As you're putting together a core team, seek out a variety of perspectives on the team from age, race, gender, professional background. Include individuals that are influential because you're going to need to kind of roll this out and get people in alignment with it in the future. Invite people to participate that are willing to have constructive dialogue. So that means, we can maybe disagree, but do it respectfully. And one way to be able to do that is really set the ground rules for engagement up front. And this really accelerates that forming, storming, norming, performing of the group. And then finally, establish that plan of work, scope, schedule, budget, communication plan so everyone knows what they're working on. I often use this stakeholder mapping tool to be able to figure out how I want to engage with different groups and include this in the communications plan. So, for example, those that are high power, high interest, you manage closely. Those that are lower power but high interest, you may have them on the newsletter. And then high power, low interest, keep satisfied, low power, low interest, monitor. So you've put through the organization. Now you need to go about, defining your problem. And so, really take some time to go through and understand what the issue is at hand. Ask yourself several of these questions as you're moving forward. Once you've defined the problem, do your research. When you're bringing in different perspectives, oftentimes you need to create a shared understanding from everyone. So this can include a combination of both quantitative and qualitative research, doing your data sets and looking at that, but also having conversations through interviews, focus groups, and so forth. Once you've done your research, analyze the data, bring it into a format that people can really consume and understand. And there's ways to do that. It might be a SWOT analysis, the 5 whys of root cause. There's also systems analysis where you look at kind of the stocks and flows and feedback loops. This is a little more complex. I don't often use it with a variety of groups, but it is something, if you have a more technical group that understands it, it can be helpful. This book, Thinking in Systems by Danilo Meadows, is foundational if you want to learn more about that. So after you have went about understanding the issue, you start to think about what can we do about it? And one of the first things I like to do is benchmark how others have addressed the issue. And this really helps you understand what can be achieved. It can help sell it to other people that, hey, this has already been done before. But I would say that, this isn't about just taking something and replicating it. It's just understanding how you might be able to apply it to your unique situation. Then you go into, really deciding what are we going to do? What is our plan of action? One of the things I like to do before I get into that is think about the conversations that I've had with individuals and where there are shared values, because those are places that you can have inroads. I have a local food needs assessment that I have done recently where we talked from people that included Amish to urban farmers. And one thing that we heard across the board was an appreciation for agricultural heritage. So that was an area that we could then move forward on. Vision is an aspirational statement. So what do we want to reach in the future? It gives people a target to work towards. And then that mission is that core purpose of how you're going to go about reaching the vision. When you develop your strategic plan, there's various ways of doing that. I like to use a theory of change where you have this problem statement, proposed solution, and you go through what your goals, strategies, activities, and so forth are. When you have an activity, it might be we're going to have engagement sessions. When you look at an output, it might be we had 4 sessions and 100 people participated. Outcomes are they learned X, Y, Z, and impacts is how they applied that learning to their life in the long term. Performance indicators, measure what you're doing. And then also I like the theory of change because it includes some assumptions. So for example, you're going to hold these meetings, you're going to have this activity, but that's only going to be successful if people come. And so then you think through, what do I need to do? Have it at a certain time of day. I need to have childcare in place. It helps you with that nuance of what the activities are, so then you can do a better job of planning. I will say this plan also could be a variety of things. It could be projects, it could be programs, it could be another plan. And so, for example, within the New Allen project, portfolio of projects, we did 5 downtown revitalizations, but we coupled that with entrepreneurship training and a Be Local, Buy Local campaign. So there's ways that you can kind of layer things to make them impactful. Once you've done your plan, it's good to inspire people to act. And so there's ways to do that. You can brand it. This is an example of the branding of East Allen's Rural Revival. So we've got 7 rural communities. They each have their own unique colors that kind of are a theme throughout the plan. We have 7, but it's equal to 1. 7 unique communities, 1 bold vision. And we called it East Allen's Rural Revival because they were wanting to be better versions of themselves. They really weren't out to change the world, but revival was meaningful. This was also a very conservative Christian region, and the term revival harkened them back to when they were brought together as community, and it really resonated well with people. State your case, put together things in a condensed manner that you can use in applications and in media campaigns and so forth. This is an example of one that I have used that had both the case statement but also a call to action to the region as a whole. Then roll out the dog and pony show. As you're going about getting your resources and you've done your study, go to the stakeholders and debrief them. Media campaigns are also helpful, both social as well as editorials. In New Allen, we had an editorial called The Echoes of East Allen that talked about how the rural areas were within the shadow of the more urban area, and it was very impactful to help get resources from the community. Speaking engagements, and then the funding requests and campaigns. Once you get your resources together, then establish your team. And your team could be from a variety of different types of professionals, from architects to engineers, lawyers, planners, and so forth. It really depends on what you're doing, and you'll have teams for each of your individual projects. I know you guys do this every day, I'm sure, managing the work plan. You've got that portfolio of projects, but then also the individual work plans, scope, schedule, budget, and it's really more than managing a spreadsheet. It's anticipating where there's issues ahead of time, and then when there is an issue, really bird dogging it and trying to get it resolved, because when things linger, then budgets increase and people start to grumble. I like to couple this with community capacity building and learning tools. So oftentimes when the designers are developing the projects and programs, things go a little silent within the community as a whole. And so it's good to continue to kind of cultivate community capacity building along the way. And then finally, there's impact. How do you measure this? This is an example of indicators and targets for a stormwater project. So these may be things that you use. A percent increase of permeable surfaces might be an indicator, and a target of 20% by 2026. You can evaluate and share these results on dashboards and scorecards online, progress reports, final impact reports. And then finally, evolve as needed. Sunset gracefully is maybe one way that you go, or you may want to tweak and continue. You may want to institutionalize and roll it up into a hierarchy, spin it off, and create a new entity, scale and replicate, or monitor and sustain. So in conclusion, I just would like to say thank you for listening to this brief conversation about insight to impact. And also would just like to leave you with the final thought that progress begins when we move beyond admiring the problem and start acting on the solution. I look forward to seeing all of the solutions that you come up with and we implement over the next several years. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have a Dream Within a Dream multi-layered plan to improve coastal community resilience. We have Dr. Aaron Aiken and Dr. Ryan Phillips. Have them, and again, Seaman Whitesides, thank you again for the sponsorship. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Today we're going to talk about coastal community resiliency, specifically what we've been involved with out on Sullivan's Island. So just again, there's our faces. Come find us afterwards if you have any more questions. But let's just get into it. So really what we're going to talk through is a little bit of background and goals of what were our goals for coastal community resiliency on Sullivan's Island? What is the island trying to do right now to help with their long-term planning and long-term resiliency efforts? We're going to talk through some of the project funding sources, where they get money, where they get all this fantastic money to actually implement all these projects. I'm going to talk through the stormwater master plan. Ryan's going to then get up and talk through a lot of capital improvement projects, those actual construction projects that are starting to break ground to actually improve coastal flood resiliency. And then we'll wrap it all up and answer any questions. So real quick, for those of you who don't know, Sullivan's Island, small barrier island located at the mouth of Charleston Harbor. Beautiful, beautiful place. One of my personal favorite beaches to attend to, recreational haven. Also really known for its cultural and historical significance. With Fort Moultrie, a lot of the fortifications and batteries, and is home to a lot of long-term residents that have called this island home since even before Hurricane Hugo. Today, the island is plagued with a lot of extreme weather events. You know, similar to a lot of y'all's communities, you know, the place has been smacked by events such as Hurricane Joaquin, Matthew, Irma, most recently that nor'easter that happened in 2023, Tropical Storm Debbie, which dumped, I believe, almost 15 inches of water on the island, really leading to the question, what is the town going to do about it all? How are they going to ensure that events like this are mitigated for in the future, and for that future storm events that inevitably get worse are also accounted for? So like I mentioned, the island's plagued by a lot of rainfall and tidal events today, but as we all know in this room, sea level rise, climate change, that's just going to make things worse. So with a lot of our planning, as you'll see with a lot of our presentation, we've really tried to integrate in these long-term forecasts for sea level rise and climate change into our modeling, into our analyses, to ultimately come up with more resilient solutions and more long-term solutions for the island. So the goals for the island were, one, let's start studying the problem. Let's do a full island-wide stormwater master plan and infrastructure improvement strategy to get an idea of what current infrastructure do we have to move floodwater off of the island today, and what changes need to be made in the future to actually mitigate long-term flooding issues. Two was for the island to come up with a resilience and sea level rise adaptation plan. I'm not going to talk too much about that today. You're going to get to hear from Ken and a lot of the Weston and Sampson team immediately after this presentation. Three was to start implementing capital improvement projects. So we've studied it, we've come up with some solutions. Let's actually start to break ground, put pipes in the ground, let's implement pump stations. Let's try to actually fix the flooding. And number four, the biggest goal, let's not leverage the town's own money to fix this. Let's try to leverage state and federal funding and those bigger purses to help actually implement these massive projects to help improve the town long term. So where did a lot of this funding come from? We're not going to get too into the weeds on this, but did just want to highlight some of the programs that the town was able to leverage in order to come up with the funding to both do the stormwater master plan, the resilience plan, as well as some of the initial capital improvement projects. So the town was very successful in applying back-to-back years to the FEMA BRIC program, specifically getting a little over $110,000 each single year. The first year in 2020 helped fund the federal share of the stormwater master plan. The second year from 2021 helped fund the federal share of the resilience and sea level rise plan. And then the big ticket items down there at the bottom as part of the SCIP program that I know a lot of projects are starting to break ground on. Over $9 million in state and federal funding to actually start to implement capital improvement projects and really start to put some of these projects to work. So first, let's take a look at the master plan. Let's take a look at the roadmap for where the drainage is today, how does the town of Sullivan's Island need to adapt and implement projects in order to mitigate scenes like this. This was some of our photos from about 4 days after Tropical Storm Debbie came through the island, and still what we see is a ton of standing water in areas. I almost lost the company car back on one of these a day or two after Debbie, trying to get back and actually see how the island fared after the storm. So the background for the project was that, you know, the town of Sullivan's Island really didn't have a good idea of what was the current state and location of a lot of their drainage infrastructure. It's hard when you're a community and you're just feeding bits and pieces of information from your residents, like, hey, I've got a little bit of flooding here, I think it's my storm drain, I think my outfall's clogged, there's a bunch of leaves in this inlet. It's hard to really have a good idea and really be able to look comprehensively at the whole picture. So one of our goals was to really look at what is out there today and really try to come up with this long-term strategy of resilient and realistic recommendations to mitigate a lot of the flooding experience today, as well as planning for what's coming up. One of the other problems is a lot of the drainage infrastructure on the island is very, very old. A lot of it was installed by DOT back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, really before we had those really resilient design standards. So a lot of it's just simply undersized. So really trying to dive into the details with this study of trying to figure out how do we fix a lot of these ongoing issues. So what we like to start with is a inventory and data gathering phase. Let's actually get boots on the ground with our team to see what's there, what's its current condition. And really what this helped us identify is help identify immediate maintenance needs, because we were out there collecting things as like notes on damage, condition, was the pipes clogged, and then collecting photos on each of these pieces of infrastructure that we could geotag back to their location. So, you know, is it an issue where the pipe's undersized, or is it an issue that, you know, someone left some inlet covers on and a bunch of dirt and debris is washed in and nothing can actually get into that inlet like it's on the right? Then we were able to start engaging the community, and this is really where we were able to really leverage those more vocal residents for our benefit. What we were able to launch was a community flood survey. You can kind of see a little bit of the draft there on the right. What this allowed the community to do was to submit their name, their address, and then really dive into some details of the flooding they were experiencing on the island. So they were able to drop us a pin and say, it's flooding right here on my street corner. This is how bad it is. Let me type you up some notes, and most importantly, submit us a bunch of photos so that we can ground truth a lot of our analyses. And what we really like about this as well is that we can take the results of the survey and, one, not only ground truth a lot of our analyses, but two, give a lot of those photos back to the community at the end to say, hey, when you're going out and you're trying to submit for state and federal funding, now you have this huge backlog of evidence saying this is why it's important and this is why we deserve this funding to implement these projects in these areas. This is specifically what we're trying to solve, instead of just anecdotal evidence. We were also really trying to plan for the future with this one. We completed a pretty comprehensive sea level rise analysis for the area, really looking at what the long-term trends were to be to try to set what is the actual baseline today. What we like to do is we don't like to just take the existing NOAA datums. We like to take a look at what has been the more recent long-term trends. And so what you can see is, you can see that long-term trend on the right there. That's all of the daily higher high tide. So the highest the tide got each and every day from the year 2000 all the way through the end of 2024. We were able to take a look at that trend and help that guide our analysis and setting the baseline for what tides look like today, as well as starting to look into the future to add on things like vertical land subsidence. How fast is the surrounding ground sinking? How fast are the seas coming up? And then look at some of those longer term climate change issues when trying to set those future goals, as we'll get to it a little bit later. We also did a little bit of facilitate a little structure and pipeline inspection and cleaning. This part was great just because not only did we get to go out and we got to collect the photos, see what is the current state of a lot of the infrastructure on the island, we got to actually help facilitate, all right, you know, the town's got a little bit of money to help with structure inspection and cleaning. Let's send them out to a few targeted areas and clean out some pipes that are in dire need of being washed out and cleaned out, and really trying to get rehabilitated and try to get some positive flow going early in the project. So we take all of that information, the flooding photos, the sea level rise analysis, the full stormwater inventory, and really what that helps us do is it helps us create a model at the end of the day. We need to set a baseline for our analysis. How bad do we expect flooding to get today? And so what we do with all of this is we create this comprehensive combined 1D, 2D model, which all of that means is that in addition to looking at pipeline capacity, depth, flow, it allows us to, you know, do full overland 2D flow. So how do the tides wash in over the marsh, spill over different low-lying roadway elevations? How does the rainfall surcharge and flood properties? And what this allows us to do is really set that baseline for developing solutions to solve this, as well as, you know, being able to test out and target different tidal conditions, different rainfall conditions, and really hone in what are we trying to solve for and how much do we need to solve. So with that baseline established and with us, you know, ground truthing it with a lot of the photos that residents have provided, really what we move into on the master planning side is an alternatives analysis. So really this is just an iterative process where we're tweaking the model, we're looking at different solutions, we're trying to look holistically on, you know, what options does the island have to solve and mitigate for some of that flooding. You know, because we were able to incorporate existing conditions, you know, what is the actual condition of the infrastructure? Is it clogged or not? We can take a look at easy wins like maintenance. Is it just that the entire pipe system is completely clogged and just needs to be cleaned out, and then you get a huge amount of flood mitigation? You know, do we need to look at full-scale infrastructure upgrades? Do we need to reestablish the outfalls, install check valves to cut off that tidal influence? You know, do we need to start looking at green infrastructure and underground storage in different locations? And really what this allows us to do, because it is such a comprehensive model, is to holistically investigate the system performance when we start plugging in some of these different variables and testing out different scenarios. And then we also come back and we examine, all right, we've gotten a good flood mitigation out of this situation or out of this scenario. What is the cost effectiveness and long-term maintenance considerations that may make one set of alternatives a little bit more higher priority than another set? So before we start talking about what we actually ended up proposing across the island, what we ended up targeting, and I think this is a great, you know, slide to just kind of highlight, you know, we're not just going to try to target flood mitigation today, we're looking into the future. What we were trying to design for in this study is future flood mitigation. For us, we define that as 50 years from now. So specifically, we're looking at large rainfall events with a large future typical tide stacked right on the edge of the island. So we're looking at the future 100-year storm, just increased by 10% based on SCORE recommendations, as well as that 50-year future typical tide. So that's sea level rise, vertical land movement or land subsidence, as well as the current mean higher high water today. And what we were targeting for was about 2 feet above current conditions. So overall, we ended up recommending about 18 projects as part of the study to mitigate long-term future flooding. We also developed total project implementation costs and finally completed a project priority and ranking analysis. We'll take a look at 2 of the projects specifically towards the end of this presentation. But real quick, did just want to mention on our cost estimates, you know, when we're working in a municipality, they always want to know how much is this going to cost, where do we start to look for the funding sources. The only reason I bring up this slide is you just really want to make sure that you're very comprehensive in your cost estimates to make sure that you're including things like engineering, design, permitting, some of those unknowns that are outside of just the construction. One thing we've also started doing, given the current federal funding landscape, is actually looking at estimates for cost escalation. So, you know, I'm an engineer. I go out, I complete the study, and it's great, and I love it, and it's perfect, and no one ever asks me a question about it. It goes and it sits on the shelf for a couple of years, or either the town, the municipality, the community starts to apply for federal funding. Say they go after, say, I'm going to pick on the FEMA HMGP program. That's typically a longer timeline from requesting funds to actual implementation. You may be looking at a 5-year timeline. So if the town or the community is requesting an amount equal to our original cost estimate, they may not be going to construction for 5 years. So why not start to look at actual 5 and 10-year cost escalation estimates now, so that the community is armed with that knowledge, so that when they go and they apply for that funding, for that state or that federal funding bucket, they can go, well, you know, we reasonably assume costs are going to continue to go up. So let's go ahead and ask for that 5-year cost now to make sure that when we get to construction, we're not suddenly holding the rest of that bill for that gap in coverage between what was originally asked for and what is the new cost of construction 5 years later. The other thing we like to do is complete a scientific prioritization ranking analysis. We really like to, as we say, we like to let the science do the talking. That way, when people are asking, why is this project number 1, why is this project number 2, we have a full methodology to help with that communication to say, why is this where it's at? Really what we did is we did a prioritization ranking analysis, a weighted scoring metric based on a number of variables, specifically looking at like flood extent reduction, number of buildings impacted, reduced cost effectiveness, not necessarily full cost effectiveness per acre of flood reduction or per buildings impacted, looking at different rainfall and tidal scenarios, you know, specifically trying to, you know, gauge out what are the high priority scenarios for the island. And what that allowed us to do is rank all 18 of those project recommendations that we came up with 1 through 18 and provide that to the community as that long-term roadmap for implementation timeline. So I'm not going to go through, like I said, I'm not going to go through all 18, but let's at least take a look a little bit more in depth on number 1 and number 2, our top ranked projects that came out of this process. Number 1 was our recommendations specifically around Osceola Avenue. Osceola Avenue is a very, very low road that runs right up along the marsh on the southern edge of Sullivan's Island, highly prone to tidal-driven flooding. And a lot of the inland lots are also very low, which makes it very difficult to solve from a long-term stormwater and flood resiliency perspective. Because if your land's down here and your tide's up here at all times, how are you going to get that stormwater out? Or how are you going to prevent tidal intrusion from coming over the roadway and flooding people's homes? So what we ended up recommending was raising the roadway elevation along Osceola Avenue, since we're targeting a lot of improvements that the town could implement within the right-of-way. Let's raise that roadway elevation to provide that barricade or that buffer to keep tidal water from coming in from the marsh. Let's implement large drainage improvements along the interior side of that, and then let's all couple that with a pump station down in the low spot to actually pump that water out, so that even when the tide's up and it's raining, 10 to 12 inches in a day, there is capacity to get that water out from flooding people's properties and keep and maintain safe access along Osceola Avenue to these neighborhoods. And really the results start to speak for themselves. On the left so these are both that design target flood mitigation scenario, so that 100-year storm event with that 50-year future typical tide on the boundary condition. And what you can see is that before we get a lot of flooding in these areas between Middle Street and Osceola Avenue, By raising the roadway and coupling it with that increased stormwater infrastructure and pump station, we're really able to move that stormwater out and really keep any long-term flooding from occurring in the neighborhood. Now, the second area that was number 2 on our list was our quote-unquote Station 26 and a half project. Here's some photos that residents have submitted from this area. Specifically in this area, there's a street on the backside of the island called Bayon Street. It is very, very low and is lacking any substantial drainage infrastructure today. And what that leads to is pictures like you have up here where water sits on the road for up to weeks at a time. And so really what we wanted to be cognizant of is we need to target this back area as a high priority and get it out through the existing outfall, but also make sure that, you know, those existing trunk line improvements follow suit with a lot of the long-term project recommendations. So what we ended up recommending there was a lot of expansion and upgrade of the existing drainage collection system, installing a check valve, reestablishing the outfall so that water can actually move out through the marsh safely away from a lot of these low points on the island. And again, what we can see is, you know, before and after in the snapshots on that future, in that future scenario is that we see large scale flood mitigation potential by implementing a lot of these improvements. So the final plan was approved by Town Council in March. You all can use that QR code if you would like to access the full plan. It's up on Town of Sullivan's Island's website. And as of right now, I know the town is beginning the pursuit of a lot of funding to actually implement some of these projects. And then Ryan here will also talk through some of the actual construction projects that are going into the ground right now.
Cool stuff, Aaron. Appreciate it.
You want this?
I'll stay stationary. I need to move. It's cold in here, so contrary to Dr. Mulliken, I would rather be outside right now. But so Aaron covered a lot of the master plan. You know, that's the framework for how the town wants to move forward. So, you know, historically the town has done stormwater projects. They have not just done nothing. They just haven't had a very good strategy to do so. And then also a big issue, as many communities in South Carolina, most of the drainage is owned by DOT. So they don't really want to do anything to the drainage. So through the master planning process, Aaron didn't mention, but there has been a shift on the town of Sullivan's Island to actually start maintaining that system. So instead of just relying on DOT or the county, they are actively investing in that. But today I'm just going to cover some of the big projects the island's working on in terms of construction. And we'll talk through the biggest one, that's skip. I'm sure everyone's skipping right now, trying to hold on and hopefully finish by next June, possibly. So real quick, just high level, this map just shows some of the project areas the town's been working on. They have several active HMGP, FEMA grant projects. They have some self-funded projects, more maintenance, small scale. But today I'm going to cover all the big blue areas. And so that's the town's SKIP project, South Carolina Infrastructure Investment Program, that was run by the Rural Infrastructure Agency. And that was 4 different projects in one big bucket of money. So Station 31 over here by Breach Inlet, Station 28 and a half, a few blocks over, 25 and 16. So pretty big service area, but we'll dive into the details of all of those projects. So interestingly enough, the town applied for SKIP money before they had a master plan. So they got really, really lucky. They were able to cobble together some good information and tell a really good story. And they were actually able to get approximately $9.5 million, as Aaron mentioned, to do these projects without a master plan. So there was a little bit of magic there. But again, they applied for funding for 4 separate projects in one bigger project. And, you know, as Aaron mentioned, most of these areas, they're all DOT roads. Sullivan's does own a few small roads, some of the ends of roads that go on the marsh side, they own the street ends, but most of it is DOT infrastructure. And then as Aaron mentioned, a lot of it was put in the 50s and the 60s when the road network was built. So, you know, nothing against engineers back then, but they didn't have computers and fancy tools, and they probably were smarter, but they just didn't know all the things that we needed to plan for like we know today. So they just weren't, you know, the system just wasn't designed properly. So with this, the goal was to purely upgrade that drainage. The big thing is the town, because it is DOT roads, they did not want to take over those roads. They didn't want to take over the drainage. They just financially aren't in a state where they can do that. So work within the bounds of DOT and their design manual, and lots of arguments, and figure out a good solution there. And then the really cool thing is this project was designed in parallel with the master plan. So master plan's inching along, and the capital improvements are being designed in parallel. So helped save some time and money, but did create some stress because we didn't have everything figured out. So just got to come up with something. So I'm going to just go through each of the 4 projects, talk a little bit about some of the solutions, and then I will go into some of the permitting details and things of that nature, and we'll show some before and after flooding photos. So starting on the west end of the island at Station 16, you know, again, the theme here is most of the drainage is closed drainage systems. There are a series of swells and ditches. And so really the goal here was to upgrade failing pipes with larger pipes. All the outfalls, we wanted to install check valves. Most of the check valves on Sullivan's, we are actually proposing to put inland check valves in valve vaults so that you can easier maintain those. You don't have to go through private property. Hopefully limit the amount of crustaceans, oyster growth, and things of that nature. And then a big component was also any of the projects that were in marsh areas, try to reestablish those outfalls, not dredge them necessarily, but just remove the silt that has been there for many, many decades and actually allow water to flow. So 16, a before and after here from some of Aaron's fancy modeling. This is a 100-year design storm. A lot of red, a lot of blue dots, a lot of flooding on the left. If we actually implement the project, hopefully we'll see something on the right. So a large amount of flood reduction. And again, the majority of this is just purely from installing larger pipes. One thing on Sullivan's I'll mention that was somewhat of a battle, it's very flat, and trying to go from the beach to the marsh is very challenging. And so we targeted 0.1% slopes to allow for proper cover. And then a big thing with some of the check valves, a lot of people may not realize it, inline check valves require a head loss to actually open those valves. And so you have to create a head loss across that valve to fully open it. And so what we were trying to do is go from the beach to the marsh, and then right at the marsh where we have valve vaults, have an artificial drop across that valve vault structure. That way we can actually make sure the valves open and fully drain the system. We don't want water standing in the pipes, bacteria growing, mosquitoes growing. So we ended up literally having to go with 0.1% slopes on all pipes pretty much across this entire island, which was a fun battle, but definitely worth it. Station 25, a little bit different. Again, like Aaron mentioned, we want to take the modeling, take the science, and we're not going to recommend upgrading pipes or adding infrastructure if it's really not needed. So 25, we actually did a fair amount of investigations. A lot of that system was clogged from just siltation in the outfall. So we actually had to de-water everything, pull all that silt out of those pipelines, run CCTV through there, get NASCO scores, try to understand what's going on. 25 was mostly a structural issue. The outfall was clogged at the marsh side, and then a lot of the pipes that were installed, either disjointed just from settling or potentially poor installation. A lot of the manhole boxes and things were leaking. And so most of this project was just pipelining, rehabbing, or shifting pipes around where tree roots have actually entered the pipe system. And again, check valves and reestablishing the marsh. Before and after is not as sexy here, but most of the flooding in this area is on private property, so you're not really going to see much of an improvement. But one thing Aaron did not mention is the stormwater master plan. We did account for future fill of lots or future tie-ins. There's a lot of folks that have sump pumps. If you ever go out to Sullivan's after a really big hurricane, you will see lots of pipes pumping out into the right-of-way. A lot of those lots are low, and so again, just for resilient measures, we wanted to account for what if all of that water did make it to the right-of-way. So just a little bit of commentary there. 28.5, a little bit larger scale than 25. Again, lots of undersized infrastructure. In this case, we wanted to take the entire trunk line from the marsh to the ocean and upgrade that for the future. And then Atlantic Street going to the west is a lot of ditches and older driveway culvert pipe systems. If you know anything about those, half of the driveway culverts, they don't all properly slope and it holds water. Didn't propose to fill ditches or anything, but just going through and actually making sure we've got proper slopes. We actually did tie in a collection system with some control structures in those ditches so the ditches could still hold water and fill up and then slowly over time make it to the drainage system. And then here, the town owns this little right-of-way here that bisects two properties. And there's a small tidal ditch here that we were cleaning out. But just this access here is the only access for these two properties. And so to try to minimize how much time people are going in and out of there and trying to have check valves and infrastructure in the marsh, we actually opted to put the valve vault for the check valves right there at the intersection, just so you're not having to go through people's property and deal with all of that stuff out of the DOT right away, but right there where it's very readily accessible. Before and after here is pretty significant. Atlantic Street is a low area. These barrier islands have depressional areas, and that's what a lot of is going on Sullivan's Island. So, if we can capture that and get it out slowly, then that's a good thing. And so you don't have that water sitting there for days and days and days, people driving through it. Again, bacteria growth, kids are playing in it. I did that. Hopefully that's not what's wrong with me, but get it out of there. And it's interesting because it doesn't infiltrate. I mean, it will sit there for weeks and weeks and weeks. 31, Station 3031, very similar situation. A lot of old piping systems. Pretty much rip those out, replace them, upsize them. 31's a little different. There's a lot of water in this watershed that currently goes out this way along Middle Street, but it's very shallow. This area is going to be very prone to sea level rise because a lot of these lots are going to be lower than actual tidal elevations. And rather than use elliptical pipe and different things like that, we ended up actually bifurcating the watershed and sending water two different routes and then all connecting back here at Middle Street. Again, trying to keep things very standard for DOT. We don't want weird elliptical pipe and the town to have to take over different portions of the streets just to get around permitting. So we did end up doing a little bit of rerouting to make that work. And then the town owns all of these properties here between Jasper and Middle. It's actually a little tidal creek. So again, just removing the silt that's filled in there, that's preventing everything from draining, and then doing a little bit of minor removal of silt and regrading there at that marsh outfall. Before and after here is pretty extreme. I'd say this is probably one of the most flood-prone areas on the island, at least from rainfall. Osceola is a different tidal problem. And then what we did do during the master plan and the design of this, we had Hurricane Debbie last year. After Debbie, we were able to go out with a lot of GPS units, take all of our engineers, let's just shoot everywhere where there's water that's been there for 3 or 4 days and load that area up with inlets. You know, what better way to figure out where do you need to put inlets and where do you need infrastructure than to go after a storm. There's some lift stations in here, just ran continuously after Debbie. I mean, just all of that water, you know, you can't keep it out. So looking forward to that. Permitting, that was a fun thing. So being Skip, we had to follow the book. Not that you wouldn't want to not follow the book, but you know, you don't want to jeopardize any funding, especially at the federal level. So really the first permits that we applied for at even 30% design were our critical permits at the outfalls. In the Lowcountry, we did a good job working with Army Corps and DES, and there's now regional general permits for outfall maintenance and reestablishment. So we were able to use those. Same permit, same conditions for Army Corps and DES, but you do have to submit separate permits. And there is a 0.1 acre threshold before you have to start paying mitigation credits. So to get around that, we ended up doing separate outfall permits for each of these project areas rather than try to lump them into one larger permit. And we got those submitted as fast as possible just because typically that takes a long time. Ironically, the Army Corps approved those very quickly. Had no comments, no issues or anything. Very fast, less than 90 days. Very surprised. I lost a lot of weight during this project. DES was a little slower, but they issued 16, 25, and 28.5 within 90 days. 31, we had to go back and forth, just better understanding things, just because we were proposing to remove silt and a tidal creek between Jasper and Middle. But ultimately, they didn't have any official comments, but we did get those in, so that's 8 critical area permits, 4 from the state, 4 from the Army Corps. DES, 2 sets of permits from them. Everyone's familiar with CZC. No real hurdles with CZC. They were more worried about water quality. So we did implement some permanent water quality filters in a large amount of the inlets, just some drop inlet type inlet protection that the town will actually be able to maintain and inspect 2 to 3 times a year. Didn't go with water quality units just because of the tide and future sea level rise, and if the tide backs up and you can't get the sediment to settle out, no real point in investing in that. CGC was not very challenging. Bureau of Water, not a major issue, just the NOI, because Sullivan's does adhere to Charleston County. They are the local MS4, so nothing really major with Bureau of Water. DOT was the hardest. I'd say they were the most challenging, but Julie Fleming and her staff, they're really great to work with. The biggest issue with DOT we had, there's a lot of trees on Sullivan's Island. And if you haven't read the papers, don't touch trees in the Lowcountry. So our goal was to not cut down any trees. There's a few we have to take out, but we ended up running a lot of pipe in the roadway. So in the travel lanes, trying to avoid trees. And that really, DOT does not like that. They do not like pipe under the pavement, but we were able to work with them, help them understand, we want to keep the trees. Let's put it in the pavement, not, disrupt anyone. I don't feel like dealing with lawsuits, cutting someone's tree down. Slope was a major issue. Did have to go through a little modeling battle, if you will, just to prove to them why the 0.1% would work. Typically, DOT will let you go with a lower slope if you can prove you get 3 feet per second. So you can get that sediment moving. We weren't able to hit that, but we also had to show them we're designing for today, 2025, 2050. And so running all those scenarios and helping them understand what we're actually planning for, we're finally able to get them to sign off. and that was pretty awesome. There's also about 54 conflict boxes to deal with sewers in these projects. Utilities were a big issue. Again, DOT wasn't that bad. We did get them to agree to own and operate all the conflict boxes as well. So that was a big win. So ultimately, DOT only took about 6 months of just going back and forth, just hashing things out. Charleston County, really great, easy to work with. By far, the easiest MS4 I've ever worked with. Maybe they trust us, I don't know. So that wasn't too challenging. Another big issue here on this project, if you're not familiar with Charleston, CWS gets water, and they actually send water through pipelines across Sullivan's Island, across Breach Inlet to Isle of Palms, and so on. Big transmission main, provides water for all the islands, just so happens to be right in the middle of all of our pipes. So we did have to design some pretty large transmission main water line offsets, work with CWS on that, get their blessing, and not too terrible, but did have to work with them. Then the other was just the town themselves, very easy to work with. They were very happy, so didn't have any major issues there. So all in all, not too many scars. I lost about 20 pounds, but I've already gained it back, so I'm healthy. Timeline. So as you're aware, SCIP is very fast-paced. Don't look back. You just have to work hard and work more hours, unfortunately. So with this project, we were brought on as an engineer in January of last year. Okay, so started design in January of 2024. At the time, Seaman Whiteside did not have survey in-house. We were using a sub-consultant for survey. We now have survey in-house. If anyone knows, survey takes a long time to get, and they are very backed up. We need more PLSs. So we didn't get our full completed survey until June of 24. So we were sitting around twiddling our thumbs, waiting anxiously for survey. So in order to get around that, we did all of the GPS survey for the master plan. So we were able to use that to start designing and setting up plan sheets, getting things in order. And so the second we got in the actual survey, we were able to update things, move forward. But between January and the summer, we did do geotech. We did a lot of CCTV inspections, all the cultural resources, delineations and everything. So we were rocking and rolling during that matter. In August, we had a design set. We had a 60% set of plans. We immediately started permitting. Send that to all the agencies. Like I mentioned, in August, we went ahead and submitted critical area permits to the Army Corps and DES. September, we got our first round of comments back from everyone, and didn't really have a lot of design issues, so we were able to wrap the design up pretty quickly. But it did take from September to March, just going back and forth with DOT to get their final blessing. From there, we bid in April 1st, got those bids out. I was 1 day late. RIA didn't give me too hard of a time. Bid that for 30 days. Reached out to contractors. I'm sure everyone's aware it is hard to get contractors to bid on public work right now. I promise you, they are too busy. Everyone I reached out to did not want to bid on it. We got one bid, a single bid from a very good contractor, but it was much more expensive than we wanted. We're able to work with that contractor, had some negotiations, able to reduce their original bid by several million. And then we did end up cutting a little bit of scope on some of these projects. And we've issued a notice of award. We've had a lot of pre-cons last week, and now we are rocking and rolling. So very fast paced, but had a lot of good people, a lot of good teammates to help us, a lot of good sub-consultants. So now we're anxiously ready for construction. One thing I will mention on the SCIP project that I think is pretty important is just keeping in touch with the permitting agencies, because right now DOT and Charleston will send you an automated email and it's going to tell you don't contact people. But pick up the phone, call people, harass them, drive to their office. I promise you that's the only way you're going to get anything done. And just stay firm. I mean, we could have gone the easy way out and gotten DOT permits a lot easier, but we would have had pipes going deep into the marsh into a big hole, and it really would not work. So just work with the agencies, prove technically why you're trying to do something, and hopefully that'll end well. And since I'm up here, I'll go ahead and just keep talking to wrap it up. Just, again, big picture, no plan's a plan to fail, but make sure you have a plan. Doesn't have to be a very expensive one, doesn't have to be a very lengthy 5-year process, doesn't have to be $1 million plan, just something on a piece of paper to at least guide the community. That way you can make sure you're doing things in a systematic manner. Most importantly, if you do get money and you want to do things and you have excess money, if you already have that plan, you can go ahead and do things a little more efficiently. Again, small communities, that makes up the majority of the coast. You've got to leverage funding. DC is a boxing ring right now for funding, but they are releasing funding through different agencies. There's always new funding coming out. So, don't be afraid to ask. In this case, the town, they were able to get a brick grant 1 year for the master plan, and before they even started the master plan, they got a brick grant to do the resilience plan. So, don't be afraid to ask back to back and get that money. I will say one word of wisdom is stage projects. In this case, we were doing a master plan and trying to do construction documents at the same time. Not ideal, so just think again long term, what are you trying to do, what are your goals, and try to set those projects up so that you can do them without rushing and making mistakes. And then again, schedule, that's important. Federal funding's tight. State funding is going to be more important, but these funding agencies, they're cracking down. You have to spend that money, and you've got to spend it in a timely amount, or they will take it from you. And so don't expect grant extensions, don't expect any leeway there. So, make the plan, make a schedule that makes sense, and actually get it done. And then as Aaron mentioned, with any community master planning, just get photos, get people's testimonials. Having a master plan document with a lot of modeling is great, but when you can actually show real evidence, that's going to really help you with your money and financing, and then also just helping people understand why you're doing it, because most folks might not understand the problem right down the street. So when you can point them to photos, videos, and those testimonials, always helps. And with that, we will answer all your questions.
I got a question on slide 16. We're good on time. We're good on time.
All the way back.
Well, I had to go back.
All right,
Throw back Thursday, baby.
See, that's why we have slide numbers.
Well, and it's the land subsidence.
yes.
Talk to me about that. What is you've got a graph, I think, on the left.
So on the left is number of tidal floods in Charleston, just showing that it's going to become more frequently. What I like to tell people, we're over the Rubicon on tidal flooding. So, people who've lived here for longer than I have will go, man, used to not flood this much. It's just because now we've kind of slowly creeped to that point where sea levels have gone just high enough that now we're spilling out over onto all of these properties and roadways more and more frequently.
And there was some vertical land subsidence you spoke to?
Yes. So what we like to integrate, and what is actually integrated into a lot of the existing sea level rise projections is, I don't have a slide on it on here, but a lot of the projections that we pull from are from the interagency task force. That's a very, very comprehensive group of very, very smart people that have come together and looked at all of the climate data and all of the factors that impact sea level rise. And one of those factors is vertical land motion or vertical land subsidence. So how fast is your surrounding landscape either increasing or shrinking just relative to everywhere else. And what a lot of studies have found on the coast, we're not as bad as Texas. Houston actually has some of the worst land subsidence rates in the country. But especially along the coast, a lot of the landscape is sinking at a very, very slow rate each year. But nevertheless, it's going to eventually catch up to us. So what we like to do in a lot of our sea level rise analysis is there's been some recent studies that have looked at more local vertical land subsidence data at more of the community scale. And we look at how that value or that estimate compares to what is currently included in the existing sea level rise projections and try to update that portion of the sea level rise projection data to account for that more localized vertical land subsidence, just so we can get a little bit more accurate picture. I think over the 50-year term for Sullivan's, I believe out of that 2 feet, it was about a quarter of that foot was from vertical land subsidence. So it's not nothing, but it's not the largest portion of what we're observing.
Aaron, question. I didn't mean to jump in front of you, Mark. You mentioned something about subsidence and sea level rise, and now your projects are bringing a lot more water to specific areas and outfall points. Has there been any concern with the compounding effect at those locations by the residents that live next to those outfall points?
Concerns have been brought up, and the metaphor I use is, the ocean.
Tough luck.
Yeah. Well, the ocean. Think of the ocean as a bathtub, and we're adding just an extra drop of water back into it. You're not going to see a localized change if we're outfalling to the marsh. At a certain point, the overarching tides in that region are really going to be the controlling factor of what that localized water surface elevation are. Now, if we were discharging to like a smaller pond or some more controlled volume of stormwater, yeah, we would have a more large-scale impact. But by discharging to the ocean, we're not going to have any significant increase.
So if you live right there next to that outfall, you'd be okay with that?
You'd be okay. I'd be okay with it. I mean, you'd see a lot of water rushing by you, but I'd be okay with it.
I got you on record.
What effect and how did you account for groundwater levels? How did that influence?
We did not account for groundwater levels in the study. We were primarily looking at sea level rise as well as surface inundation stormwater. The one thing that we did start to integrate a little bit more from some of our working knowledge around the area was when looking at the long-term solutions. Was when looking at a lot of the long-term solutions, we knew there were areas on the island that like to hold water for very, very long periods of time and have a very high groundwater table. So we wanted to be very careful about what projects we actually ended up recommending, which is why we ended up with a lot more traditional infrastructure, trying to work within a lot of the existing DOT right-of-way that's available on the island. But, as far as the actual groundwater influence, with the project on Osceola Avenue for specifically, when recommending a pump station, we did try to price out a jockey pump to help bring down some of that base flow that would occur from groundwater to keep that system dry and operational.
So how is the high tide physically measured? What is that? How is that physically measured?
Right now?
Yeah.
Right now, so if you take the last 25 years in the Charleston Harbor and project all of that data and take a look at that long-term trend of the daily higher high water, you end up with about 3.28 feet NAVD88. And I'm going to always speak in NAVD88 because that puts everything in an absolute relative or an absolute elevation datum. If you were to just pull the previous tidal datum, so that 1983 to 2001, so that puts your median year about 1992, that's at about 2.62 feet for the Charleston Harbor. So you're looking at about 0.7 feet over the last 40 years, with projections just looking at it just getting slowly and slowly more aggressive over the coming decades.
I think it's on slide 15, but your survey that you have out to the public, are you doing any live mapping or GIS, like mapping with that for first responders or the EOC or anything like that?
You could. We didn't do that just because it was a little bit outside of the goal of the project. With the, just speaking to the platform that we use Survey 123. It's great. But what it allows you to do is that because it allows residents and homeowners to drop pins of where they are observing this flooding, on the back end, so not what the resident can see, but what I can see reviewing all the data is a full geospatial map with all of these dots, with all of the information, photos, and documented flooding instances that would be useful for something like that.
Curious, because I figured the general long-term solution to something like this is is the island's capacity to retain water and then eventually pump it somewhere else, so it's kind of delayed. I'm curious, did you guys at any point get a chance to look into potential areas on Sullivan's Island that have the proper elevation change or just whatever it might be to be able to retain water and then potentially on a release pump it somewhere else? Because I mean that combination of tide water as well as storm surge, it's going to be I feel like that's ultimately the long-term solution to this problem, right?
I mean, our long-term solution was, because we were designing a lot of these proposed project recommendations were for that future mitigation. They're going to work really, really well today, with the goal being that they are still functional at the end of 50 years. And the reason why we chose 50 years, that might put it outside of some of our lifetimes, but typically that's the design life for a lot of drainage infrastructure, concrete, things like that. There really aren't a lot of good places, I would say, to pump water to, unless you want to pump to the maritime forest, which I personally wouldn't recommend, just because you want to leave that natural ecosystem alone. So really you're left with only a handful of solutions to try to find areas where, as you'll hear from the resilience plan, areas where green infrastructure could potentially infiltrate some of that stormwater. We really focused on methodologies for, even under that increased tidal condition, providing that capacity to safely get stormwater out, either via gravity or stormwater pump stations.
Sullivan's and Kim will probably touch on this, but I think the biggest answer to that is at the lot level, so on the homeowner, because the majority of the land is privately owned. So if you can incentivize them and help them manage, which they are, a lot of lots are low and it does hold water and they technically pump it out. That's where we've kind of worked with Kim and put some language in our master plan that said, hey, you need to work with these homeowners, and that's really, any redevelopment there and stormwater standards for lot level development is probably your more beneficial long-term solution, truthfully, just given the amount of land and how expensive it is on Sullivan. So.
That is such a good segue. The next session will start. Thank you guys so very much. And thanks everybody. The next session will begin promptly in 5 minutes.
That was a good segue.
Stay on track. At this point, we've got a kind of a complimentary follow-up on the Sullivan's Island work. We've got Kim Morganello, Lucas Hernandez, and Rebecca Fanning are going to speak to us about some of the other aspects of all that project there, kind of Sullivan's Island and resilience and sea level adaptation plan. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you. For those of you who were in, is this track A? I don't know. In this room for the last presentation, you already have a very good overview of some of the resilience concerns that we have at the town of Sullivan's Island. But let me just start by saying that this resilience and sea level rise adaptation plan is being led by just a completely all-star team of consultants. We have the Kim Morganello of Weston Sampson and her team up here on the stage today to present the strategies to you. But we also consulted with McCormick Taylor and Elko Coastal Consulting, who's done work for the town for several years. My name is Rebecca Fanning. I'm the Director of Resilience and Natural Resource Management for the town. This is a position that just got started a couple of years ago. Sullivan's Island has many superlatives. Best beach in the world is top of the list, of course. But one of the things that Sullivan's was an early adopter of is having a resilience element in their comprehensive planning process. Now in the state that's required, but Sullivan's was quick to incorporate that element in their planning process. And thus, this small barrier island, just 1,000 households strong, has a resilience officer. I think that shows tremendous leadership. This plan, the Resilience and Sea Level Rise Adaptation Plan, was funded by the FEMA BRIC program, the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities grant, and that was awarded in 2023. You all are getting a sneak peek of this plan today. It is this close to being adopted by council and published, so look for this coming online in the next couple of months. We'll have that posted to our website. So today, just going over so far what we have to share, the methodology, lots and lots of stakeholder engagement on Sullivan's Island. Perhaps you caught on to that in the last presentation. We have an active and involved community. We'll go over the 10 strategies that pertain to resilience. It's not just about piping and pumping out stormwater, right? Resilience is a larger topic, and there's multiple vulnerabilities that the island faces in this changing world. And then finally, just going over some of the recommendations and the outcomes of this planning process. The vision of the plan. This project seeks to work with the town, community members, and the consultant team to co-create and develop an actionable adaptation plan that assesses vulnerabilities of the island community, identifies strategies to mitigate risk, and increase community resilience. I guess I'll stand a little further back from this. But before we introduce those 3 points, I wanted to take some time to just introduce Sullivan's Island itself. This is at the mouth of Charleston Harbor. This is a place, like many places in South Carolina, with a violent and bloody past. You see that places that have a history of violence often have large tracts of land that are preserved for commemorating these sad occurrences in our history. One of those places is on Sullivan's Island. This is Fort Moultrie on the left-hand side of the slide screen at about the time that it was decommissioned. No longer an active military base, it transitioned to a peaceful beach community instead. And on the right hand of this left panel, you'll see the current satellite imagery. So what the heck happened? Well, it's a long story, but due to some thankful legacies of hydromodification, Sullivan's Island has 200 acres of Folly Beach on its shores. That's sediment that never made it across the harbor mouth to our neighbors to our south, and has been allowed to crop up in this thriving maritime forest community. We have painted buntings nesting there, y'all. They're like a parrot of a bird, so beautiful, singing in the tops of the trees. On the back side of the island, meanwhile, where there used to be a place called the Cove, an open water environment, there's now thriving salt marsh ecosystem that is building up and up every day. So this just shows a tremendous natural capacity to absorb water, dry out the ground in between rains, and put it back up into the sky, that the town has been leveraging passively for many years. But obviously it was not always the case, and in fact we must admit that 1989 was a devastating storm for the whole coast, but Hurricane Hugo put about 5 feet of water in some people's homes. In certain places you'll go under the houses and you'll see they kept a mark there on the pilings to show how high that water level came up. And it was, the judicious decision of the town's council at that time to axe a project to extend roads into that maritime forest, subdivide the lots, plop homes down in it, but instead to preserve that land in the public trust. That conservation easement is held by the Lowcountry Land Trust, and it's a beautiful public property that's open and accessible to all. So I hope you will come down and visit us on Sullivan's Island. I will now turn over the microphone to Kim to talk a little bit more about the engagement of our residents on the island.
Thanks, Rebecca. I grew up on James Island, just across the harbor from Sullivan's, and I can remember being a kid there during Hurricane Hugo, and some friends had to come live with us who lived on Sullivan's Island because the bridge was not there. So Sullivan's was really the epicenter of Hurricane Hugo. So Plan Vision, we're calling it the Resilience and Sea Level Adaptation Plan, will provide strategies on diverse scales, ranging from community-wide to site-level opportunities. We heard about the site-level opportunities briefly in the previous presentation, that honor the history of the island and learn from past applications. There's historic green roofs and cisterns on the island. We'll identify open areas for storage and protection and further understand challenges to provide those adaptive solutions. Our plan goals, goal number 1 is to engage. This plan is co-developed with the community. We really want it to learn from the people who live there, increase that community buy-in, and ensure that we have a place-based approach. Goal number 2 is to protect those natural and cultural resources through both water management and also policy. Goal number 3 is to restore natural systems on the island. The town, this is a big part of the town's, kudos to the town and their vision. They really wanted us to focus on nature-based solutions and that nature-based approach that would provide improved hydrology, ecological function, and enhanced aesthetics. And then goal number 4 is to adapt, again, on those diverse scales that consider parcel-level strategies to community-wide approaches. So in this presentation, we're going to show you our 10 adaptive solutions or strategies that we came up with. And Rebecca mentioned timeline. On Monday, we've been working very regularly with Town Council and the Planning Commission. This is going as a draft to Council on Monday. So to the community engagement part, we're really proud of this. We spent a lot of time with the community. The town set it up this way. In their RFQ, this was already laid out. So this is, again, a major shout out to the town of Sullivan's Island and their forward thinking. We kicked this project off in June of 2024 and pretty much immediately went into a series of stakeholder interviews. We spent approximately 30 hours interviewing key stakeholders, and we'll talk about who those people are. We did a round in July and August. We did another round in October and November. That was really the foundation of the plan and really, got us started, and now is my favorite way to start any planning initiative. December, we presented to the town council and we had our first community engagement session. Into January, we started working with the Planning Commission. February and March, we distributed a community-wide survey because we wanted to make sure everybody had that opportunity to provide some opinion. We worked some community events in the spring, and nothing to see here. And then we, again, have been presenting to the Planning Commission and doing workshops with town council. So very regular information provided to those decision makers so that there's no surprises when it comes to the night that we'll be voting on it. So starting with those stakeholder interviews, I have one slide on this. I would have loved to just really dove into this, but that would be the whole presentation. I'll show this picture up here in the top right. I know it's a little washed out for y'all, but going and doing these interviews in person, this is actually a business owner on Middle Street, which is the commercial district on Sullivan's Island, and he took us around and showed us how all of his receptacles are elevated to 3 feet and how he's got, his sump pump ready to go and in case of a flood. So we were able, in these interviews, to really see what people were doing to adapt. So these were all open-ended. We had questions, but we didn't have provided answers. So we had to go back and code, those hours of conversations, which really, to me, makes those trends that you identify that much more amazing, that all these different people are saying the same things. So we interviewed 33 individuals through this effort. That included emergency first responders, Sullivan's Island town staff, the Water and Sewer District Department, contractors on the island, design professionals, business owners, community groups. We picked residents from different parts of the island. They call it the back beach there, which Dr. Nicole Elko always has a hard time calling it that because it's the salt marsh side of the island. We interviewed beachfront property people. We talked to the DOT, South Carolina Sea Grant Consortium. Landon's in the room. Thank you, Landon. DES, Charleston County Government, Sustainability Institute, I think Marnie's here somewhere, and also Isle of Palms town staff offered a great perspective. So I think we did a great job, working out this list of people we wanted to talk to. And one of the things we asked them was, what were the perceived changes they had on the island? We asked them, how long have they been working on the island? How long have they been involved with the island? Many, over 50% of them, had been working on the island for over 20 years. So this is a very vested group of people. And the biggest things that they really indicated was that shifting sand, which Rebecca alluded to. That actually is a great benefit and a resource that we want to capitalize on for Sullivan's, because if Hurricane Hugo happened today, in a lot of ways, Sullivan's is actually in a better position than it was in 1989. It's got a bigger maritime forest. It's got more salt marsh on the backside. So they did mention that. Almost a majority mentioned that pre and post Hurricane Hugo, and we really felt that, how the socioeconomic dynamics shifted after Hurricane Hugo. That was a big focus. New development on Sullivan's Island, you might see a home that is, 5 years old, maybe 10 years old, getting completely knocked down and rebuilt. There is a lot of money here and a lot of development here. And so that was something that, some of the old timers mentioned that, they really saw that change in their time there. Successful project focus. What makes this project successful? What do y'all want to see? And consensus building and ordinance revisions came at the top. So that diverse approach, we're not just going to be talking about things in the ground. We're going to be talking about how do we involve our community, how do we look at our policy, our local policies. The functioning stormwater system was mentioned, being better prepared, and again, site level water management. There was really a call to action for that. The last one I'll mention, what was their unique organizational concerns associated with sea level rise and climate change? This one, really policy updates again came to the top, but also that natural resource management maintained a consistent theme. They really wanted to see the island remain a place with a healthy local ecology. Community awareness, again, got brought back up. I'll briefly mention the community survey results. So the perceived changes, my favorite part of the survey, so this one had closed-ended responses. My favorite part of the survey was we were like, what have you seen change? Is it plants and animals? Is it the beach? Is it, floods? Or, is it more people? Is it beach traffic? And so we asked about 10 of those, and they could rank them on the amount of change that they saw. The one that had the highest dramatic change, the most people ranking a dramatic change, was that changes in flooding and higher tides, which those of us who live along the coast can relate to. And then what was their personal, so these are residents of the island, right? These aren't necessarily, your town staff or, these are people who are living on the island. What is their personal experience of impacts of tidal flooding? The biggest one was damage to my yard. And so Seaman Whiteside's presentation mentioned that a lot of these yards are actually lower than the road. And so that water goes there and it stays there. And so they're having damage to their yards. How can we look at that and figure out how to get that water to infiltrate or have some storage capacity? And the last thing on community engagement, what were the top concerns of the residents as it related to sea level rise and climate change? They were most concerned about more frequent flooding, but close to that, damage to personal property, no surprise there, and damage to natural resources. So you can see we're triangulating here. We're getting interview open-ended data, we're getting survey information, we're collecting information at these community engagement sessions and with our decision makers, and we're really kind of sort of dialing in what are the real needs of this community. With that, I'll turn it over to Lucas.
Thanks, Kim. So as part of our recommendations, we do have one that is for open space planning. And so what I'm going to go through here in the next several slides is going to be our analysis that led to not only the nature-based solution citing, but to developing that open space planning recommendation. And what we started with for this analysis was just an initial screening. So I've got a couple maps up on the screen that you can see that consist of the data that we pulled in initially. So we were looking at elevations, we were looking at parcel ownership, we were looking at soil drainage. Now we're looking at nothing. Then we were looking at drainage in general as well. I've got a list of reference layers that include a little bit more. So we also took the flood model results from Seaman Whiteside's study and known locations of flooding across the island, just to help us orient where we might be able to place some of these practices. And just below that, you can see the full list of practices that we included in the analysis. And really, this initial step was just looking across the island, trying to understand drainage patterns. We actually created some half-acre surface runoff models just to be able to understand where pour points are on the island, where flood is compounding, things of that nature. And we used that to drop several points. We ended up dropping 33. So all of the points that you're seeing here on the map were us, the team running through, looking at those reference layers and determining, hey, this may be a good place to put one of these nature-based solutions. And some of the big things that we focused on for this were obviously property. So we wanted to look at public property where we could feasibly install these solutions relatively quickly. And as mentioned before, with Sullivan's Island, there's a lot of history. There's actually a good amount of federal land out there as well. So we wanted to be careful where we were going to be placing these ultimately. The next thing we wanted to consider was visibility. So we want these practices to be out in the public where folks can see them, where they can learn about them, and then potentially want to install them on their own properties at a lot level scale. And then finally, we touched on this a little bit earlier, the cultural and historic significance on the island. Some of these practices that we've mentioned have been on the island for years and years and years. So storage, there's mini cisterns scattered throughout the island. Green roofs, we've got batteries that are covered. So it was kind of cool just to be able to learn, see, and then try to promote our own projects. So next, what I've got is sort of the next phase of that assessment. And that was where we began prioritizing the practices. So we've gone in, we've placed these points where we think things could go. How do we better determine if they'll work there? And that's what we did with this, this table that you see on the right. This was actually a document, a board that we printed out and brought to one of the public meetings where we had folks see what we had recommended as our sort of scoring analysis, and then to allow them to tell us what they felt was most important. So I thought this was a really great touch point for the community. And you can see here on the left the three main indicators that we were looking at. So we wanted to better understand flood reduction. How does the practice help to reduce runoff? We wanted to consider feasibility. So soil infiltration, who owns the property that we would be placing this on? What are some construction considerations that we have to make? Ease of maintenance. And then also code benefits. We wanted to see how we could sort of improve biodiversity and habitat and maybe even reduce some of the urban heat effect on the island. And then you can, it's hard to see in this, but we actually have these split off in here, and they were normalized with a score ranking 1 to 3. And I can read off one kind of here. So for runoff reduction, we were looking at 75 to 100% being that high score of 3. And then anything below 47%, we gave a score of 1. And we did that for soil drainage class as well. So if it was a very well infiltrating soil, it received a score of 3. If it was a class D soil, received a score of 1. And this is what we came out with for the sort of tabular scoring. So I won't leave this up too much because I know it's a lot, but we've got it split out on the left with the locations that we had originally cited. All of that in gray is directly from GIS. Everything else has a score and weight assigned based on those reference layers that we mentioned earlier. And then from that, we're able to provide a prioritization score and rank the projects. And these cells that you see highlighted on the left were actually the ones that we chose to run with. So in the end, we came up with roughly 30 proposed locations for nature-based solutions. You can see the full suite that we had considered there. So we did provide bioretention, bioswales. Conservation was one of our big, sort of our big movers in the runoff reduction. It was just a high-ranking nature-based solution for us. We have green roofs, constructed wetlands, rain gardens, pervious paving, and living shoreline. And then to get back to sort of understanding how these projects might impact the island, we did plug them back into Seaman Whiteside stormwater model. And the way we did that was through looking at the subcatchment parameters. So wherever we had a practice placed, when we placed it in GIS, we made sure to size it the size that we would want, because we actually used that size and then the low impact development manual to be able to determine what kind of runoff reduction a practice would have. We then took that and used that value of reduction in the subcatchment to get these results. So what you're seeing here is areas on the island in bright red have about 100 to 75% reduction in runoff volume. And one thing I do want to point out is we used a small storm event for this. Nature-based solutions are a great practice. I think they have the ability to help with the drainage system and obviously have great water quality benefits. But in those higher storm events, with the water table and with the limited space that we have to install them, we wanted to go with a smaller storm event to really capture what these benefits would be. So what you're seeing here is a 2-year, 24-hour event. And then also in that model, We used the 2050 sea level rise scenario, and then we had calibrated that with the rainfall from Hurricane Debbie. And then finally, this is sort of just a summary slide of what we've discussed, but this led to our strategy recommendation for open space and nature-based solutions planning. And again, we've kind of listed that prioritization criteria for you all. And we've got recommendations for several different practices that we hope that Sullivan's Island will consider in the future. So with that, I think it's back to Kim.
Thanks, Lucas. So that's one strategy. All right, there's 9 more. You guys okay with that? So one strategy for really looking at open space, public right-of-ways, where can nature-based solutions go, within those, and what kind of positive impact can they have? Then we wanted to really hone in on the nature-based solutions point. We knew the stormwater master plan was really focused on that, traditional stormwater infrastructure. We wanted to see those two work together. This is a great opportunity. We worked a bunch with Seaman Whiteside and like Lucas said, used their model. So strategy number 2, and these aren't necessarily in order, was a business district complete street. If you've been to Sullivan's Island, they have a very robust middle street. City of Folly Beach is here. We have an awesome local president right across the harbor. We'll be, if this conference happens again next year, we'll be putting in an abstract for that. Center Street on Folly Beach is about to become a complete street. That construction is happening right now and will conclude by next summer. So we were able to look at that and take lessons learned from that. Look at where there's parallel parking spots that could become, interlocking pavers, additional tree plantings, street level bioretention, bioswales, etc. So this map kind of identifies all of those potential areas. One thing that we've learned, these beach communities, they have a lot of sand, they have a lot of sediment coming off the island. We all know with permeable pavement, if they get clogged, you might as well just put in a concrete or asphalt. So it's really all about maintenance. So one particular product that we're looking at is an interlocking paver that doesn't have that aggregate in it, the aggregate that goes in between the interlocking pavers, to help with regular street sweeping, and so that aggregate doesn't get dislodged. We also know that a lot of that water, we have photo documentation, a lot of that water tends to pool and stay along the gutters of the road there. So parallel parking is on one side, the north side of the street, and then on the other side, maybe there's an opportunity to do a porous concrete gutter there. They're doing this in New York City on miles and miles of roadways. We're looking at street level bioretention cells. We've got 3 or 4 of those sited. So basically, all they're going to do is just collect water flowing off of the street, allow that water an opportunity to slow down and to infiltrate. And we know that Middle Street is definitely a place that is prone to stormwater flooding. We cited a bioswale. This bioswale on the top right there for y'all is in nearby town of Mount Pleasant. Town of Mount Pleasant is retrofitting some of their traditional ditches into bioswales. There's some products that we can use now in the engineered soils that actually help with water quality. They can help treat bacteria, for example. Whoa, okay. All right, that's it? Oh, no. Oh, okay. We really wanted to give the residents an opportunity to get involved. So we mapped the island. We have our conserve zone, we have our protect zone, we have our adapt zone. And so with those, we looked at soils, we looked at elevation, we looked at sea level inundation, and we gave them practices that we think will work best in those, whether they're infiltration-based practices or storage-based practices. And then we really wanted to get our community engaged and involved. So a lot of stewardship activities, sort of an outline of what a community program can look like. Rebecca is amazing, and I know we'll be building that out. But things like getting them into the maritime forest for invasive species removal, working on oyster reef restoration, storm drain marking, establishing a yard certification program, things of those nature. Rebecca, you want to finish this?
Yeah.
Talk about your maritime forest?
Well, actually, what I'm going to say is that if you want to see the really controversial strategies like raising roads, the maritime forest, changing our ordinances, what we're going to do with sea level rise on the back beach on these marshfront properties, and in the dunes, then you'll have to check out the final plan, which will be on our website very shortly. We're very excited to have this amazing expertise at the table with both the Stormwater Master Plan from Seaman and Whitesides and the Resilience Plan from this awesome team. So thank you so much for your attention today on Sullivan's Island.
Thank you, guys. This is a dense program, and that's a good thing and a bad thing. We've got to be very respectful of time. With Track A, there was some forethought here, because now we're going to go into some nature-based solutions. We've got Mara Boswell, Dr. Mara Boswell, with us. HCR, one of our sponsors. Two things before she gets on. Number one, thank and patronize, if you will, but visit our sponsors out for the conference. And also, two, this will be the last session before lunch. So that's good news, I guess. Anyway, we'll turn it over to you. Thank you so much.
All right, I'm standing between you and lunch, but I'm talking about my favorite subject, nature-based solutions. So thanks for having me. I want to talk about some opportunities for what we have for nature-based solutions that can be applied in South Carolina. Some already are, and thoughts on, as you're designing your projects, what else we can do. So what are nature-based solutions? Why? Okay. Are my pictures not coming up? Okay, so none of my pictures are coming up. No, they're not even on this screen. I swear it worked earlier.
Hold on.
Oh my gosh.
Why can I not see anything?
We can go to the old one that doesn't have all the. Why?
I don't even know how to. Sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, that's not what we want. How do we get to the desktop?
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
There we go.
Good. Is that the old presentation or is that the new one?
That might be the old one.
No, actually, I think that's a new one. Okay.
Okay.
So now it's working. Random.
Sorry. Why are you not now starting?
Okay, thank you. All right, so now I got my pictures back. And anyone who's been to a nature-based solutions talk has seen the NOAA picture. It is a fantastic picture, so this is my homage to that lovely graphic where you get to see the range that you do from vegetation all the way up to your bulkhead and all the options in between. And I really love the options in between because you can do so much in the space with nature-based solutions where you can keep that land and water connectivity and still have habitat and still have that connection and really utilize your nature-based solutions for that. I also, I do like to talk about how it's engineering with nature, natural nature-based features, living shorelines. It encompasses like a whole host of things. And a lot of people use the terms interchangeably. There are definitely some differences. But when you're looking at all of the nature-based solutions, I really like this FEMA graphic that shows, you're looking at fire management, some of your, heat management, that kind of stuff. And then all the way down to what I really am going to talk about here is more of your coastal wetlands, not coral reefs here, but your shorelines, your urban waterfronts, those kind of areas, and the coastline, since that's coastal engineer, my fun place. So why do we want to use nature-based solutions? It's to keep that land-water connectivity. We've really learned over the past couple decades how beneficial it is, from looking at a hardened shoreline to looking at some of the vegetated shorelines, the marshes, the sand, the wide beaches, high dunes, those Back Bay marshes up in New Jersey from Hurricane Sandy. Got a lot of great information for that, for the capacity for those areas to actually hold flooding and reduce those wave heights to prevent damage. So we want to keep the natural shoreline as much as possible where we can. So I'm going to talk about some types of nature-based solutions. What I like to say, the oldest known engineered nature-based solution is your beach nourishment. It just celebrated 100 years up in Coney Island, New York. That was the first beach nourishment project. So that was back in 1923. This is a really well-established approach to protecting a lot of our, especially on the ocean coast, those more really high wave energy coasts. It's really effective there. Some of the things you want to look at for those are, your sand compatibility. That's very key when you're doing your engineering design of these. And it also is an opportunity to do a project, a large scale, like 100 or like 1 million cubic yards, offshore dredging, that kind of stuff. But you can also do a smaller scale, a couple thousand yards on a truck haul. So it's really can fit your budget and suit the needs that you have. But one of the ones that I really want to focus on, and I'll talk about in projects later, are some of these more vegetated, like the core logs. Those are used extensively here already. They're great for high marshes, beach dunes, those riparian buffers, but you want to be careful when you're installing them. You want to make sure that you have full contact with the ground. You want to make sure they're anchored properly. You don't want to put those on that vertical erosion scarp. You can make your erosion worse. So using these, it's not going to be effective in a high wave energy environment. That's just going to take it right out. So when you're designing these types of solutions, you want to make sure that you're really thinking through how it's going to be used and what's happening at your shoreline. Another one is oyster reefs. They're really effective for wave attenuation on marshes, but you want to make sure that the elevation of your oyster reef is at the appropriate level. Otherwise, you can get exacerbated erosion, and you can actually take your solution and make it worse, and that's not what you want to do. So we've learned through some of the research, that now that they've been implemented further, that healthy oyster reefs can really increase that dissipation of that turbulent energy. So looking at how wide are you designing your reefs? What kind of layout are you using to really get the most benefit from it? Some of the guidelines we've looked at, kind of design it similar to a breakwater in often cases, and want to make sure that we have those gaps between the different oyster reef parts. So looking at how to site it properly. Another thing to think about when you're talking about an oyster reef, it kind of comprises a whole host of opportunities there. So I know we see a lot of volunteers helping with designing some of our living shorelines and some of our nature-based solution projects. And you'll see more of the oyster bags. So that's oyster shells in a contained either plastic or some type of monofilament bag, because people can lift those. But when you're, and those can be good in some situations. Some of the downsides of that are if you get a high enough storm, it can break apart. And, if you get enough penetration ultraviolet from the sun, it can also break down that material. And then you don't have a component that is actually providing erosion. You can have debris on your shoreline. So yeah, when you're thinking of these components, we need to make sure to really look at what environment we're putting into them and look at the opportunities we have. You can still use some of the other ones like the oyster castles and the oyster catcher. Those are still ones that volunteers can put in, a little bit more robust, kind of the basis on which the oyster spat can come and congregate. Or looking at some more, if you have a higher energy environment where you need a little bit more robust structure, looking kind of like a breakwater, instead of a rock breakwater, you could use an eco-concrete or a Natrix solution, which is going to be installed more heavy equipment, cranes, getting it onto your layout to provide that wave attenuation, but also the substrate on which the oysters can congregate. Another one is marsh sills. These are utilizing both vegetation and rocks, so you're getting that attenuation across the, in that hybrid solution across the hardened structure. Very similar design to any coastal armoring. So we use the same crest heights, we use the side slopes, basis, rock sizing, so a lot of really well-established design for that. We want to do our gaps every 100 feet because you want to keep that land-water connectivity. You want to allow the crabs to go up into the marsh and go with the tide. So we really see that establishment of habitat while getting that protection for the vegetation to establish and provide that wave attenuation as part of the whole system. So it's not just the rock structure here, you're looking at the rocks and the vegetation providing that shoreline erosion protection and that capacity to absorb flooding. Then you have some more in the nearshore zone, marsh mounds. So these are islands that are created in nearshore water. And when you're creating these islands, what we're looking at is, not just having just the island, but you're looking at the habitat around the marsh. You also want to see where you have the elevation. So what kind of vegetation are you looking to establish? And this opportunity allows you to think of sea level rise and say, okay, I'm going to design my marsh island and vegetate it at this level, but I'm going to design it a little wider and leave capacity for adaptation through sea level rise so that the vegetation can manage, like we talk about managed retreat a lot, but can retreat into the center of the marsh island. So you want to think about how you're designing for the future and what kind of widths on these marsh islands you're using, and also how your water is going to flow through them. As you make these different channels, are you going to allow for overtopping and say some of that sediment's going to move across and make the mound bigger and make your channels narrower, or how your water is going to move through these, especially if you're looking at really large scale use of the marsh islands. You want to really do a good hydrodynamic study on that. And another one that I find really interesting because it's a really sustainable approach is reclaimed trees. Now there's really limited design guidance on this because trees come in all shapes and sizes. So reusing what you have on site, whether it's a stump, and the top picture is from a project done on a private home in Maryland. They did an awesome, cool living shoreline. They had all these trees because the erosion had killed them all, and so they said, hey, we want to reuse those features. So Underwood and Associates designed this one, and they used them as kind of a headland, as part of had a little rock, had a little tree to create more different types of habitat. So it's something you can do. It's difficult from an engineering standpoint to say, okay, we're going to get this, structural benefit from it, but it's something where you can implement it as an added bonus of habitat in your project. And then you can also use this project in Delaware. They used like a wooden toe wall, and they just wrapped the branches up, and they had some vertical branches. It makes me think of kind of like medieval forts, back in the day when they were making kind of ways to armor their forts. And they did it, and it provides some protection for the vegetation behind it to establish, and it allows for sand accretion behind it, again, to give that substrate for the vegetation. So it's using what you have on site and thinking through, what you can use, how you can put it as part of your project, whether it's part of the structural part or whether it's part of the habitat part, to really increase the overall resilience of your project when you're looking at things. And then you also don't have to pay a contractor to haul away the old trees. So, cost-efficient solution. So I want to talk about two projects from elsewhere in the country that have really established applications that would be something that would be very beneficial in South Carolina as well. So the Tangipahoa Parish Breakwater and Beneficial Use of Dredged Material project it's over in right near New Orleans off Lake Pontchartrain. This area was eroding, and it's a really big key area where they get a lot of hurricane protection for the inland. So the erosion is decreasing their resiliency towards the hurricanes that come through this region. So they had erosion rates on the order of 5 to 14 feet per year. The first solution was to build a very long breakwater to help halt that erosion. You need that wave attenuation to really dampen down those waves. So they had a 1.7 mile breakwater, and that was completed in 2013. So the initial thought with this project was that by reducing the wave action on that shoreline, the sediment source from the nearby Tangipahoa River, that sediment could now settle naturally because it's not feeling the same erosive effects from the larger waves. So it's able to just utilize a structure to allow nature to do what it was doing originally. Then on that site, they also had dead trees. So they utilized the pre-existing stumps, and that's another way to allow that sediment to settle down when it's in the water column and trap sediment and increase the land mass along here. As it established, you get that additional sediment, and then your vegetation's able, instead of eroding, is now migrating back towards the water and increasing your land mass and really giving you that benefit. So in 2013, when it was first constructed, right after construction there, and then, oh yeah, these are really hard to see up here. On that screen, you can see a little bit better how the land is starting to come back in 2015, and then by 2017, you're really seeing it's now accreting on both sides, like from the landward side, but then also on the landward side of the breakwater. So your channel's getting narrower, but you're getting more vegetation. Then, because there's a lot of dredging going on in that area with navigation, they worked with the Corps to do a beneficial reuse of the sediment material. So they dredged about 100,000 cubic yards and placed it in that area, and then it just allowed it to continue to build that land mass. And that's something that's really applicable in this region, as the Corps has the mandates to do 70% beneficial reuse by 2030. Thinking about those plans as you're looking for design in your projects, think about, okay, where can I get some sediment that somebody else needs to get rid of in a beneficial way? So really trying to align these types of projects together and in your planning process can be very beneficial towards making it more cost effective and just better overall for building these nature-based solutions. So after all the dredge material was placed, then it was measured, and the natural accretion was over 47 acres, and then the dredge material, bringing in the extra one, was like 24 acres of increased land mass, which is just really awesome because that's, a lot came from not that much effort as far as, what you implemented in this, and really allowing nature to help you recover and build this system. So what were some of the cool outcomes? You can see the bottom picture is from right after construction, and then the top picture is a few years later. You can really see the increase in that maritime forest and how much land and increase in the elevation just by what vegetation is starting to fill in. Now, the number of fish decreased at the breakwater because now there's land. They can't swim there. So that is something I do want to point out. You have to think through that, like what kind of habitat are you creating if that's one of your check marks for success. What is the intent of your project? But on the flip side, the diversity of fish species increased. So now that we've created a more sustainable and resilient shoreline, we're increasing the type of species we're seeing there. So there's a benefit. As an engineer, you got to throw one engineering drawing in there. So it's right after construction for the orange line is right after construction, just looking at the breakwater, because the actual intent of this, it was not anticipated how much land would be actually recovered through this process. It was an intent to halt the erosion and create some land, but this was a super successful project. And that's why it came back with not just, hey, we'll do the natural accretion, but let's add some more with the beneficial use, because this has turned out to be a really awesome solution. So I like to show that one. All right, the next project I want to talk to, moving a little bit further, closer to where we are now, is the Pensacola Bay Living Shoreline. So again, a lot of same features that we have here in South Carolina with our bays and our inland waterways. So this had a lot of partners on the project. NOAA, FDEP, each year was the engineer, and then another local contractor. It was funded through some of that Deepwater Horizon spill money, so that money enabled a lot of really great resilient shoreline projects and nature-based solutions to be enacted. And this one was trying to just increase the habitat. It was on an eroding shoreline, so we wanted to prevent the erosion, but also increase habitat and the different types of habitat. So that when looking at the marsh design, looking at some of these different components, and not just using one component, but using multiple components to allow multiple different types of habitat, and also redundancy in your system when you're looking at shoreline erosion. Having the offshore breakwaters, the low crested breakwaters, to increase the benthic habitat, but then also using these marsh to increase the vegetation. It can attract shorebirds, different marsh edge animals that come to that. And then, as I was saying before with marsh islands, you plan it so that you can allow for overwash and different ways you want your marsh islands to adapt, whether to sea level rise or whether increasing and decreasing those channels. One of the other things to look at is the types of vegetation, because vegetation is very dependent on water level when you're designing these. So looking at which types of vegetation are you trying to establish, and then providing the opportunity through the elevation of the marsh mound to accommodate different types of vegetation to really give that diversity of environment when you're looking at these project designs. And then, as I mentioned before, accommodating sea level rise, because that's really trying to make your shoreline as resilient as possible in the current stage, but also thinking forward to how is this going to adapt in the future as these sea levels are rising. For the vegetating planning on this project, we incorporated into the contractor's contract, planted at low tide, and then it was inspected to make sure the vegetation was properly planted. Your project vegetation success, you want to make sure you're doing that properly so that it survives. Yes, some of it is going to not survive, and build that into the contract as far as how much has to survive, but making sure it's done properly and by a contractor that knows what they're doing is really key to making a successful project. So some of the key features from this project were that it established both salt marsh habitat and oyster reef breakwaters. So we got multiple benefits, multiple uses. And then we also balanced the competing needs. We needed the wave attenuation from the offshore breakwaters, but also wanted to create that habitat. So varying the elevation of the breakwaters provides that different habitat, but still provides that shoreline erosion protection. So really making sure that you're looking at the whole definition of your project and what your goals are. So what are some design considerations that we learned from this and other projects? It's really, really important when you're designing these nature-based solutions to understand your site conditions, your limitations, and your opportunities. What is your wave environment? That's very key to understand what components are you going to use. Do you need a rock breakwater as part of your component? Do you just need vegetation? Is it very low wave energy, so maybe you just need to help that marsh recover through vegetation planting? But if you need that bigger structure, make sure you're designing it properly and getting a big enough structure in there to accommodate the wave environment, because otherwise you could end up with debris instead of erosion protection. The cool thing about nature-based solutions projects, especially when you're looking at vegetation planning, day one is the least amount of protection that you have. So you're always going to go up. As your vegetation establishes, it's going to give you that additional wave attenuation capacity, that additional flooding capacity. But on the flip side, you are going to get some damage when you get those storm events that come through, just natural damage. So when you're looking at a nature-based solutions project, you need to build in kind of your operations and maintenance plan. You need to go out there and monitor, and that's what we've seen in the bottom picture. That's what it's up at VIMS, Virginia Institute of Marine Science. They're going out and they're monitoring the marsh. This was a really cool marsh sill to study. I studied it from an engineering aspect, and they've been studying it from an ecological aspect. So they're periodically going out and saying, what kind of vegetation do we have? How healthy is it? Are there areas that need to be planted after a storm, that need maintenance? What type of benthic critters are we getting in there? And some of the things that have been determined with some of these structures is that there's only so far a crab is going to travel through the hole. So some of your habitat will change. It'll establish as a different type of marsh, maybe not the same, but overall you're getting that shoreline erosion protection. But it's really key on these to make sure that you are monitoring them and maintaining them so that they are successful projects. And I think I went through pretty quickly to get you to lunch, so any questions? Yeah.
I guess, do you consider thin layer placement?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So it depends where you're looking. It is used in South Carolina, and I believe, Kat, you're going to be talking a little bit about that later today when the project's over at Paris Island. So that is absolutely helping to keep up with some of the sea level rise. If you look at marsh, I believe NOAA's calculated about 5 millimeters a year is what you need to accommodate sea level rise on your marshes. So thin layer replacement is a very good way to do that, and a good way to use beneficially reused dredged material. Yes.
Have you ever used or in any of your projects, have you ever done this or seen a project where they did place a rock breakwater or sill just temporarily until vegetation establishes and then remove it if it wasn't really an environment where you would normally find a rock sill?
I have never seen that, and I would say cost-wise, that probably wouldn't happen, but I'll not say never. But yeah, because you would be spending the money to install the rock, then you'd have to spend the money. Yeah. There are places where people will put in oyster reefs, and we've been, research has shown that some of those are not effective because they were not the right place to put in an oyster reef. And that's things that we've learned throughout research, especially more recently, I'd say in the last 10 years, is looking at, okay, do we see relic oyster reefs in this area? Okay, this is probably a good place to put in a new oyster reef. Do we not, and why not? Maybe the currents are too fast for the spat to actually settle and create an oyster reef. So you might put out, your oyster castle, and then nothing happens because it's not a good environment for that. So that would kind of be an area where maybe you'd want to remove it and reuse it somewhere else where the oysters would settle.
Can you speak at all to the state of the industry in training contractors? You have these beautiful mounds,
Yep.
and they're just so high, and they're, different type of construction activity.
I've seen a great deal happen in the last 20 years. There's definitely been a focus on that. Up a little further north in Chesapeake Bay, and especially in Virginia, they actually have a living shorelines training class for contractors, specifically for that reason. Because anything in the coastal zone, and I've seen it with breakwaters that aren't constructed properly, really understanding the environment, that is a great question, because it's really, really key to getting the contractors to do this properly and to understand why. So you want to make sure that you have a contractor that knows what they're doing. And so there are training programs I've seen them like official programs in Virginia. Maine is developing one. Maryland has had an extensive, they've been doing these for like 40, 50 years. So they've got well-established contractors there. So I think it is an opportunity if you're finding that the contractors you're using are not up to speed, to get a more established program here. Yeah. Any other questions, or is everyone hungry for lunch? All right, thank you very much.
Sorry, I was going on my. All right, I'm going to quick administrative note. I'm sure everyone.
for the CE Club tonight.
Okay, welcome to the afternoon of our conference. Appreciate you all sticking around after that wonderful lunch. I'd like to introduce Jennifer Nanette, who is an environmental sustainability professional with the Institute for Sustainable Infrastructure, which she will explain all about and do a better job than I could because I'd probably end up making up stuff. But I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mark. Thanks, for everybody coming back after lunch, and also for coming to this presentation because I thought that one sounded pretty interesting. I think that talking about ISI, Institute for Sustainable Infrastructure, and Envision this afternoon is pretty interesting in thinking about preparing for projects. So this morning we heard a lot about projects that are doing really good things, but for people who maybe don't quite know where to start, the Envision framework can be really helpful with that. So I'm going to go through some of what ISI is and what Envision is, and then give some examples of some of the projects that have used it. So first of all, is anybody an ENVSP or a lead AP in here? Okay, good, a few. You can submit this hour as a continuing education hour. And I always ask that just in case people need to keep me honest in what I'm saying. So let's get into what ISI and Envision are, since most people probably don't know. The Institute for Sustainable Infrastructure is an education and research nonprofit. It's based in Washington, D.C., but we have 18 employees now across the country. So I'm located in Omaha, Nebraska, and I previously worked for HDR for 12 and a half years before coming to ISI last year to talk about Envision, and I worked with the Envision framework for most of that time on projects, working on over 50 projects that were applying the framework, and 25 of those were verified. So was considered a power user at that time and asked to come and help explain it to people from an implementation standpoint, which wasn't necessarily being done from inside the organization at the time. Anyway, ISI was formed in 2010 because ASCE, ACEC, and APWA were all looking at developing a civil infrastructure rating system for themselves, as was the Zofnass program at Harvard, and they decided that that probably wasn't a great idea to have 3 or 4 of them out there in the United States competing against each other. So they formed ISI, which worked with Zofnass to create Envision as a civil infrastructure rating system that could look at all horizontal infrastructure. The first version of the system came out in 2012, which was called version 2. Version 1 was kind of a pilot a little bit earlier than that. And then version 3 came out in 2018, and we're currently working on revisions of what will be version 4, which is planned to come out in 2028. So always looking forward and trying to stay current with what's happening within the industry and in the environment. What ISI really is a hub of a sustainability community where government organizations, public agencies, academic institutions, and corporate organizations from the architecture, engineering, construction industry come together to look at sustainable infrastructure and to, I would say, figure out how to build more sustainable infrastructure. We also have a lot of partner organizations, we have affiliate organizations, and then, of course, those founding organizations. And I think this hub could, expand pretty far, but, centered around sustainable infrastructure. And as part of that, kind of how ISI is organized, is really around providing tools, resources, and roadmaps for that civil infrastructure development so that project teams developing civil infrastructure can make it more sustainable, resilient, and equitable. And we have multiple programs organized within ISI, so peek behind the curtain, membership, research, verification, and credentialing. Credentialing includes training for people who would like to be more knowledgeable about sustainable infrastructure, as well as getting the Envision Sustainability Professional credential and maintaining that. And then also a verification program for projects that use Envision and want to go through a more formal process, although Envision can be used without going through that process. And just a note about research, the research program that had been at Harvard that helped to create Envision came over to ISI in 2022. So it is now more of an industry-focused research organization that is a part of ISI. And what ISI does is we work with Envision. We manage Envision. That's all that we really do. And we look, as I said, to provide those tools, information, so that people are able to apply Envision to projects. Envision itself is really just a guide to help project teams apply concepts and criteria related to sustainable infrastructure to help projects be more sustainable and resilient. It has practical guidance to improve performance. And one of the things that I think it really helps the most with is this idea of better project management. So helping project teams to be more inclusive, helping project teams to have better, and by inclusive I mean within organizations as well as stakeholder engagement. There's a lot of credits that refer to different levels of stakeholder engagement, which multiple people have talked about today of how important that is. And we provide a system of tools related to Envision, and we're creating them all the time. So we're having a lot of things that have come out this year and things that are going to come out later this year that are pretty exciting. But it really is kind of a whole package of different items that you can use to apply Envision. So the Envision Guidance Manual is available online, and this is everything. This is all the stuff that's in it. Anybody can read it. You can create a free account on ISI's website and download the guidance manual and have all of the information. There's also a self-assessment checklist, which is a spreadsheet that has yes or no questions that makes that kind of like a feasibility exercise for looking at if projects are good candidates to use Envision. There's the credential program, professional training, the verification program, which can provide recognition to projects that have applied Envision successfully. As I mentioned, Envision is for all types of infrastructure. So any horizontal infrastructure, we have projects that are in transportation, water, energy, land environment, park, restoration types of things, and waste. We don't really have any in information yet, but we do feel like that is probably something that is coming. But I do also want to note that if anybody is familiar with LEED, Envision does have some what you would call buildings that are included, but it's buildings that are really process oriented. So things like wastewater treatment plants or fish hatcheries, but nothing that's an inhabited building. That would be something that the LEED rating system for buildings would cover. Envision, again, if you're familiar with LEED or any other rating system, is really organized similarly. So it's organized into 5 different categories to look holistically across the full spectrum of social, economic, and environmental issues. So quality of life deals with things related to well-being of people and communities, mobility and community type and scale of issues. Leadership deals with project collaboration, so team collaboration, planning issues, and things related to focusing on the economy, I would say. Resource allocation, this is a lot of times where people think of sustainability in ideas of materials, which includes waste, energy, and water. Natural world looks at siting, conservation, and ecology, and then climate and resilience looks at emissions and resilience. So hearkening back to our keynote speaker, both of the things that were talked about on the idea of thinking about greenhouse gases that are exacerbating issues with climate, and then also resilience, making projects that are adaptable and mitigating things that might be caused by those climate change issues. Within the rating system, project performance is evaluated using a point system. So there are levels of achievement for each credit that are assigned by points weighted by 3 different factors. Importance and impact of the indicator, difficulty of the specific actions that are required, and then the demonstrable impact that meeting the requirements will have. And credit levels of achievement are related to points, but they're also related to performance goals, and they're considered guidance for sustainable improvements. And the really nice thing about the way the system is laid out is that you can have these incremental improvements, so baby steps. So people don't have to go from 1 to 100. They can go from improved, which is just above conventional performance, to a little, do a little bit more this time, do a little bit more next time, and try to build up to something that's perhaps a more restorative type of a project or a component of a project. And when I was working with project teams, the two things that I would always note, so I left them on the slide, were progress, not perfection. So, we're not looking for the perfect project. We're looking, again, to do better than we have done before. And then making sure decisions are intentional. So thinking through things and, not just doing them because it's the way that things have always been done, but really thinking through them. Envision is being used globally now. It was first started really in North America, and there obviously are a lot of projects verified in the United States and in Canada, but we also have affiliate organization in Italy. So there are, I think, 18 projects now verified in Italy. The first one in Spain happened this year. It's not on this map, but the first one in Guatemala and the first one in Colombia were actually verified within the last month. And we have multiple projects going through verification in China right now. So there's a lot of global application that's happening. Just to give you an idea of how the sectors look within this, transportation and water are by far the biggest sectors. But one thing that this doesn't really indicate is that people kind of have to put themselves into a bucket here. And a lot of the projects are really cross-sector. So a lot of projects have a lot of transportation and water elements, or you have a park that has elements of different sectors. But people, always seem to like statistics. So here they are. Oh, whoops. So to kind of summarize Envision a little bit, what makes it really unique is that it applies across all civil infrastructure. So any infrastructure project could use it. Again, any infrastructure project can use it for free. It looks at the triple bottom line, so it does actually very balancedly, if that's a word, look at social, economic, and environmental goals. It is designed to keep pace with the changing concept of sustainability, and there are things in it, in this system that came out in 2018, like related to social equity, related to embodied carbon, that were really new concepts at that time. And then as we're looking at V4, we'll be updating again to make sure that if there's anything on the horizon related to sustainability that needs to be included, it will be. It's great as a planning tool, which I'll talk about in just a second, but it does have planning, design, and construction, and operations and maintenance elements. So although it doesn't have an operations and maintenance module, so once construction is done, Envision use is done, I would say, but during planning and design, Envision really has a lot of tools that help project teams to look at what's going to happen in operations and maintenance. So I think this was a mention earlier. Someone said people don't think about operations and maintenance when they're designing a project. Well, that is built into Envision, thinking about part of stakeholder engagement, including operations and maintenance staff in that, and making sure that there's long-term operations and maintenance plans in place, including funding and staffing and things like that. So really including that throughout the entire process. Now, working backwards just a second, I would say that planning is maybe the most important element here that people kind of forget a little bit, and I have actually kind of a big project right now to try to hammer that in people's heads a little bit more. But you can't bring ideas like this into a project as 60% design is starting when a lot of your decisions have been made, including things like siting and things that you can't go back to when you're that far along in a project. So starting to consider these things and using Envision to have these discussions really early in a project is the most beneficial. And as a planning tool, it can help to evaluate alternatives. It can help to guide what the project scope is going to be. One of the things that we say about Envision is that it's not just to make sure that you're doing the project right, but it's to make sure you're doing the right project. So bringing it in really, really early in a project so that you're making sure that you're have those considerations even in initiation and feasibility types of discussions. In design is a little more cut and dried, looking at what types of materials are included, energy use or renewable types of energy sources, design for stormwater, vegetation, water, noise, lighting. And then there are also 5 construction-specific credits, but there are more than 20 other credits that have a construction component. So helping the design team to either, depending on your delivery method, either work with a contractor or write specifications so that the contractor is doing things sustainably as the project construction is moving along. And just to get over this hump, a lot of people ask, how much will it cost? And this goes back to that planning conversation as well in starting discussions about sustainability early, which really provides more opportunities for improved sustainability performance at a lower or a low or no cost. So that's, kind of comes down to the bottom line is if these discussions are included early, then you're more likely to be able to integrate something without having a substantial capital cost associated, or you might be able to balance that with like a life cycle cost analysis that you've done to show that these good decisions early are going to give you a longer or a lower life cycle cost of equipment or the project as a whole. So to show a little bit about what's happening in this region, these are the projects that, little project map of projects that are verified and registered kind of in this area. The blue, if you can tell the difference between blue and black, it's kind of hard. The blue ones are verified and the black ones are registered. But there are quite a few projects in this area, a few along the coast. We do have more, I would say, coastal projects in the in the New York region, and then a lot in Florida along the coast as well. So that's definitely being used, but hasn't been used quite as much in this region. So let's talk about how this relates to climate and resilience. There is, as I mentioned, a whole category called climate and resilience. That category has 2 goals: minimizing emissions that can contribute to climate change and other short and long-term risks, and then ensuring that infrastructure projects are resilient in a kind of very succinct form. So there are 4 credits that really work together on that second point of ensuring that infrastructure projects are resilient. And this is where, as I mentioned earlier, it can really help prepare projects, help in preparing for projects, but also it can help when people don't really quite know where to start. So it seems like the projects that we've seen today, people understood that resiliency was really important, and they obviously did a lot of preparation for that. But in projects that I've worked on, that hasn't always necessarily been the case, and it can be really intimidating to say, make your project resilient, and how am I supposed to do that? So the intent is that these credits within Envision can help project teams to walk through the process so that they can think about these things and have these considerations within their project. So I'm going to run through the credits kind of really quick, so it'll be kind of a lot of information on the screen, and just make a few specific points about them and then give a couple examples. So the first step is CR 2.2, assess climate change vulnerability, and this can be either conducted by the project team or existing studies can be used. So I was on a call actually last week, and someone said people don't do these credits because the level of effort is too much, and I disagree. I've done these credits a lot, and the one thing that I think is that there are a lot of tools and resources that are external. A lot of people have been doing this research for quite a long time, and those tools can be used to help set a project team up for these credits, especially in this point of existing studies. So there's things like, there's a FEMA report that states and regions have to do that look at all different types of risks, and that can be kind of cold for the information. There are several national climate studies that are done that are available online. And the biggest thing is that it really works from top down. So looking at those broader regional impacts and then filtering that out to what's really could impact the project or the project location specifically. Criteria C in this credit includes mapping of interdependencies of the project with connected systems and considering dependence on resources as well. So it helps the project team to think through what other systems they might be impacting or might be impacting their project, and also if there are resource needs, especially if those resource needs could be long, and it could be something that maybe that resource is not going to necessarily be available in the long term, because we do know that a lot of these projects last for, or are anticipated to last for 75 or 100 years. And then also including mapping interdependencies with community systems. So getting the project team maybe out of the comfort zone a little bit of their project per se and the scope of their project, but thinking how their project could impact other things within the community. And that could be outside of what really the scope of the project is. So if you're thinking about a water treatment plant that's on a closed site, there are still a lot of things that could be interdependencies with community systems. And a lot of those could impact things related to equity or related to even mitigating things for climate change. So bringing them up and having those discussions early is very helpful. The next criteria, these criteria, you'll see them build. So this one looks at evaluating risk and resilience, and this really specifically is looking at risk and resilience of the project. But it does talk again about critical functions of the project and dependencies of the infrastructure and its primary components, and then it builds to look at vulnerabilities and critical dependencies outside of the project. So this can be a really interesting exercise for project teams if they haven't done this before, to look at, can you get shipments if a road is closed, or what happens to this project if there isn't any power. So those, the criteria can really prompt interesting discussions about that. One of the things project teams do have to do, though, is to look at what the boundary that they are assessing is. And so Envision has some guidelines around looking at, if you're just looking at the project and assessing these risks to the project, if you're looking at the system the project lives in, so if it's a water treatment plant, for example, the water system that it's part of and connected to, or if you're looking at the community. And it allows you to make that delineation and then look at everything related to that boundary that you're setting. So if a project team is new to Envision, for example, that could be setting it at the project level, could make it a little bit of a simpler exercise, and then you could build out to system and community from there. What I've normally seen is that once people start talking about it, they start getting out to the community level, kind of regardless of what happens. So I always ended up at the community level, no matter where we started, but you can help people to kind of baby step their way there. Envision also provides some risk assessment steps. So if people haven't gone through this process before, it helps to walk through understanding the asset, identifying threats and hazards that could impact that asset specifically or that project specifically, identifying the vulnerability that it has, and then evaluating what risk that poses. And it also outlines the different threats and hazards that could be looked at in relation to acute shocks, so things that are more short-term, and then chronic stressors that are a little bit longer-term. The next credit is establishing resilience goals and strategies. So once you understand what is vulnerable and what those risks are, looking at how, what the project goals are, what the owner's appetite for risk is, and then also setting up strategies to help manage that risk. So sometimes some of that risk can be, they want to take that on, and that's fine, but it's good, again, to have an intentional decision made on that and not just have you get to the end of the project or something happens, God forbid, after a project is built and they say, why didn't we talk about this? So having that conversation about what level of resilience, what level of risk is acceptable, what level of resilience is needed, and then establishing strategies based on that. And you can see highlighted here also is to have key stakeholders engaged. And Key stakeholders can mean lots of different things, and so hopefully that means project teams are thinking through who really needs to be a part of this conversation. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have a community meeting about it, but key stakeholders. And then the last credit related to this is maximizing resilience. And so this looks at developing those resilience goals and strategies, and then explaining how the strategies address one or more of the core principles of resilient systems, including being integrated, being robust, and being adaptable. It also wants evidence of operations and maintenance so that these strategies are implemented but also carried through the project's life cycle. And there's a few other credits that are related to these credits, but not within the kind of big four. First, avoid unsuitable development. CR 2.1 is kind of the first in this series, and it looks at identifying siting hazards. And the siting hazards could be things like steep slopes, permafrost, adverse geology, flood-prone areas, at-risk coastlines, things like coastal surge, coastal erosion, and then also CR 2.6, which kind of bookends it, improving infrastructure integration. So this credit really is related to those dependencies and interdependencies if you're thinking about not only increasing internal systems integration, but reducing cascading failures, increasing external integration, integrating into different network types of things, and then also monitoring and integrating that monitoring into not only the project system, for instance, but also maybe even a larger system. We've seen some that have projects that are integrated into like larger emergency management types of systems. So a few examples of these. These are kind of around the country ones, and then I'll get into one that is closer to home. But the New York City Department of Environmental Protection has standard operating procedures for climate risk assessments and adaptation plans on all projects. And this comes out of an SOP that is aligned with city policies. Interestingly, probably last spring when I was still working on projects for them, it was interesting because within their Envision process, they didn't actually do a great job aligning to Envision, even though they have a requirement to do Envision on all projects. So we actually kind of rewrote what this climate risk plan looks at. And at the time, they were integrating that more into their process to make sure that people were actually going out and looking at where is this project specifically in the city and what hazards and risks are most related to it. And they have great tools and resources online for them to look at pinpoint project locations and look at what threats and hazards could be related to the project. So I think that really shows that even agencies that have been doing this for a long time still are evolving and getting better at using Envision and getting better at using tools that they already have to look at these kinds of elements of a project. The second example is the Ship Canal Water Quality Project in Seattle. And this is a CSO stormwater project where they ended up making a big tank. They're making a big tank to handle stormwater. But one thing that they did was they actually, during the process, updated their CSO storage sizing methodology to align more with future precipitation levels, because they previously were really using historical data. And so as part of their process of going through the project, they ended up updating their sizing methodology for the city and the county as a whole. The Public Works was working with, or still is working with, King County on that project. Burnside Bridge in Portland, Oregon. This bridge, they're actually putting a new bridge in because it's a critical lifeline route for first responders within the area that is failing, and they know that if there would be an earthquake, it would not handle that. So, and then the last example, Lift Station 87. This project was just verified at the end of last year, and they actually moved this lift station altogether from where it was previously to re-site it to ensure resilience against storm events, and built it for redundancy, which they didn't have in the previous lift station. So just a couple examples there of things that are happening around the country. But closer here, the Carolina Crossroads project, I'm assuming most people have heard of this project. Okay.
Malfunction junction is what they
Yes, yes. So this is a, like full disclosure, this is an HDR project. I did work on this project for like 10 years. So on the Envision portion of this project for like 10 years. But I pulled all this information publicly. Anyway, so you know that this project is doing, it's very large, doing a lot of highway reconstruction, bridges, interchanges, all of those kinds of things. But very early in the project, so in the like 2010 timeframe, when they were doing the environmental impact statement, they were thinking about Envision and Invest, which I found out last week has been retired. So rest in peace. Very sad. The website was just gone. Anyway. But they were looking at Invest and Envision at the same time, and one of the first things that they did was to talk about what the sustainability goals are for the project. So those are included, including things like offsetting environmental impacts, but also considering floodways, floodplains, erosion and sediment control. So thinking about again, social, economic, and environmental impacts of the project. And at the time, they looked at the Envision criteria for this and built right into the environmental impact statement, kind of what the basic role of Envision and these criteria was. And this is actually a little bit of an updated one because this project was started in version 2 and converted to version 3. So, but these are the Envision version 3 climate and resilience credits. So looking at, what their goals were related to a level of achievement and what the credit intent was, and then how that kind of filtered through to construction and the contractor when the project got to that point. But what they did during the environmental assessment process was to really to document the climate and resilience, and in this case they called climate and risk, and they used language essentially right out of the Envision manual to look at what the short and long-term climate risks were specific to this location and geography. They conducted a climate risk assessment and adaptation plan to account for climate change, as well as the different operating conditions that might happen on this project, and then conducted a risk analysis. So you can see how this aligns well with what those credits that we talked through were looking at. So what they came up with was 4 main issues that could impact the project: heat wave, humidity, intensity and frequency, extreme precipitation events, tornadic activity, and extreme storms and high wind events, and looked at what those short and long-term considerations could be for this project specifically. So again, kind of that funnel where you're looking at what is happening within the region or the project location, and then how that could impact the project specifically. So I will say that you may hear people, when they talk about Envision, talk about like how an agency could have like a silver baseline for projects. And I disagree with that fundamentally from a perspective that there are no credits, or maybe one credit, that don't make you look at the project specifically. So while there are a lot of things you can look at broadly and as policies or as these broader assessments, you do have to always look at how those things impact the project. So they looked at the short and long-term considerations for this project specifically, thinking about design criteria related to stormwater, hardening of components, what would happen in high temperatures and things like that. And then, of course, this is just the environmental impact statement, so it's not design documents per se. But they did do a vulnerability assessment and look at those risks and talk about an adaptation plan to make sure that the infrastructure was resilient and accounting for those climate change issues. So as a last couple notes, if you are interested in the Envision Sustainable Professional Credential, I just wanted to provide a little bit of information about that. It's a designation that we are seeing a lot of people get across all different professions within the engineering industry. It's not just for engineers, so there are a lot of planners, scientists, pretty much anybody. Lots of people are involved in Envision, and we have actually over 10,000 ENVSPs worldwide now. Some organizations use the ENVSP training as more of a sustainability training within their organization, so there are some organizations that have even like finance people do this or legal people so that they can have a common language of sustainability across the whole organization, especially if they're implementing Envision on a lot of projects, so that, you know, when they're talking about something related to leadership or something related to social considerations, that even people within finance, people within law, people within other departments are understanding the same things that everybody is talking about. So if you're interested in that, there's more information on our website. And as I mentioned earlier, you can create a free account and you can get all of these resources. Envision can be applied for free. If people are interested in verification, there is costs associated with that. I'm not going to go into that today, but information about that on the website as well. And then we do have a conference in October. The registration is open for that. It's free and virtual. So if you heard anything today that you were interested in, we should have some really good project case studies on that and some other panels and education sessions related to topics within sustainable infrastructure, where the abstract review process is just ending this week. So I don't know exactly what those things are, but the content is always really good. We had over 1,800 participants last year from over 50 countries. So it's getting to be a pretty good conference. And with that, just really appreciate the opportunity. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions? Wow.
I know.
Well, thank you again. All right, the next group up is not until 2 o'clock, so have some time to mingle. And we'll be back here at 2. Folly Beach. So Kim, take it away.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for being here. We're excited to talk to you all about this project, the Folly Beach Model Living Shoreline. I'm pleased to be joined today by our friend and colleague, Jenna Stevens, who has like 4 or 5 different titles at the City of Folly Beach. So I'll let her talk about that, as well as Louise Copel with Weston and Sampson, who is one of our engineers and was the designer on this project.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jenna Stevens. For the purposes of this presentation, I am the environmental planner for the City of Folly Beach. And I'm going to start out with just a few minutes introducing the project and why the city chose to install a living shoreline, and then turn it over to them for the technical details. So South Carolina, how do I turn here? Arrow? Yep. South Carolina is home to over 350,000 acres of salt marsh. So Georgia and South Carolina have the highest concentration along the East Coast, and Folly particularly has 10,000 acres of salt marsh. And this is an important asset to the city for obvious reasons, but to its residents and its visitors. For the protection against storm surge. It's a nursery for commercial and recreational fisheries. The marshes filter stormwater, carbon sequestration, the recreational opportunities. If you're coming onto Folly Beach, you will always see there's a boat ramp just to the right. There's boaters, there's a kayak launch, stand-up paddle boards. And the marshes are under threat from the boat wake, the increased boat wake, and sea level rise, and impervious surfaces, the pollutants that come off of the roofs that are built on Folly Beach. And notably, we do have a 35% limit, maximum limit of impervious surfaces, but that has only been in place for 6 or 7 years. Anything built before that, there's obviously much more roof lines and impervious surfaces. We also have, I'm kind of straying here, but we also have a requirement for every driveway must be pervious on the island, and that's been in place for about 10 years now. So in 2019, the city developed the first in the state marsh management plan. And we're currently updating that, so in a couple of months we'll have our newest version. But one of the recommendations in that plan was to install living shorelines and to encourage our residents to install living shorelines on their properties. It's not, how do I turn? Oh, it's in, what about just, oh, there we go. Oh, God. Okay, bear with me here. Y'all don't know how to use a computer. There we go. So salt marshes are threatened by sea level rise, and the question becomes, can the marsh keep up? And so you see on the slide here along the left the many benefits of a living shoreline. But what we're aiming for here is for this living shoreline to trap sediment behind it and ultimately allowing the marsh to fill in. And living shorelines address these threats like the increased boat wake, erosional scouring, to make the coast more resilient and to filter that stormwater pollutants, the water that's coming off of the buildings and the streets, and to create oyster habitat for marine life, ultimately stabilizing the shorelines. So in 2016, the General Assembly created, you'll see the timeline here, a new regulatory framework that I'm sure some of you in the room were part of this process. Susanna from the Nature Conservancy talked earlier today about the Nature Conservancy installing a living shoreline. I think she said in 2023, and that was the first installation in the state. So in 2016, DNR began researching and monitoring and holding public information sessions to find out what works in the state. And then they had 5 years to 2021 when the General Assembly authorized DHEC to create this regulatory pathway to figure out how we're going to permit these as a state. And from 2021 to 2023, a lot of organizations participated in developing educational resources. And here I want to put in a plug for that website, clemson.edu/living-shorelines. There's a lot of information there for contractors and for homeowners. It's kind of a one-stop shop for if you wanted to install a living shoreline on your property. In 2024, Folly kicked off our project, and the goal is to have examples of diverse approaches and to use this as a demonstration to our homeowners to show them the benefits of a living shoreline. So we have 6 or 7 miles of privately owned shoreline along the Folly River, and the city owns one. I think the next slide is a map. The city owns one property at the Folly River Park, and that's where we're going to install this project. And Folly, so council authorized the money last year to pay for this. And it's a demonstration project, so of course we get all the benefits of creating a living shoreline at the park, but this will also have educational signage, and we'll have public information sessions. And ultimately, at the end, one of the deliverables is a guidebook that will show residents, here's the process, here's the timeline, here are the agencies that you need, here are the documents that you need, here are the engineered drawings, everything that you need to help a resident go through this process and install a living shoreline on their property. Let's see. So here's the map. If you're coming from James Island down 171 south along the Folly River Bridge here, you would see to the left. Do you think you could even see it when you're driving? Don't look, don't get in a wreck. But it's to your left is the marshes of the Folly River Park, and below this slide, right below it is the actual Folly River Park. That is a highly used, highly programmed community area gathering space. There are family fun nights and bands and other events just that the city puts on. There's also private yoga classes and drum circles, and then of course the dock itself is an attraction. Are you going to talk about that guy?
Yeah.
Okay. So to visitors and owners, this dock is very popular, 700 feet long. And what I think is cool about this project is if you're at Folly River Park and you walk to the end of the dock and turn around, you will see what will become the living shoreline. So you get that perspective of looking at it back from the water. And that's where we'll have the signs explaining what this is doing, and why as a resident we think this is something that you should install on your property.
Thanks, Jenna. So, we really want to help the residents of Folly Beach understand how living shorelines are an opportunity and an option for them if they have property adjacent to the salt marsh, adjacent to, most likely it'll be the Folly River, but the tributaries to the Folly River. And, as Jenna mentioned, so something we want to show y'all here in this presentation, Jenna mentioned this, Susanna mentioned it in her Nature Conservancy presentation, is there really hasn't been a lot of full sets of engineered drawings for living shorelines. That regulatory pathway really just came into existence in 2022. There was a question earlier today about a contractor training. South Carolina does have a contractor training. It's excellent. It was a lot of hard work by a lot of different collaborators, including DES, DNR, Clemson, but it's the Living Shoreline Marine Contractor Training course. So definitely encourage looking at that if you're interested. So back to the project area. The main thing whenever we're designing living shorelines is we want to understand what is the purpose. What are we trying to do with this practice? Here, hopefully y'all can see that up here. If not, over there on the right, we have a nice wide marsh. So shoreline erosion, meaning upland shoreline erosion, somebody's yard, somebody's property, is not actively eroding into the Folly River. What is eroding, and I'll show you a picture in a moment of a escarpment, is that marsh face, and it's cliffing off. And so the purpose of this project is to protect that marsh edge. And as we protect the marsh edge, we're then creating that space and that buffer with the uplands. We do have, I will point out here, the stormwater outfall from all of Center Street. Exits right there. There's you'd have to really use your good vision here, but there is actually sort of a little creek that goes through the marsh from that outfall that exits into the Folly River. Fortunately for us, it's to the east of our project site, so we didn't have to note that in our design or in our permit application. That would be an issue if it actually came out behind the living shoreline. This is part of a shellfish harvesting area, as seen in the middle picture. That's something that you'll end up noting on your permit application. Really, the main thing that we're looking for here is the presence of oysters if we're going to do an oyster-based approach. And, you know, I was part of a lot of the conversations as the permit was coming out about educating people about these practices and how do we get people trained to do these practices. And one question that kind of came up is, you know, what do we do if this living shoreline is within a shellfish harvesting area and somebody comes and harvests the oysters? And we all, you know, what we kind of came to the conclusion after we talked about this is that's actually a sign of a really successful project. If you were able to grow enough oysters that somebody could come and harvest those oysters, that would be awesome. So I mentioned that. We do have a DOT right-of-way. Jenna mentioned 171. That is a DOT roadway. So we'll talk just a moment about what kind of implications that had. The next slide is really could have been broken out into a number of slides, but excuse me, these are just the things that, some of the things that you need to consider for site assessment. The site assessment for a living shoreline is so important. All of these nature-based solutions are designed very site-specific, but living shorelines, maybe even more so, if I can say that, in that the system's very dynamic. I've been going out to this site now pretty regularly for a couple years, and even me, somebody who grew up in the salt marsh, is just amazed at how much this area has changed in just a couple summers. So I would recommend going out more than once. You definitely want to go out at low tide, of course. What we're looking for, sinkability. There's not any, you know, really hard numbers for this. But Jenna kind of mentioned that pathway. In 2016, DNR was sort of mandated or asked to go out and collect 5 years worth of data on living shorelines. And with that, they really fine-tuned kind of the different sort of suitability index, if you will. And a substrate, or the pluff mud, as we call it, is considered soft for living shorelines if you were to step into it and sink in up to your knees. So that's soft, and that's going to inform what types of practices are appropriate. If you were to step out into the salt marsh and you got, you know, mud not up to your shoelaces, that's considered a hard substrate, and that's going to inform what types of practices. If we have a hard substrate, we can put a heavier strategy, a heavier application out there. So that's our sinkability. We're looking at our fetch. You know, how wide is that water body through DNR standards? Really anything over a water body, Louise will talk about this, but grass to grass, anything over 1,500 feet wide is considered high energy. And then anything under 20 feet, is that right, Jeannie? Under 20 feet is not suitable. So you won't be able to get that through the regulatory process. So knowing your water body width, your wave energy, Jenna pointed out that there's a boat ramp here. That's important. There's a bridge there. A lot of boat traffic here. Everybody's got to slow down. For the boaters out there, what happens whenever you pull back on the throttle and the boat slows down? There's actually a pretty big wave that comes up. And so even though boats aren't going fast through here, they're slowing down right here. So we see a lot of energy. We also note that bridge and the revetment under the bridge. What happens is the Folly River comes under that bridge, it kind of gets pinched right there, and the velocity of the water is really fast. So there's a lot of energy coming through there. So we always look for an escarpment. And what are the signs of erosion while we're out there? Is it site-wide? Is it a site-wide escarpment, or is it just one trouble spot? This particular one, we've got about a 12 to 18 inch, around 1.5 foot site-wide escarpment. So that means that, that salt marsh could just be sloughing off, during a high energy event. So we want to try and get in there and protect that. So these are just some of the things we're looking at. The main ones, I would say, if anybody was going to go site a living shoreline today, I'd say sinkability is number one, slope, and the presence of oysters. Those are the big things that you want to look like. But of course, there's a number of other things as well. All right, next up is Louise. Louise is going to show you all some of the engineer drawings, which are so cool. I'm like so happy about these, but hopefully y'all can see some of the details.
All right, so our engineered drawings, this sheet's kind of like the project overview sheet. Orientation, if you're coming on to Folly from Janes Island and you're looking over to the left, our project site will be right there. And then we have an inset kind of just zoomed up in that left corner, looking from the water straight up at the site. And you can see all the practices laid out next to each other. So just a few things, a few details I wanted to point out that we included on here just to support our basis of design when we submitted this to permitters and later on gave it to our contractors. So here's that marsh to marsh grass width. I think it ended up being like 827 feet. I don't know if you can see it there. Our tidal patterns, so our flood and ebb current here. The coordinates of the project site, so this is a city-owned property, and we called out the northing and easting at each corner. And then, of course, we have the mean low water and mean high water levels and our practices in between those two boundaries.
Louise and I are going to just kind of jump back and forth between the concepts and the engineered drawings. But everything that Louise just showed you, if you're preparing a set of engineered drawings for a living shoreline, this is what you'll need to include. And again, this is all pretty new. 2023, we heard the first set of engineered drawings was done. So this, Jenna mentioned we really wanted to have a number of different practices, proof of concept. We really want the community to see these different practices so they know their different options. We also had heard that some of the, let's just say, maybe like, what's the right word? Some of the practices that maybe South Carolina hadn't seen as much were getting really bogged down in the regulatory pathway. I mean, 2 years, big time. We wanted to pick practices that we knew people could go and implement. They could get designed, they could get the materials, they could get installed, and also weren't going to get really bogged down in the regulatory process. So we did three different practices. Louise and I are going to talk about all three of them. One is kind of that tried and true bagged shell. We are putting these on wooden pallets. The reason for that is because oyster is expensive. So I think everybody here knows we have a lot of spat. We gotta have a lot of baby oysters in the water. We don't have to seed our oysters, but our baby spat need oysters to land on and grow more oysters. So that's really the premise of our oyster-based approach, is getting that shell material back out there. So each one of those bags holds about 2/3 of a bushel of shell. It has to be quarantined, and I think Louise will talk some more about some specifics, but quarantined for 6 months, so that we're not spreading any kind of disease in our waterways. The reason we put those on the pallets is because we want that shell. We don't want that shell to get buried into the mud. We want that shell to be up so that it can receive that spat. and grow more oysters. If we put those bags down, because this is kind of moderately soft, if you were to go walk around in here, you'd probably get ankle to shin deep. If we were to go throw, each one of those bags is roughly 6 gallons of shell down in the pluff mud, we're going to lose half of our material on day one. So we're putting these on these pallets. This is something that DNR has done. It's been tried and true. DES has seen it before. We knew everybody would be comfortable with it. About 8 bags can fit on, 8 bags. They're about 4 feet wide. The pallets are about 4 feet wide. Did I talk about all of your construction notes?
See if I can find more. So Kim said we have the 3 different practices. We have like a plan view and detail sheet for each of the practices. So this is the oyster bags on pallets. We have the dimensions of each of the pallets, and then we specified 8 oyster bags to be placed on each of the pallets, and the quantity of oyster shell to be placed in each of the bags. So I think it's 2/3 of a bushel or 5 gallons. And Kim mentioned this before, but the oyster shell should be left to cure 6 months prior to installation, and it should be locally sourced. And then something you'll see on all 3 of these sheets, there's kind of these boundaries around the practices, and we delineated those areas because marsh conditions may change at the time of installation. So we said on our plans that the practices can go in anywhere inside these little boundaries and be 10 feet off the marsh grass at the time.
So that was kind of new for us. A lot of this we were learning in those conversations with DES is that it was okay to have kind of that bounding box. Because as I said, this site is changing a lot. This is the dock. This is a great view of the Folly River Park dock. Very quickly, I'll share one of my favorite. We've been going out to this site a lot and just getting muddy and checking it out. And one day we were out there, and this was like the most quintessential Folly moment. This guy is on a skateboard. He's coming down the dock. We're all kind of watching him. He's got a fishing rod over his shoulder. He throws it right off of the dock, immediately hooks into a flounder, reels the flounder up, takes the hook out, releases the flounder, and then like skateboards away. And we all just looked at each other. We're like, so Folly. That was just like the most Folly moment. But I kind of tell that story here because our next practice, the manufactured wire reefs, we know this is a popular spot for fishing. We want to make sure that we're not creating a hazard for people who are trying to fish off of the dock. So we tried to pull those off as much as we could. What are the benefits of the MWRs, the manufactured wire reefs? I see Marnie in the room. I know Sustainability Institute's building a lot of these with DNR as well. These are, you can kind of, if you use those good eyes again, see those muddy footprints. This is a pretty soft substrate. The MWRs are lightweight, so they're good when you have that softer substrate. You can kind of sit them on top. I'll let Louise talk a little bit about how we prepare them, but that's why we picked this particular product here. We also like MWRs because the materials involved with them are readily available. You can go to the hardware store, you can buy these materials. If you know what you're doing, you can crank out. We can ask Marnie how many they can make a day, but it's a good, a good many that you can do. And I will say that practice kind of started, DNR was collecting ghost traps, our crab pots that were left out into the marsh, and they were no longer fishing, but they were still trapping animals. DNR was going out and collecting those, and they realized how many oysters were growing along those abandoned crab traps.
So here's the MWR detail sheet. We have the dimensions on that 3D inset here. In some of the construction notes, we specified that the wire reefs should be dipped in mortar and left to cure 6 days prior to installation, and they should be dipped in an oil-free mortar. That was just so there's no adverse impacts on the environment, and also didn't interfere with binding of the materials. Oh yeah, sorry. We specified for all these practices to use 3-foot J-hook rebar, and we specified that because we wanted something that would keep the practices stable in the marsh, and also for safety purposes. We didn't want someone walking by and stubbing their toe on anything. And then our third detail sheet, this is the oyster castles. So this is kind of like our hardest, grayest practice, and that's will be closest to the dock where there's the most wave energy. I'm sorry, closest to the bridge. And these we specified at 3-2-1 orientation. There we have a few sections cut on the bottom, just looking at it from the side and from an aerial view. And once again, we'll put geotextile fabric underneath these so they prevent them from sinking, and they'll be secured with that 3-foot J-hook rebar.
And then this is just a site plan. You can see the oyster castles. So this is to orient everybody. Along the right-hand side is that bridge. So you had that revetment under the bridge. Oyster castles are coming in first to almost kind of extend that revetment, dissipate that energy, but do it in a way that we can grow some oysters along the way and protect that marsh edge. Then we move into our wooden pallets, and then we move into the manufactured wire reefs. I will say for the MWRs, the manufactured wire reefs, one modification that you can do if you're interested in doing this is you can put oyster shell within them, and that also can help kind of call in the spat, help bring the spat in. So that's something we're not doing here. We have a very high recruitment rate here. We anticipate that we're going to go back out to the site, by next year, and we're going to have some really nice oyster reef growing. So lessons learned. One thing about the engineer drawings, we have the set with us at the Weston and Sampson table. If anybody wants to flip through them and look at the construction notes and all of that, you're welcome to look at those. So lessons learned, kind of helpful tips of that permitting process. Again, we're all kind of working through this together right now. I am going to defer, if there's any permitting questions, my colleague and permitting expert, Jeannie Lewis, who is sitting in the front. She knows this stuff really, really well. I'm not the permitting expert, admittedly. But what we learned through going through the process, we did this with City of Folly Beach. One thing Folly Beach said up front is that they wanted to learn how to do the permitting process. So City of Folly Beach, they're the ones who put in for the application. They've been involved with all of our meetings with the regulatory authority, agencies. And so this has really been driven by City of Folly Beach. We've helped gather all the information and, helped draft the applications and all of that. So what we've learned, communicate early and often. We gave our friends over at DES, Bureau of Coastal Management, we gave that staff a heads up as we were working on this. We scheduled a pre-submittal meeting with them. Those concept drawings, that's not something that you need to do. We did that because we're going to have an educational guidebook that's going to come out of this, Jenna mentioned. So those concepts, that's kind of the start of that. We didn't want to just give people engineered drawings. We wanted to give them pretty drawings that they could, kind of wrap their heads around. I will say, though, the benefit of that, we did show those in our pre-submittal meetings, and it really kind of helped talk about what we were doing with the project. We talked a lot about our site assessment in that pre-submittal meeting. Wanted to make sure they knew what we had been doing at the site, what we'd noticed, this erosional escarpment, everything we talked about. Responding to comments, this is, like anything, we want to do that quickly and efficiently. We want to make sure our drawings are very detailed, and Louise and others did an awesome job of just really hammering out those construction notes. I would be remiss to say we are working on this with a marine contractor, Shoreline Restoration Group, who also helps inform what those construction notes should be. And one thing that Jeannie had the idea for that I think really helped is that we had all the standards for the regulatory number, R3012-2 something. But anyways, we had all those standards listed in a table, and then we responded to those. So it was like a matrix. Here's the standards. Here's how we're responding to this into the project. I think that really helped. Helped with that. And And then talk with others who've gone through the process. We're really happy to talk to anybody about that. If you want to reach out, we want to see more living shorelines go in the ground, go into pluff mud here in South Carolina. I've got half a minute to tell you the finishing up. We've completed our site assessment. We had our survey done, our engineered drawings, our pre-application meeting, our permit applications in. We've gotten all our materials. Everything's been purchased. We're ready to go. Our next step, our public notice is out through August 1, so we're almost there. We've got to do a site visit with DES and the Army Corps. And then the part that we're most excited about, all of this is building up to our community installation day. So we're going to be doing this with the community. We're going to go out and install this living shoreline together and learn together and really just have everybody be part of that, because again, we're going to get to see multiple practices in the ground at the same time, as well as produce that community handbook that hopefully will increase the adoption of going after living shorelines along the Folly River and beyond. So with that, I thank you, and I don't know if we have any questions or we used up all our time, Mark.
You used up all your time.
I used up all my time.
If there's any questions, you can go ahead and ask.
Yes. Did you hear that, Jeannie? Does it work like a dock permit?
Well, let's see, so there was always a regulatory process previously. It would have been an individual permit from the state. So this new regulatory pathway created certain standards in the regulations that said, hey, you have to have these types of conditions, and that's, those conditions are supported by your site assessment to understand the substrate, to understand the slope, to understand the currents, you know, where it's flow, what are the widths of the waterways. And it is very much like that, but it has, the regulatory agency will tell you that it has more standards, additional standards.
R30-12Q.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
You all want to scale up living shoreline in South Carolina. You've got to deal with this permit. I'm from North Carolina. But you just described the permit in that way.
Yeah, and we, yeah.
So much more expense.
Sure, it's, yeah.
Look at other states, what they've done, so yeah, it's not new. People will be
Sure.
people who are regulating, just
And I will say that was discussed. And we know North Carolina is anything under 500 feet, 500 linear feet. I think South Carolina needed to see proof of concept, which is why this is so important that this is happening. Because I think as we get more comfortable with it, I don't know if me personally, I don't know if I ever see us going up to 500 feet, but I could definitely see us, hopefully, my hope would be to 100 linear feet, which is probably more in line with what a resident would want adjacent to their yard. But we would love to be like y'all, but we missed that opportunity, unfortunately. Right, yeah. Oh, we know, trust us, we know. Yeah. 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 We were kind of surprised because I was part of those early conversations that was how it was interpreted, that engineer drawings were required. So that, I agree, but yeah.
That's actually across the board for all regulatory permits, the critical area issues for the state. It is that, but North Carolina's got some pretty nice streamlining things for their CAMA staff, their post-firm staff. But honestly, the Corps of Engineers in 2017 gave the nationwide 54 for living shorelines, and the southeast states, south of North Carolina, wanted to have it go for a couple cycles to see what happens. That's a regular practice for a new nationwide. It's like, let's see what the issues are, let's work through them, then we'll try to figure out this faster path permitting.
Okay, if you all have any other
Thanks, Mark.
questions,
Thank you, I know, sorry.
you can ask them out in the
Yes.
General. Social hours. Social hours. All right. All right, you got a couple of minutes to hit the head real quick, grab some water or whatever, and we'll be back in here for our next. everybody. This will be track A if you don't know. And we're going to be talking about maximizing the value of disaster recovery efforts, how to turn natural disaster pain into resiliency gain. Lisa Wells from the Ardura Group. Welcome, Lisa.
Yeah, thank you. I am really excited to be here. It's kind of odd for me to be coming to the Lowcountry to talk to you all about hurricane damage in the upstate. So just kind of an odd thing when Helene came through, but that's what I'm going to do today. Will Rector was supposed to be here. He's my counterpart, but had some field work related to Helene, actually, for another utility client. And when FEMA says they need it, FEMA needs it. So we'll talk a little bit about that, perhaps. So glad to be here. What we're going to talk about today, it's going to be a departure from what you've been hearing, because I am going to focus a little bit on disaster recovery and how a particular entity that we helped went through that process, and then figuring out how do you connect that to resiliency efforts. So we're going to just draw a distinction between disaster recovery and resilience planning. It's sort of the first step for that. Talk a little bit about Helene and its impacts. So you all may think about it differently here in the Lowcountry than we did in the upstate. I'm going to tell you a little bit about REWA and some of their resilience planning that they had done pre-Helene. Show you some of the impacts they had and how they responded in the aftermath. Walk through the FEMA public assistance process as we walk through that with them, and then just hit some key takeaways. I will not take an hour, so hang with me. You'll get a longer break. So Hope hit on this in the SCORE presentation next door. So she had mentioned that they have a definition that they've given, and I need to back check and be sure my definition lines up with hers. But I do like to start there. Resilience is the ability to anticipate and adapt to changing conditions. You want to withstand, respond, and recover from those disruptions that you're going to see. As a comparison, when you talk about disaster recovery, this is the FEMA process. And so it's very different when you're looking in the aftermath of a hurricane or any sort of natural disaster, and you're looking at a recovery model. A lot of steps, a lot of very specific things, a very specific set of goals, objectives, forms that you need to pay attention to. So how they compare, really important here. I'm not going to read this slide because you all can read it for yourself. But what I will point out is the goals are different, but they don't have to be so different. So the goal for resilience, as you all talked about it all day long, is to minimize impact, to make sure that you can maintain service in the face of a disaster, whereas disaster recovery, specifically in that FEMA process, is just to return you to pre-disaster condition, perhaps with some mitigative measures added onto the top. Really important to know that although people will talk about those, particularly if you're in the emergency management realm, people might talk about those interchangeably, but they're very different. So Hurricane Helene, for you all, it was just maybe a rainy day with some wind. No different than a lot of events you see. In the upstate, 11 inches, 18 inches, almost 13 inches of rainfall that we got. And it was one of those things we were not prepared for. We don't prepare as well as people do in the Lowcountry. When we went to bed and it looked like the hurricane was going to turn and go across Atlanta, we all said, okay, great, we're going to go to sleep well, the wind's going to howl a little bit, and then tomorrow we'll be fine. But unfortunately, when it made landfall in September, it headed inland and hit us directly head on. So overall, 200 fatalities, $79 billion in damages from Helene, making it the 7th costliest hurricane in U.S. history. In South Carolina in particular, there were 49 confirmed deaths in South Carolina, record-breaking river levels across the state. Over 2 million people were without power, 912 road closures, and then more than 2,500 homes with major damage are destroyed. I was really taken by the number that Hope had up in her presentation from SCORE about how the housing in particular, the impact of Helene on housing is just mind-boggling. So in the upstate, a lot of rainfall and wind damage, so we had not seen this type of storm in quite a long time, in decades, and so there was a lot of tree damage. I don't know if I can get my pointer here to work, but so here this is a power line, kind of hard to see, but trees fall over power lines, people can't get out, they can't touch it, live wire, so it's still energized on homes. This is a road, and people had to get out there with chainsaws. So not really something that we had seen in several decades. And some people in their lifetime, they had not seen that kind of damage. And here's why. Here's the history for us in the upstate. So Hugo came in 1989. I was at Clemson. Thank goodness I had batteries, because I was listening to some tunes on my cassette tape, hunkered down. Next one we got was 2004, and that was Francis. And really, that wasn't so much the storm damage. We had a lot of spin-off tornadoes, but not many people remember that. So maybe similar, those first when you're using your CDs and when you first got into any kind of Apple Music device, maybe a lot of people weren't the early adopters. So that might have just kind of went out of your frame of mind. But 24. So, from 89 to 24, we had not seen any sort of hurricane, large storm event like that. Neither had our landscape. So a really important piece of the work that's being done now, particularly with power, is there are a lot of trees coming down, because there had been a lot of places where the power companies had neglected, or they had listened to the homeowners who said, please don't cut our trees down, please don't do that. And so there's just a lot of things that were neglected when you think about resilience and trying to maintain the system. Well, with this, there's something that happens when you go that long between storm events, right? People have really short memories. You become really complacent. So September, top of everybody's mind. December, people are still thinking about it. At this point, I rode through Asheville, up that direction. You see the road going back in places. In another few months, when those major arteries are back in place, everybody's got football season again. We'll be in the midst of other things. The hurricane will be kind of leaving our mind. People aren't going to be thinking about it. I think that's why, particularly as you get away from the Lowcountry and you get Midlands and you get upstate, people don't pay enough attention to resilience efforts, because it just doesn't happen often enough to put it top of mind. So I think that's one of the places where the Lowcountry, this group of you people, you as individuals, and then your organizations, the work that y'all are doing is really important and really impactful to help push the whole state in the right direction with resilience. So to tell you a little bit about REWA, so this is a wastewater treatment provider, a very large one. They serve about 500,000 customers in the service area, cover all of Greenville County and over into adjacent counties. Lots of treatment plants, lots of sub-districts they serve in sewer collection. And then asset-wise, so 920 square miles of service area, lots of pump stations, and over 430 miles of gravity and force main. Their resilience efforts, what I'm going to focus on today, they're doing a lot with resilience, but we're going to focus specifically on their stream program that they put in place. This was something that they started in 2019, and I like talking about it because it's a place that in the past you would not have heard a utility that provides water and wastewater service take on so much ownership for what's happening to a natural system. And they are drawing a distinction. They are trying to ultimately protect their own asset, but they are thinking about how their assets interacting with the landscape and thinking about how they use that resilience lens to do what's right by both of those systems. So in 2019, they started some work looking at just a data review. Hey, we know that this is an issue. We're seeing our lines are exposed. We've had some failures where we have lines falling into the stream, and then we have overflows, and we know we need to do something a little different. So we started with a data analysis for them, looking at how can you determine what your risk is for these events to happen in your system. We started talking about, okay, well, if you've got to just go fix some banks because you see that your line's falling in, what can you do? So to date, they had a significant amount of rock where they were tunneling for conveyance, and they had a lot of rock, and then they had a lot of riprap. And so what they'd do is if they had an issue on the bank, hey, we know how to solve that problem, right? Just go get a couple of truckloads of rock, go throw it on the bank, and we'll be good. But they realized that they were chasing, even that, they were chasing the stream, just like municipal governments, local governments often do the same thing when they're trying to stabilize a bank. So they really started thinking about and trying to educate themselves on what are the natural channel design techniques that if we have to go in because our right-of-way is at risk, or our line is going to be exposed, what can we do that will be in line with a natural channel design technique? They committed, in 23, they committed annual capital funding to this program specifically. So they finally said, hey, look, we recognize that we're not going to solve this problem with just deciding that we're going to let our own crews go in and do work when they see it ahead of time. We're going to have to put some capital money behind it. So they committed capital funding to this program. And then as part of that, we became their owner's advisor for what they're calling their stream bank stabilization program. And in that role, we were going to help them with standards, more education for their internal staff, trying to really build capacity for how they could use natural design techniques as they're trying to go in and mitigate risk, and then helping them figure out what work do we need to do from a capital standpoint, and then getting a contractor on board to do that work. And then came Helene. So they have a whole field of solar panels here, and this is the view from their training center. They lost 20 vehicles in this storm event. There was a dike adjacent to this area that failed. And so imagine they wake up in the morning and they need to go start assessing their system, but oh wait, we can't get to the trucks, and they couldn't get to some of their equipment. So it was really devastating, and in one of those things where you almost just kind of have to stop and sit down a minute and say, all right, let me put my head in my hands first, and then I'll come back and figure out what I need to do. Their pump stations were overwhelmed and damaged. They had equipment failures at multiple sites. They did maintain service. Didn't quite meet water quality standards, obviously, right? So a lot of overflows and a lot of problems there, but at least they were able to maintain service for all their customers. A lot of system stress. But through all that chaos, people came in, they got pump stations back online, took care of all the immediate needs that they had. And at that point, we really said, all right, then what do we do now? Because now we have to think about this. So my one observation regarding the FEMA process, and in particular the public assistance process, which is what after the disaster is declared, or when you know that disaster declaration is coming, what I've seen in municipal governments is a lot of this happens a little bit in a silo. So the emergency management department is often the ones that take the lead in this public assistance. They're working on that. Public Works and engineering department are trying to fix things and solve the problem and work on, how are we going to move to the next step. And I think sometimes we miss an opportunity because in our haste to just get things back online, and in the haste to just complete the forms and check the boxes, connect the dots to make sure we get the money, we don't really think about how do we take what we've been doing with resilience, how do we use it and leverage it right now, and then how do we build in resilience planning into what we're doing as we're going through this process. So this process, I'm going to run through it really quickly. The prepare part is you got to document your damages, and that's with photos, with logs, with maps, you have to have your initial damage assessments, you make contact with your state agency, and then collect the pre-disaster documentation. So that's, you know, the insurance, the maintenance logs, work orders, all those things that you start pulling together. Then you apply, you know, you attend the applicant briefing that the state has. Then you submit your request for the public assistance. Process goes through review. After you've reviewed your information with them, and there's a lot of back and forth in that process. You have to make sure you're using the right words sometimes when you're describing whether or not it's going to be an eligible expense or not. Then you work through obligation of the funds. Then you do the work, finally can do the work, and then you have the compliance piece. So a lot of steps go through there, and particularly in the upstate, as I said, people up there don't see a lot of storm events. And I do know there are folks from the Lowcountry that came into the upstate to help, people that did know what they were doing and were used to responding. So we are appreciative of that help and that assistance. It was a big learning curve. And so that's the case for every public agency that was working through that process. So for the damage assessment logistics, so as I said, the first thing they were trying to figure out is, well, how do we get enough boots on the ground to figure out what's going on and what we do? So REWA immediately engaged their internal staff. Every one of them got reassigned to do this assessment and figure out, you know, because they didn't know where their system was in the stream and where it wasn't. They just weren't, you just can't tell with the gravity lines. So they had 19 consultants from 5 different firms and 34 of their staff across all their teams to go out and start doing this work to assess what was going on. And when we started, even though we had started building a program where we had some forms and we had some inspection protocols for what they could do to do these stream assessments, again, it's that immediate response of, oh my God, we just have to go out and figure it out. So they sent us all out. They had spreadsheets. They were texting photos and reports back and forth. And it didn't take them but a few hours to realize, oh, wait a minute, this is not going to work. So the director of operations said, all right, we got to get this in GIS. What can we do? So, you know, GIS folks, we've seen it over and over today. The GIS professionals are our heroes these days. There's so much valuable information available. And so they went into action. This is REWA's internal team put together an interface, and this was just the outline that they laid out, she laid out for how she kind of went about this process. And she did it fast. So, you know, it needed to be done because people were still out in the field texting more photos and doing more checklists by hand. They were all going to have to be input. So went through the process, came up with the Survey 123 form, kind of took what we had and made it a little more simple because we needed rapid assessment. So Survey 123 form was created, set up an experience builder so that it could interface so that folks in the command center could see what was going on. Did a little testing, and then that was on October 3rd when she got the request, and then by October 11th, we had completed 2,000 assessments that were showing up in their system that they could evaluate. So pretty significant work there that was done so that this information could be visualized, so that people could begin to really think about it and digest what it means, what is the damage, how do we fix what's going on. So some of the typical damage they had, you know, you got scoured footings, you got manhole covers that came off. The trees, again, just in the upstate, REWA had done a pretty good job of keeping their easements cleared, but you're just clearing the easement. So if it's 25 feet wide, you know, trees are still falling. So there were many areas where we could not get through to inspect the pipe system other than just walking down into the stream and then walking up the stream corridor. So this is some of the other damage. So, you know, scoured stream banks that were adjacent to right-of-way, support columns that had failed and were just kind of hanging from the pipe, and then debris jams. So that's the other thing that I think for them in particular, rethinking a lot about how when they have aerial crossings, when you have tight corridors, looking around at what what you have in the landscape to understand what the damage potentially could be and where you could get these debris jams, which will just reroute, in a large storm, you can reroute a stream, 50 feet just with one storm event. So loss of right-of-way, slope failures, and then, gravel. That last one's a gravel bar that you don't really think about this a lot, but the force of the water forced the gravel up under the pipe, and it actually was pushing up, so impacting the hydraulic performance of that pipe and made it at risk for failing altogether. So this is sort of what their map looked like. So you have a point, here's your inspection point right here. So the way it was set up in Survey 123, you'd drop a point there with Survey 123, you'd add photos, and then immediately back in Command Central, they could start looking at the data that we were collecting. So this was helpful because they did have some areas where they had to do some emergency repairs. So as they're seeing this, they're evaluating, and they're saying, yeah, I think we can get out to that, or no, we can't. Let's send our guys out to start removing the trees in that right of way so we can go and do the work that we need to do from an emergency assessment standpoint. So that was kind of the boots on the ground assessment. Then we turn focus to, all right, now we've got to actually work through the process. How do we get all this data, a lot of information, into some sort of form that they can actually present to FEMA and then get FEMA to digest, because that's the other part of it. If you all ever met with the folks that come out and are assessing the data you give them with damages, you really need to tell the story well and make it such that they can understand what you're saying the damage is and demonstrating why that damage needs to be repaired as part of the FEMA Public Assistance Program. So just breaking it down, we were trying to say, all right, well, let's make it simple. We've got to do this quick. We don't want to spend a lot of time doing detailed design and detailed concept plans for repair, coming up with projects until we can get this in FEMA's hand and get their response back. That's a really important part, to try to treat them as a member of your team in that way. So we had 3 levels of repair that we identified. So level 1, level 2, level 3, just the simplest thing, something maybe that they could do internally with their staff, minor grading, some core matting, and then vegetation. Second, some more moderate grading and maybe just some minor asset repair. In some of these cases, we go, if we're able, we'll recommend they go in and just line the pipe, because that takes care of their system. That's the most immediate way to take care of some of these. And then the major stream repair. So this is an example of the level 1. So it's just slope grading, like I said, the core matting, and maybe putting in some vegetation, doing live stakes in the area. Level 2, so one thing that REWA had done already, as I said, we started this in 2019, so they did have some areas where they had gone in and used some larger boulder systems. You've got a right-of-way that they keep cleared, so the idea that you can put in woody vegetation in these areas where they're close to the stream to help keep the stream intact, it doesn't function that way. So they'd gone in some areas and put in these systems with these large boulders, and this is an area where they had done that, and it held up really well. So it's sort of a nice test to show them and to be able to show the commissioners and the folks that are investing this money in the capital program that, yeah, this will work, it does make sense, and it's a program that we can sustain. And then this is level 3, a little more true stream stabilization work with root wads, with in-stream structures, highest level and obviously the highest expense. You all can't read this from where you are, but where level 1 was, we calculated, got some costs from contractors, also used some historical data because we had been doing this work with REWA already, so we had some idea what the cost would look like for these small scale repair projects. So level 1, simplest level, we costed out at $241 a foot. Level 2, $533, and then level 3, that last level, expense at $1,246 a foot. Again, our whole process here, and the way we were thinking about how we needed to pull this information quickly, efficiently, but also in a way that it was defensible to FEMA. So having that data, being able to point back to work that REWA had done, showing them that what the contracts look like, having that contractor interface, having those estimates from them is really the thing that helps justify and really puts you in the right place to negotiate with FEMA, because as you all know, it is a negotiation. So this is the form that you have to fill out, and the key information they want on the form is the damage component of the system. This is Cat F, so this is for the utility. Location, the damage dimensions. In this case, we listed the method of repair, the cause of the damage, because sometimes it was the flooding and sometimes it was wind. So we had to categorize that based on criteria we saw in the photos. And then the work completed to date, whether it was temporary or permanent. As I said, we had to do some emergency repair work. And some of that we did, obviously, you do as a permanent fix so that or temporary fix so that you can get reimbursed for your permanent fix later. So what we did again is we did all this in GIS. So even though we had forms to fill out, we set up a template so that we could categorize all this data. It helped us because we were able to pull from the work order management system where we had our pre-Helene photos where we had done those inspections. We pulled those photos over, pulled that information and those inspection scores in, and then compared that to the inspection scores that we got post-hurricane. So having all that information available, having a process, having the information available in GIS, connected to that work order system, exporting it, and then being able to connect that to these damage assessments that we did post-Helene made it a lot easier for us to generate those forms that they needed. We created this tool just really to help the decision makers on REWA's team understand what we were seeing. So they're still trying to fix a lot of other problems, but they needed to be comfortable as they're negotiating with FEMA and as they're working through with their financial officer and their CEO, that they're clear on what the damage is and what our approach is to mitigate it. So this map was really helpful that we set up. You can also, kind of like the other one, you can pull up a specific area and see all the information about the inspection score, the pre, the post, and then see the photos, what the photos look like. Again, this is invaluable because 920 miles of line, you go walk that line, and unless you're the operations guy that's doing the right-of-way maintenance all the time, it's hard to remember. You can't keep it straight. So these photos are key. One of the things we're working on with them now is protocols on making sure you take photos from the same location every time, right? We're kind of toying around with some 3D camera work. Makes that a little easier to figure out if that could be helpful in making these a little more powerful to use. But great communication tool. They were able to take this, sit down with their engineering team, review it with their finance officer. We had another consultant that's helping with on the FEMA side of things, shared that, so they had a good comfort level that they could go advocate for what they needed for repair. So where we landed was there was 6,500 linear feet of right-of-way that we identified as being impacted. 3 aerial pipeline crossings, 750 linear feet of pipe that was exposed, and another 300 feet that was uplifted, that was pushed up. And then obviously all the debris that they had. The damage estimates that we came up with was 8 to 10 million. Now, I'll say I think if REWA had not already been working proactively on this program, where they had data to show what had happened in the past, the inspections that they had done, the photos, I don't think we could have done this. And we certainly, even though they knew the damage had been done, we have a few clients we work with, and they will all, the FEMA comment, the first FEMA comment is usually, well, that's erosion. That's natural erosion. So no, it wasn't. It wasn't natural erosion. It was because of it was failure, bank failure, specifically because of the storm. So I think this is where I would say that resilience work up front. So sometimes just taking photos can make a huge difference. They feel very confident. They don't have the check yet, but they're very confident in their initial review with FEMA and what they looked at, that they're going to be able to move forward with all of this work and have it reimbursed, which is huge for them. And I think will also be huge for the community as a whole, because all these sewer lines they're in somebody's backyard and they're close to some roadway. And if REWA can do their part to think about where their utilities are and how to harden in a nature-based solution, with a nature-based solution, their assets, it's going to help the community. And then there's the water quality benefit, which really isn't even part of this conversation. So the results, it tested their resilience approach, and we think they got a check mark there, that they're moving in the right direction. They were really happy with their cross-department response. They had already started working across operations and engineering with this program already, to kind of like listen to the guys that are out there looking at it every day. So they may not be stream practitioners and they may not be engineers, but they can see what's happening with the system. They can see what the stream is doing. So that was really important. The rapid field assessments were tremendous, what they were able to do there. They had the 3 emergency repairs that had to be done. It was about 500 plus linear feet. And then, the other part of this, because they were able to walk the whole system, we had originally just set up a prioritization where they were going to go look at where we thought they were the most at risk and do some detailed inspections. Well, we really accelerated that, because now we've put eyes on all 910 miles in their system with the stream to see what's going on with the stream. So that's really helped accelerate what they're going to be able to do with their capital program in this resilience effort that they have. And then just the key takeaways. So pre-disaster photos are key, and I think that can apply to any asset. Any asset that you have, and certainly Google Maps is really helpful, but sometimes just making the effort to go and walk through your town, through your city, looking at your assets and then taking the photos. It's just so easy to store them now. Having the field staff with the stream knowledge improves their risk mitigation. So, before 2019, if I'd talked to REWA about stream programs, they would just, Lisa, that's not the work we do. So having them really now think about how they interact, how their system interacts with streams is, I think, a big piece of the puzzle that they're going to take to other utilities. So they see themselves as a leader in this work, this stream resilience work, and have gone to all the conferences that are typically water, wastewater conferences and presented on some of these efforts. So really see that as being an important piece of it. Natural channel designs, I don't have to tell you all, they are sustainable, they are cost effective, they are better solutions most of the time. But your repairs have to balance your urgent needs and your long-term resilience. So, now the caveat for what they're doing is they do have areas that were at risk but weren't impacted by Helene. They've got those urgent needs, and now they've got the repairs for Helene. So, thinking about how you balance that, it is something where you got to look at the whole system. That's why the GS tools are so helpful, because you got to look at the system. You got to start thinking about, well, what do we lay on top of that? They do have intentions to get together with Greenville County, the local municipal governments, and some other stakeholders to talk about, hey, here's what we're going to do. What do you all want to do in those areas? Do you have certain things that are important to you? Is your road at risk? Are you going to go in and do any significant road upgrades? Do you want to do some stream work? There was a Greenville County project that was shown that SCORE has funded with some stream stabilization. So looking to engage those local stakeholders so that they can make this something that the whole region that they're in can really get behind. So that's it. That's all I got. Any questions? I told you. Oh, Kim?
I'm going to say this is more of a comment than a question. That's the informal educator in me. When kids usually just tell me something, like that's not a question. Incredible resiliency built into the plan to have that asset information ahead of a disaster. The strategic thinking and foresight to say this is something we need, and whether that was just asset maintenance over time, and the happy little accident of that pre-planning was, and now we can say this disaster caused this degradation of the asset, and it's not natural erosion, is incredible strategic thinking and leadership on REWA's part. And a wonderful case model is we were talking over lunch about how do we have these policy windows that we can take a disaster and build resiliency into it. Because y'all were already doing this, you had done it. And I think that's a wonderful model, even from a municipal level. I can tell you flat out, we ain't fucking ready. I'm sorry. That was a little strong. That was a little bit stronger than I meant it to come out, sorry. But we're not ready. I mean, this is incredible work that I'm gonna take to my public works director cohort and say, hey Larry, I think you guys need to be trained a little bit better on capturing what our assets currently, what condition they're in, so that when this does happen, we have proof. So thank you for the lesson.
Yeah. Well, and we started in 2019, and I'll say this is, I don't usually go personal, but I'll go personal. I was at the city working on some stream projects and doing some work. I worked for the municipal government at the time, and I went to REWA and said, hey, we're doing this project, and your sewer line is going to continue to just tear up this stream corridor because of the way it's crossing. And I want you to walk out and look at this stuff with me. So I took two of their C-suite level folks out and had them walk it with me. I said, I just want you to think about this. Well, they also had, about a year later, they had a huge failure of a pipe, manhole, stream moved, big storm, stream moved, dumped millions of gallons of sewage in the stream. Well, commissioners don't like that too much. And I kind of went, I told you so, you could do something. So they really, some of it's just knowledge, right? So the water, wastewater people sit in a different world with different priorities. They do care about resiliency, but mostly it's like redundancy. It's making sure their pumps are high, making sure they have backup generators. They don't know to think about this until somebody on this side, who was it that did the whole, the ecologist versus the engineer, Oh. Yeah, it was you, Mark. Yeah. You get on that, on both sides, you kind of get together and talk about it, and they go, oh gosh, that could help us a lot, so thanks for the comments. Ryan, you still got a comment question?
I was going to ask, I noticed you had to put start and end, latitude and longitude, every single piece. When do you think we'll get FEMA to use GIS, so we don't have to do that?
Wouldn't that be great? Those forms, I said, y'all, there is no way we're going to complete all these forms for all these points. Somebody has to automate this. Yeah, I think that's the problem too, right? I won't say they do it on purpose, because I think they do much better if you show them a map and you can show them the detailed level. But I don't know, Ryan, you work on that. You're better at working on that kind of thing. Yeah.
I just want to ask if you also worked on the hazard mitigation plan for that particular area. Like this, the only one that I know of in South Carolina that's water, wastewater, utility focused is REWA Metro Connects in that region. It's the only one in the state, and they're pretty rare around the U.S. Most of us know hazard mitigation planning as part of the pre-disaster FEMA monies that you talked about. Hopefully that will persist. But that is one of the very rare ones in the state, and that sets up a framework to do this for your water and wastewater utilities. It's like the perfect, as kind of Kim was talking about, this great opportunity.
Yeah, they are. I will say that REWA is very forward-thinking in what they have been for a long time. That was not anything that I had anything to do with. And I think Greenville County was good about trying to get all the players together. But REWA, they had this round table that they did, I don't know, it's probably 2 decades ago, that one of the commissioners set up, and that was sort of the beginning of, hey, let's make sure we're kind of talking about this collectively. To your point, I mean, I still see a big, like, it's that divide between EMD usually is the one that takes the lead on a hazard mitigation plan, and they're doing it so they can check the box to make sure they are eligible for money. But they aren't getting the attention that they need to be sure you have good, meaningful programs, in my opinion, most places.
It'll be interesting to see that updated, because they're on a 5-year basis, right?
Yeah, that's right.
That's only water, wastewater, that hazard mitigation
Right.
plan is only water utilities and wastewater utilities. So that's what's kind of cool about it. And it's way more money, too, that's offered for those water, wastewater hazard mitigation plans instead of very small grants or larger grants. So it's a really great opportunity if it persists.
Yeah, well, and I think that's, the scale for utilities is much larger in terms of what funding is available and the number of funding opportunities they have. So that's why every chance we have to connect our work to work of utilities, I think is big. All right, cool.
Okay.
Thank you guys for hanging with me.
Yep. Okay, we will meet back here, if this is the track that you want to follow, at 3:35. A little bit more time.
All right.
get ready for the next event. Ooh.
Well, hello. That works.
Yeah, that one works really well. I don't have to, karaoke night, huh? All right, so now we are going to have Joe Fresner, Mike Horton, and Christopher Major from Davis and Floyd talk about the Charleston Medical District drainage improvements, which, as a long-term downtown Charlestonian, is needed. Take it.
Great. Thank you very much, Mark. Appreciate that. And yeah, I'm not Joe Fresner. Joe Fresner is our catch name. That's just to get you in here. I am Mike Horton, Chief Engineer with Davis and Floyd. I am joined by Chris Major, who's going to help out in today's presentation. Thank you for giving us your time and attention here at mid-afternoon. Hope to introduce to you a project that's been on the books for quite a while. It's gone by many different names. You may even catch me using some different terminology in introducing this project, but the Medical District Drainage Tunnel Extension project for the City of Charleston, again, is a project I think might lose some of you with this statement, but it's not a nature-based solutions. It is, though, however, I think a great example of resiliency and improved resiliency that the city and others are participating in for drainage needs downtown and on the peninsula. I'm going to touch over kind of a typical run-through methodology here for delivering and introducing this project to you. I'll touch on many of the first elements of it, and then Chris is going to pick up with the most exciting part, and that is the construction of this project and fund program. Engineers talking about drainage in Charleston will inevitably bring up a late 1940s Halsey map, we call it, that was generated and is in still today, in my opinion, from a scanned version of an old map, one of the most informative maps that are still out there, at least in hard copy form, to indicate how the peninsula of Charleston had developed over time. So I'm going to use my laser here for a second and introduce the project we're speaking of today is right here, and yes, that means inside the blue area. Most of the medical district is in former upper or in lower tidal marshlands that had been claimed over a period of decades. And so this map actually today could be used to point out some of the major drainage challenges that are associated with Market Street right here, Calhoun Street East, like the city's #1 drainage project from an earlier master plan, and #2 priority project. #3 happens to be our Spring Fishburne project, which I'll cover some today as well. The city was forward-thinking even back at this stage. This was early 1980s. They had commissioned a master drainage and floodplain management plan. That plan addressed drainage needs, inventoried the system, comprehensive drainage inventoried the capacity, not only for the peninsula of Charleston, but West Ashley sections of the city as well. Interesting to note from today's theme of this conference is this, even at this time, the city was well aware, the engineers were well aware of the sea level rise that had been occurring and documented over time. So that was contemplated in this and also in this master drainage plan. Of the 10 plus or minus drainage basins that represented the peninsula of Charleston. Each one of those came with recommendations not only for improved conveyance, but also brought in the recommendation for using a pumping station to provide drainage capacity during the tidal exchanges that were normal to the area. As mentioned before, Calhoun East and then Market Street were the #1 and 2 priority projects coming out of that 1984 master plan. Numbers 3 and 4 for the city were the Spring Street and Fishburne Street drainage basin. So this moves us over from the Cooper River, from the Cooper side over to the Asher River side. In I think 2004, a preliminary engineering report was published to study and actually combine these 2 drainage basins to make recommendations for improvements. A little hard to see in red, but basically the Spring and Fishburne basins combined make up about 500 acres of the peninsula of Charleston. Some say it's roughly about 20% of the peninsula. So it was going to be the biggest undertaking yet to date for the city in addressing drainage needs for this project. There were a lot of challenges in working what areas could be improved, what areas are going to remain tidally dependent. But some of the prominent features were there were, I think, 13 or 14 critical use facilities within this basin, not only the hospital district, which we'll talk about a lot today, but also National Guard Readiness Center, the police station, and there were a lot of other fire stations, other facilities that are of critical need that are in this case, the floodplain, and also in risk of more frequent and damaging flooding. In this project, or in the Spring Fishburne program, the Earhart Street project I'll bring up is right down here on the southern end of it. So it's Spring Fishburne Basin dips into the medical district, and so it was part of that PER study. The recommendations included, much like what was used on the Cooper River side for the first two priority projects, and that is the conventional drainage networks that you would see on street drainage and neighborhood drainage, but also included a series, in this case 9 drop shafts, and a connection of a deep tunnel network that basically takes the stormwater down through these shafts to the river's edge. And prominently displayed and to be presented some today is a pump station that is being located between the Ashley River bridges here against the West Ashley Bank. Lockwood Drive pump station and outfall at that location. This is an early or architectural rendering of the powerhouse and pump station, as I'll call it. And so basically this is on top of the pump station wet well and also the access shaft to our tunnel network. This is an early rendering. This is a photo that's been taken about 2 months back where we stand today. So that's what's coming up between the Ashley River bridges. The outfall today has been constructed in a prior phase, and marsh should be restored over time. On top of that, these outfalls are completely below low water, not seen, not a hazard to navigation, and emulate the tidal flows already today being experienced on the Ashley River. Very quickly, probably still the largest sediment hydrodynamic separator unit that at least I'm aware of. If you've got one bigger, bring it to me. I'd like to know. But basically, this takes all of the desiltation and dewatering activities off of this tunnel network, and it's treated before discharge. So this was the first out of those other 2 projects to take that step for the city's work. Taken again a couple of months ago, this is the setting of one of the first of the 3 large pumps to be set. This is each pump is 135,000 gallons a minute rating and a 1,000 horsepower diesel driven drive for each one of these units. So a very large station, and one of the biggest challenges for this in any urban drainage setting that has no surface storage other than the form of flooding is the need to pump the peak of the discharge, peak of the runoff. And so it's a large system if you look at it by acreage and the amount of runoff that we have to handle. The reason, again, I'm bringing up the Spring Fishburne project is that it is the receiving system for our Earhart Street medical drainage tunnel extension project. As mentioned before, that area, this is the MUSC pump station. It's kind of a smaller station. It's been online for many, many decades. Attempting to service drainage in that area, but the Earhart Street basin is, I think, a 27-acre subcatchment right here. That was in the original Spring Fishburne program, but due to property needs, some restrictions that were imposed on grant funding, schedule, time, you name it, utilities, just at that time could not be done at the same time. So that was deferred to a later point. Shown in blue is the Calhoun West drainage study, which was commissioned a short time thereafter, and that would have been the 5th, 6th, and 7th priorities for the city of Charleston's peninsula drainage. So we're in between 2 projects. This one had been studied, designed, and under construction. This one was in the planning stage, and the decision had to be made, when would the city serve the medical district for this area? There was a choice made to let's extend the Spring Fishburne station service area. So that's what's shown here again in blue, is to extend this network to make connection there. So our planning was going straight into it again. This is the medical district. It's of need at the time. I think it was still the state's only level 1 trauma center, if I'm not mistaken. and subject to repetitive and damaging flooding. Not only was it damaging to property and to vehicles, but it was damaging as a life safety matter for access to these 3 medical facilities. This is a quick map basically showing some of the modeling that was done to show the flood depth. We're looking at over 2 feet of flooding that was very frequently occurring. One of the things I skipped over is the elevation of Earhart Street at the low point today and before this project started is roughly I think it's 3.2 maybe on the 88 datum, very low. So we are in that normal tidal exchange range, and I'll say completely reliant upon tide conditions prior to this connection into the spring fish burn program. Again, a little bit of an extension down into the south. In concert with the planning was the funding initiative. We knew it was going to be a costly project for the city. It had every bit of the benefits that we felt like was competitive in the grant arena. And the city went after, in this case, a grant through SCORE and was awarded a $10 million CDBG MIP program grant. This covered more than 2/3 of the cost of the project overall, and the qualifications were there by the population that the medical district served. Into the design, I wanted to introduce quickly the design team that was engaged, not only the city participating in that level, Davis and Floyd. We had a very strong sub-consultant that I wanted to give reference to today is Black and Veatch. They had been working with us for a number of years, including the Spring Fish Burn program, and brought expertise for the underground construction technology that we're applying here, specifically the tunnels and the drop shafts. Basis of design for the tunnel. This tunnel is not a storage tunnel, just like with Spring Fish Burn. These are conveyance tunnels, and as deep as they are, and I'll introduce them to be deeper than 140 feet normally, they are conveyance tunnels. They are also, in this case, while most of the tunnels have been successfully routed along state right-of-way, public property that is, this one again had to cross under private property. This is again one of the reasons it was deferred from the original Spring Fish Burn program. And it's actually routed underneath MUSC's parking garage. So this has the ability to be located underneath even deep foundations in typical fashion. One of the biggest challenges I wanted to take a little time to introduce today from the engineering aspect, and that is that we were challenged with constructing this extension of the tunnel at the same time the other tunnel network was to come online. So basically there was a need to put a block shown here in black. This is plan and profile, 900-foot curvilinear from an access shaft, and Chris is going to touch on what these look like, to a drop shaft here in the middle of the medical district. The 900-foot tunnel extension, and we're well below grade. And again, this plug was necessary to allow for this construction to go without interruption from the flooding and operation of the other spring fish burn network. The other complexity was we had to work amongst and even underneath an abandoned 1960s sewer tunnel, the first tunnels that were used in the peninsula of Charleston. This is the drop shaft entering into the tunnel deep below ground. And then another challenge we had is getting the water at the conventional, we call it near surface drainage, into the deep tunnel. We've got to make that vertical drop. And in this case, these tunnels are operated, usually normally maintained as surcharge systems. And so any plunge into that system can draw air down vertically into the tunnel and create havoc for hydraulic capacity and dangers associated with that. So there is a vortex structure that's been designed and applied for each of these drop shafts. And basically it takes a horizontal drainage, swirls it, and puts it into a vertical shaft. Didn't have time to show you the modeling, physical modeling of it, but basically it creates a very thin filament, almost like a tornado, and it keeps the air from going down the shaft as the water does travel vertically into it. And then not any different than anywhere, any town USA, for the drainage at the surface. We have large diameter piping and in a relatively narrow right-of-way. And probably the biggest challenge here was that not only we have hospital traffic and a lot of foot traffic moving from serving hospitals, but it's probably the thickest utility corridor that we've had to work through in my career. And so that was a challenge for not only us on the design front, but also for the contractor. And at this stage, I'll turn it over to Chris to show you the more interesting photos.
All right, thank you, Mike. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and take y'all through the construction of this project using a bit of a photo montage that we have. First of all, this project was awarded to Triad Engineering and Contracting in August 2022 for a bid just north of $13 million, and then the construction began in winter 2022. For the tunnel extension, there were 2 construction sites downtown. The first is this Cannon Street site where we have a 25-foot access shaft. As you can see from this image, it's located very close to a number of residential properties and historic buildings in the area. The other site is at Earhart Street, where the stormwater collection took place. As you can see in this image, construction is primarily focused in a courtyard near the Medical University's Institute of Psychiatry and the adjacent roadway there. 2 of the obstacles that our contractor had to deal with on this project were the MUSC substation, which you can see labeled here, just north of our construction limits. This serviced the hospitals within the medical district, including MUSC and Roper. And then another obstacle, which isn't labeled in this picture, unfortunately, is to the south, near the bottom of this image. We had an ambulance access or ambulance entrance where emergency response vehicles would have to enter the hospital, and that had been significantly impacted by floods in the past. All right, so moving on to the actual construction of the tunnel. The first step was plugging the existing tunnel, as Mike had mentioned. So this picture is taken within the existing Cannon Street tunnel, just downstream of the access shaft. The first step that we had in this was for the existing liner to be removed, which then revealed the ribs and lagging from when that was constructed. And at that point, the installation of a bulkhead to plug that portion of the tunnel could be installed. Here you can see where the rebar was set. The concrete was then poured to complete the bulkhead and block off the Cannon Street access from the rest of that tunnel so that the tunnel could be put into service during the construction of the Earhart Street extension. With that set in place, the breakout for the medical district extension could begin. You can see in this image, it began with hand digging at the base of the shaft. This is, I believe, as Mike had mentioned, 140 feet down, and it provided enough space for a tunnel boring machine to be dropped into it. Which brings us to the tunnel boring machine. This is a machine that was affectionately known as Scotty. It's been in service in Charleston for many decades now. Very familiar with this one. It's a 12-foot diameter boring machine that's been used in a number of boring projects in South Carolina, including the Charleston boring for Spring Fishburne. All right, and so here I have a few images showing when Scotty was deployed. So we have it being dropped into the shaft and entering the breakout for the extension tunnel. And then that is Scotty at work. So you can see from these images some of the equipment that took place or had to be used while the boring took place. We've got a train in place, many materials to provide safe working conditions for the contractors down there, excavate materials being removed, and provide power for the boring machine. As boring progressed, the supports for the tunnel were set in place. We used some conventional ribs and lagging, which you can see here, and some metal lining plates throughout the tunnel. Upon the completion of the 900-foot excavation, the contractor was then able to install inner liner plates and pour the fiber reinforced concrete into the tunnel to form the tunnel walls. And here we have the completed Medical District Extension tunnel, clear and ready for service. Which brings us back to the surface at Earhart Street. You can see from this image the contractor's equipment being mobilized. You can see the sheeting for where the vortex structure was to be installed, and it kind of gives a good perspective of how tight the quarters were that the contractor had to work in here. Here, let me see, we have the rebar supports in place for the vortex structure. This picture also gives a pretty good perspective of the shaft, the 54-inch shaft at the Earhart location. For the vortex structure, Southern Concrete and Construction was brought on board to frame and construct the vortex structure. We've worked with them multiple times in the past. They're very familiar with these vortex structures. They've installed them at multiple locations throughout Spring Fishburne, and did a great job installing it at this site as well. I find these pictures really good in kind of portraying the size of this structure. It was a 23 by 13.5 foot vortex structure on 16 micropiles, and it had a base that was 3.5 feet thick. Moving on more to the rest of the near surface drainage, a challenge that the contractor had faced was utility conflicts throughout the construction. One in particular, maybe the best example is shown here. It is an electrical duct bank that ran through the center of Earhart Street. Due to the abnormal soil conditions in downtown Charleston, the traditional SUE methods like ground penetrating radar proved to be somewhat ineffective in accurately giving us a picture of what the utilities looked like beneath the surface here. So once digging commenced, the contractor, we were able to see the full size of this electrical duct bank, which was quite a bit larger than we had initially anticipated. The duct bank itself and the spurs coming off of it. Let's see. While it threw a little bit of a wrench in the original design, we were able to work closely with the city of Charleston and with Triad to adapt our design. And in the end, we were able to work together to make changes that accounted for these changing field conditions and still provide a similar level of service to the city as what we had originally proposed. In the final design, we had roughly 400 feet of pipe installed. There were 19 junction boxes, pipes of sizes from 18 to 42 inches, and a 16-foot 5 by 2.5 box culvert, which you can see here, which was used for conveyance below the existing duct bank. And then here we have our completed project site. This particular image gives us a good perspective of the road just outside of our site, and where you can see the emergency entrance to the hospital. We were able to repave the road through this section where it had been particularly deteriorated over the years due to the consistent flooding. And then we have here the courtyard, which was reopened with little evidence of all of the subsurface work that had taken place, save for these two manholes off to the left of the image, which are above the vortex structure. We did just pass the 1-year anniversary of the ribbon cutting for this project, which we were happy to see the governor attend. We are thrilled with the final product that we were able to produce with our partners on here. And we've been thrilled to hear from a number of hospital personnel who work in the area and have reassured us of the improved conditions that they've seen after storms, even prior to the pump station coming online. All right, with that, I'll turn it back to Mike for the end.
Again, thank you very much for your time and attention today. Again, it's as gray as it gets for gray infrastructure, right? But from the standpoint of resiliency, again, I think it was a great step in the right direction and one that will continue. The concepts that are applied here have been tried. I would say they're true. This is, again, the third priority project, second one built, third if you count this separate from Spring Fishburne. Again, we're excited to see the Spring Fishburne program together with this completed Earhart Street project. Everything be finished right now, I think, the end of first quarter 2026. Coming up soon. It's been a long time in the making. You saw the PER was published in 2004. And here we are wrapping up the project. So again, it's been a great ride, a great team to work with, and we're happy to answer any questions you've got. Got one right back here. Mr. Kevin, they're bringing you a mic because we're on TV.
Oh, yeah. We're broadcasting this to the whole world, so.
Actually, Mark, can we give you your microphone? I can speak up.
Yeah, this one.
There you go. Thank you, Mark.
No profanity.
Hey, Mike.
Yes, sir.
Just a quick question on the alignment of the extension. You said that it mostly followed the public right-of-way, but you actually went under private property. Were there any, property rights or easements or special permissions that were needed for that alignment?
Good question. Yeah, I probably spoke too fast on it. Up until this point, most everything had been in public right-of-way. All the Spring Fishburne tunnels are in public right-of-way. This extension required to go across or under private property, including MESC. Yes, it was a step up above what we've done to date with the city. Charleston Water Systems had successfully negotiated and constructed many more linear feet of sewer tunnels under more private property in the years past. So we took some of the tools of trade there, some of their best practices. We worked with geotechnical engineers to show, again, that we're not in conflict with traditional deep foundations. We're able to show that it was not a long-term encumbrance on property. And they were able to negotiate basically a vertical in addition to a horizontal easement across private property. So there is an envelope that the city has for the tunnel to be permanently located within. And above that zone, the landowners in perpetuity can do whatever they want to as far as foundations are concerned and would have no influence on the tunnel. Good question.
Anything else? Nobody's brave enough?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I stepped in a little bit late, so I might have missed this part, but where exactly does the water go?
Okay, yes, good question. So out of the medical district, it goes down the drop shaft into a deep tunnel network, ultimately to the side of the Ashley River, and there's a pump station and an outfall there. Some of the details I didn't cover there is it is a pump-assisted outfall. So when the tide is low, the rainfalls are, let's call it light, if there is such a thing. At low tide, we can flow by gravity. So these large pumps that I introduced, you may have missed, are only energized when there's a need, for instance, a high tide or a high intensity rainfall. But it does ultimately end up in the Ashley River as it did prior to the project. We're not changing the location, we're changing the makeup of the conveyance and outfall.
Anything else? All right, well, that gives us a few minutes before the next session. Thank you all from Davis and Floyd.
Absolutely.
The next session will be at 4:10-ish, and we're going to talk about sea level rise and community planning with the Isle of Palms. talk about sea level rise and community planning, Isle of Palm Sea Level Rise Adaptation Plan. Take it away.
Appreciate it, Mark. The best for last. Get ready. Nope, today we're going to talk about sea level rise. I'm sure everybody's heard of it, but we will talk about the sea level rise plan that Seaman Whiteside did for Isle of Palms. Hopefully you'll learn from that. I will say Isle of Palms, this is their first sea level rise plan. Never had one before. They have had a lot of coastal erosion. If anyone reads the news, they have an erosion task force that meets pretty much weekly. So some of these storms and events we've been hearing about today pretty much springboarded them into the sea level rise planning process. They did not really have this in their comprehensive plan. They were not planning for it. It really wasn't budgeted. So this was their first step of doing something simple, short and sweet, and we'll cover how we were able to knock that out for them. Like many communities, I'm sure all of us are the same. You know, we didn't really have plans. We just, you know, responded to flood problems. You know, we'd go area by area, and if there was a problem, study that area, come up with a solution, implement it. That's exactly what Isle of Palms was doing. They had done some master planning in previous years. They did a big phase 4 drainage master plan that was done by Davison Floyd. Did a very comprehensive stormwater master plan, did factor in sea level rise, but it wasn't really focused on resiliency as a whole. They're also doing some other projects. Waterway Boulevard is actually one of the boulevards that goes to Wild Dunes back on the marsh side. So there's been talk of the town, city actually elevating that and doing a pedestrian path that kind of blocks sea level rise, but again, somewhat done in a vacuum. And then again, they've been doing this beach preservation, lots of beach renourishment, but again, none of these parts talk to each other. There was no real vision, and so from there they decided, let's put a plan together, link all of these parts, and make them talk together. So their goals were similar to a lot of the communities doing this type of work. Again, they wanted to understand what is the real risk today and in the future. You know, what is the actual target to plan for? That's one of the key pieces. You have to pick something. There's lots of sea level rise projections out there. There's lots of storms. You have to pick something. So trying to help them understand, educate them so they can pick an actual target. And then from there, what can they do? You know, what are the adaptation measures? Is it actual infrastructure projects? Is it policies, programs, what have you? For them, they did want us to actually come up with these measures and put them in a time scale, not just do this, actually do this within this period. So define when things need to be done. And then really for them, it was a huge educational component internal to the city. So just trying to help them understand what's going on beyond their shores. And so really, really fun process there. Little low budget, so we did not have a ton of money that they wanted to spend on lots of public engagement. We did want to have public engagement, so the way we were able to bridge that gap was to do a digital online presence via surveys. Heard a lot about Survey 123. We were able to make a pretty nice survey for the residents, populate questions, different answers, post that online, keep it live for a few months. And surprisingly, we were able to get 233 responses. So for Isle of Palms, that was pretty good. Probably more effective than having all 233 of those people come into one room. But it also helped. They could upload photos. They could give us other context information, similar to stuff that we like to do in the master plan. Not just answering questions and concerns, but give us information beyond what we really want. So we'll go through some of these questions and what we found from the residents on Isle of Palms. So again, about 233 residents responded or responses. Most of those were residents. We did get a few business owners, which was helpful. Isle of Palms is much different than, say, Sullivan's Island. There's a lot more, hotels, tourism, things like that. So we did want to get some viewpoint of those folks and their lifestyles. But overall, you can see a little pie graph here. It won't cover everything, but almost 80% of the people that responded, they were concerned about sea level rise. So there was a consensus that there was a problem and something needed to be done about that. We did get some people that really didn't think it was a problem at all, and you should just go drink beer on the beach and spend money elsewhere. But be careful what you ask for when you put out a survey. You'll get some interesting results. But again, the consensus was there's a problem and we need to do something about it. So from there, we tried to narrow down for folks, okay, you are concerned, but what is your concern? Is it tidal flooding only? Is it rainfall flooding? What is it? And so we tried to help narrow things down just so when we're planning for those adaptation measures, we can pinpoint what's most important to the community. In this case on Isle of Palms, most of their concerns were flooding. It was that rainfall flooding, tidal backflow from the marsh. If you're not familiar with Isle of Palms, they have a lot of canals that are hydraulically connected to the waterway, and so massive amounts of tidal flow can come inland and damage folks' property. Road closures was a big one. Highly residential, lots of beach traffic, so flooding of roads on beaches is just not good for business. Another big item I'll touch on, most folks may not realize it, Isle of Palms, a large percentage of that island is still on septic. And so through this planning process, that was one of the big ticket items, and most of the folks, beyond just flooding, they were very concerned about those septic systems and overflows and affecting the marsh. So again, that was a big piece. And then just displacement of residents. Folks want to be there. If their house gets flooded, they have to move. If there's renters there, they have to put their renters there, move their renters. So just all in all, pretty good feedback there. Once we helped try to target what they were most concerned about, we tried to pinpoint what they would be interested in terms of actually adapting to or responding to sea level rise. Is that dune renourishment? Is that check valves and rigid gray infrastructure? Is that low impact development? What have you? And for Isle of Palms, as I prefaced, a lot of those homes around Breach Inlet and on the beach side are actively eroding. So of course, beach renourishment rose to the top. And so we expected that. They have done a lot of beach renourishments, and that is going to be a strategy they're going to have to continue. Next on the list, again, storm drainage, big problem on the beaches. Isle of Palms, similar to other communities we've heard about, old drainage systems, undersized, just cannot handle the flow from heavy rainfall and high tides. But interestingly enough, a lot of folks were interested in nature-based solutions. A lot of folks were interested in low-impact development. There's been a ton of redevelopment on Isle of Palms, small houses being torn down, massive houses being built back, not preserving probably as much open space when that redevelopment occurs. And so a lot of folks were really interested in that. And then another odd topic, I mentioned the drainage canals. One thing the Isle of Palms has been doing, they have these canals that come from the waterway. And over time, it's just become silted in and it's pluff mud. I actually walked across a canal and came up to my shoulders. So I can attest to the fact there's no capacity in those canals. There's no volume. The city has put check valves on these canals, and they're slowly converting them from saltwater marshes to freshwater marshes. I'm sure there's opinions on that, but that's what they've done. And so now there's an opportunity to reestablish those canals, clean out that sediment and debris, and actually provide more volume for rainfall to actually sit there and wait for the tide to go out, or actually just infiltrate. And so that was a big piece folks wanted to see, is actually reestablishing those canals and restoring them to a more natural state. Even though they're not natural, let's make them look natural. Beyond that, we also thought it was good. Folks were interested in low impact development, and so we wanted to see if folks were interested in some type of incentive. Low impact development is not cheap. Putting private stormwater measures at your house is not cheap. Most homeowners don't want to pay for that. And so trying to understand if there was some incentive, if there was a tax credit, if there was some type of utility rebate, what would they be interested in? Here, rain barrels, and then just overall lot coverage, making sure there's less impervious surfaces. Those rose to the top. Lots of folks were interested in, not as interested in green roofs, but did have a fair amount of people. But again, just natural vegetation and more trees, reduce the runoff, and hopefully try to fix a problem. From there, again, we wanted to get the public involved, get their input, but then we started out, we wanted to have some very condensed meetings with city staff, planning commission. They do have an environmental board as well, environmental advisory board. But the first thing we did, we wanted to bring all of the consultants that are currently doing work on the island together. So the coastal engineers, the stormwater engineers, we brought in the Nature Conservancy. Dr. Elko does a lot of work on Folly Beach, Sullivan's Island, brought her in, understand what she's doing. NOAA, the Army Corps, all of the technical people in a room. And that was really geared for us to understand what's happening on the island. We don't do the beach renourishment work, so we're not fully aware with that. We're not in tune with all the other capital projects they're doing, so we need to get educated. But this also really helps staff understand from other industry consultants what's the problem and what are they doing in the communities they're working in. That way it's not just us telling them one thing. They could hear a collaborative group all come to an agreement. So that was very helpful for us. That was very early at the planning process. Gained a lot of intel there and hashed through strategies. From there, we were able to develop a draft plan and start meeting with the Planning Commission and Environmental Advisory Committee. Those were very helpful just to inform some of those citizens that aren't necessarily elected officials necessarily, but just they're in the community, they live there, they're on these boards, and help understand what their folks and their neighborhoods are concerned with. And that was really the bulk of our meetings. You know, we tried to keep it short and sweet and as cheap as possible, but we did not want to sacrifice quality. So from there, you know, we got the intel, you know, what's going on, what are people interested in, what's the perception. Now how do we actually identify what the true risk is? A lot of questions were brought up earlier. I wish I had the slide then. So with sea level rise, the first thing you've got to do is understand what's the current tide. And I know a lot of folks ask this, but typically when you talk about tides or you open a tide app, you're going to see something in mean lower low water. And I honestly don't even know what that means because I don't think it means lower low water. So I always had to convert it in my head to like a roadway elevation or something. But historically, NOAA, you know, they take all of these tides that occur every single day and they do a very extensive analysis over a period. And that period's an epoch, however you want to refer to it, but typically they look over a 19-year period. Charleston Harbor is the only NOAA tide gauge that we use in South Carolina, and that epoch ended in 2001. So 24 years ago is the last time we updated those tidal datums. So rather than just using those tidal datums, we actually wanted to use a fixed reference, NAVD 88. That's typically, you know, your finished floor elevations. That's what engineers are going to design to. We wanted to nix the tidal datum and let's talk absolute survey elevations and not reference it back to an old tidal epoch that is probably not accurate. So what did we do? Let's see. First thing we wanted to do is look at all the sea level rise that has happened in the harbor. Luckily, the Charleston Harbor gauge is right across the waterway. So we were able to take the last 23 years of tidal data and take the highest tide that was observed on every single day. So what's the highest of the two tides every day for the last 20 plus years? That's the graph on the left. Little nice linear trend line. It is not linear, but just for reference, it's gone up, whether you believe it or not, unless someone's messing with the gauges and playing tricks on us. So the tide's going up. That's great. Well, what are we going to pick? So The graph on the right, we took the last complete year before we started this sea level rise plan, and that was 2023. And we wanted to look at those daily high tides and actually pick a threshold, a percentile, and that is what we use as a reference. And so you'll see a couple of horizontal lines here that are dashed. The first one, that's 3.31, that was the mean high tide for 2023. 3.31. The current mean higher high reported by NOAA at the Charleston Harbor from 1983 to 01 is 2.62. So we're already, if you're using previous mean higher high waters, I would advise you to quit using that and never use it ever again. Use current data. 95th percentile, that means 95% of the time the tides are below that level, 4.55, and in this case, we wanted to use 99.5 percentile. The only way we came up with that's a tide that happens about 1 to 2 times a year. So what is that very high tide? That is about 1 to 2 times a year, but not quite the highest. So that last peak on the right-hand side in December, that was the nor'easter in 2023. So the nor'easter was a little shy of elevation 7. That was about Hurricane Irma. Folks were here back in 2017. Those tides are happening, so we wanted to pick a high tide. But rather than try to figure out king tides or mean higher high, let's just look at the data. Let's pick something that occurs 1 to 2 times a year and just keep it very simple and just straight to the point. So from there, we took that baseline, 2023 mean high tide, 1 to 2 times a year. Let's add on the projected sea level rise. In this case, we use the intermediate scenario from the Interagency Task Force. What is that projection 25 years out? And then Aaron mentioned it earlier. There was a study by Virginia Tech and the USGS. You can actually download GIS grids of all the projected vertical land motion and figure out for your community what that projection is. And in this case, for Isle of Palms, it was a little over 0.3 of a foot. Add all those together, target elevation 7, NAVD 88. I don't think you can get much simpler than that. The other thing I want to mention, we plan for a 25-year horizon. That's something that folks will realize and understand in their lifetime. So we targeted year 2050. And we picked the intermediate scenario from the Interagency Task Force. One thing I'll mention, 25 years out, all of the scenarios all pretty much converge to the same value. Beyond 25 years is where things start diverging and you get much different answers. So again, elevation 7, that's what we need to plan for. So from there, we did do some modeling. Again, pretty low budget, so we took county LIDAR, we took any data the city could give us in GIS, put that in a 2D HEC-RAS model. Let's look at current tides in 10-year cycles up to year 2050. Surprisingly, most of the island looks like it's going to be in pretty good shape. There's really only 4 major areas that appear to be vulnerable, and this is just sea level rise. This is not rainfall added to sea level rise. I will note, too, we did include wild dunes, even though it's technically not in the city. We looked at the whole island, didn't want to exclude anyone. From there, we just started looking at impacts. A property floods, that's great, but how often does it flood? How many more properties are going to be flooded over the years? So for the city, we just kept it simple. How many parcels are affected today? How's that going to change over time? There's almost double the amount of parcels, land property affected today, projected to be affected in the future. We did look at county assessor data, just the assessed value of that land. There's lots of ways you could look at economics of flooding, but just what is the value of that property today and what is potentially at risk in the future? And that just helps folks realize, what's the economic impact of this? Because again, it was mentioned earlier, on the coast is tourism, and if folks can't come and visit, they want to live by the water, and that's worth a lot of money. Again, I mentioned septic tanks. Surprisingly, the majority of septic systems are in the middle of this island in the most vulnerable areas. So septic systems, today around 200 septic systems are vulnerable. By 2050, that's going to double to almost 500. Roadways are important as well. Most of these roads are DOT. So just thinking about long-term maintenance, you get salt water on asphalt, not going to be good. Prolonged duration of flooding, also not good. And just access. It's a gridded street network, so people can get around. But if some of those, main corridors are flooded, emergency personnel can't get on or off the island. So from there, we tackled adaptation strategies and a three-pronged approach: policies, programs, and projects. We decided to tackle that just because there's some things the city can do, and in their backyard with their money, but they can't really go on private property. So what are things that private property owners can do, and how can we all work together? So we'll quickly go through some of those. On the policy side of things, somebody mentioned, I had a question earlier about being able to tie emergency response to flooding. That was a big thing for the city that we did recommend is get your tide gauges, even if it's your own, or you can tap into NOAA's with APIs, and you can come up with a digital alert system just to let first responders or homeowners know, hey, there's going to be a high tide, get ready. That was one of the biggest issues with the nor'easter in 2023. No one really thought about it. It wasn't from a hurricane. It was in December. But next thing you know, tons of people's cars are flooded. So just trying to plan for those events. Zoning and building ordinance updates. They're a small community. They don't have a lot of, they don't have a town engineer. They don't have engineers that they get to review plans. So just trying to make the ordinances very crystal clear for builders to try to prevent flooding. And through that, we also recommended just come up with a simple design aid tools that these builders and homeowners can use, and that way they'll actually know they're complying with your ordinances. That could be lot coverage calculations, runoff volume calculations, and detention. Doesn't have to be complicated. It could literally be a spreadsheet that the builders have to take, plug in all of their practices, submit to the city, and then it just keeps it very simple. That way everyone's on the same page. And then through some of the meetings with the environmental groups, there's been concerns about water quality, mainly from the septic systems. And so out of that, they did want to do some water quality studies and then also implement a marsh management plan, similar to what Folly Beach has done. Projects, luckily for us, they did have a lot of master planning already done. They had projects that they had on the shelf, and so we were able to use all those and help identify, specific buildable projects that have already been studied, already had costs developed, and actually prioritize those for them. But in general, some of the projects were rigid and gray infrastructure, check valves, pipes. You're never going to be able to get away from those. Maintenance, if your pipes aren't clean and your canals aren't, fully functioning, it's not going to work. You're going to flood. And in this case, people could get hurt. So just maintain everything. That's including your beaches. Beach renourishment's technically maintenance, in my opinion. It erodes, fix the erosion. Green infrastructure, a lot of folks were interested in that. The city of Isle of Palms, most of the roads are DOT, so trying to figure out where you could put those practices in public-owned properties, parks, beach access points, things like that, they were very interested in. And then perimeter protection. They have adapted their plans for Waterway Boulevard, where they're going to elevate that roadway and pedestrian path. In conjunction with this, they are elevating that and trying to seek that elevation 7. But also just beach renourishment, because the HECRAS modeling that we did, even though you don't see any flooding on the beach side, that assumes that they keep renourishing those beaches and you have that perimeter protection. So they have to continue that beach preservation and renourishment, or else we're going to have issues. From there, programs. So again, this is to incentivize homeowners folks coming on the island, business owners, what can they do to actually contribute? Purchase flood-prone property. There's lots of FEMA grants available. There's money out there. If there's a repetitive loss, just buy the lot, demolish the house, and you can use that for stormwater management or a park, pocket park. Private LID, again, that's focused more on, homeowners and builders. Maybe you can, give them some type of credit or rebate or, utility rebates if they want to get off a septic, something to motivate them. Money is a good motivator. Maybe you can allow them to do, certain things with lot coverages or heights, building heights or something, if you can incentivize them to better manage stormwater. Educational programs was big, just trying to get folks aware. Folly Beach has done a good job. Our folks at Weston and Sampson, they're doing those demonstration projects. Those are great ways to just help people understand what they can do and what it entails. And with that, I will quickly go over, won't cover all this, but this is a matrix, the implementation matrix. Again, taking those projects, policies, and programs and trying to get them as short term on the top all the way to long term at the bottom. So what we try to do is just take all of the policies and programs, projects that we came up with, sat down with the city, their council, town staff. What do you think you can actually get done by 2030? We call that intermediate, even though at this point that's 5 years and we all know things take a long time. So those are intermediate things they can do. That's installing check valves. That's reestablishing outfall marshes. Things that are pretty easy, not as expensive. Whereas long term, removing all the septic systems, that is going to take a long time. So, that could be a 2050 goal. And so just really trying to set to council, what's the time frame and what do you need to get done in that time? So with that, I'll wrap it up for Mark so he doesn't have to yell at me. Really the city, this was their first sea level rise plan. They will be adapting it. They adopted it, but they will be adapting it every 5 years. So again, first time, let's start simple. Let's understand risk. Let's understand how that impacts the community. How does the community feel about it? Let's not do things that are going to uproar everyone that lives there. Most importantly, what are we planning for? What elevation do we need to target? That way other city projects, private projects, when those are in review, we have some type of coherent thought and we're all moving in the right direction. And then most importantly, come up with some realistic plans, projects, programs, and policies that folks can implement and hopefully not flood for the rest of their life. So.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Mr. McPhee wanted to say a few words here.
No, actually, I didn't want to say a few words. I was hoping to get the breakout B session as well to make sure that the Civil Engineer Club, are they finished over there? Thank you very much. They're still in class. Well, we will share this and hopefully, Civil Engineer Club, Regional Civil Engineers Club, one of the sponsors, along with American Public Works and South Carolina Lowcountry Sentinel Landscape, we have Civil Engineers Club a meeting tonight, a social at Southern Barrel. Starts at 5, I believe we got it on the chit for 5. So if you guys have never been to Southern Barrel, they got great beer, they got great atmosphere, and of course we're sponsoring for the first little bit, are we not? With Jennifer Bragg, right? And so Jennifer Bragg and her firm, very, very appreciated. The club has a little bit of business to take care of, but we won't be too boring. So you're all invited to go and socialize for a little bit. And other than that, we got B. Is there anything you want to say, Brian or Dana? She's here.
Dana's over there.
Okay.
I think we're going to close out the session with and everyone else got here, but while we're waiting, we'll just go ahead and just want to make sure we thank all the sponsors for sponsoring the event. HDR, Weston Sampson, our platinum sponsors. Davis and Floyd and Infrastructure Consulting Engineers are gold, and then KCI, SDR, and Seaman Whiteside are the silver sponsors. So want to thank all of them, thank all the presenters and everyone that came today. It was way more than we were expecting, so appreciate everyone making the trip down. Those that presented, thank y'all, and hope to see y'all at Southern Barrel.